our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail Guy, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas. We have wonderful guests, and my intro song was skipping a little bit. So anyway, today, Jenny Lee and I are going to talk about all the messages that she's gotten from Spirit, and we're going to talk about the sun and the energies and things of that nature. So let me bring Jenny on. Welcome, Jenny.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. It's going and going and going.
Right. Yeah.
So we have a few people in the chat already too. So welcome, ladies, Miss Jeep and Sage. Happy that you're here. And hi, Megs. Some people are coming in. So anyway, we're going to talk about, is it possible that we have a fake sun?
It's very, very possible that we have a fake sun that none of us are excited about and not feeling like we want to bask in the fake sun. Yes. And I think it's happened since April 1st. And
is that when it?
Yeah, that's what I think when it happened. They traded it out for. So I wish that Elon Musk would take a rocket and break that light because it's bad. You're not even getting sunsets.
Let me.
The way they happen. The sunsets are not. You're not usually love the sunsets, bask in the sunsets. You're not getting colors in the sunsets. You're not getting the energy off the sunsets. It's like I told people, you don't believe me? Start taking pictures of it. Tell me that is a sun, because it's not. It's not.
Okay. Someone is asking, Jay Thoughts asks, fake sun equals firmament? Question mark, question mark. Let me show you. Let me bring up what I
and show them what you got, and then we can go into the picture. And
I remember a long time ago seeing a picture of a sun simulators. So I'm going to share something. You can look it up yourself to get more information on it. And let me take down some things so you can see it better too. Let me take this off. There. And I can make this a little bigger too, I think. But just so you know, well, I guess maybe I can't make it bigger. But there are such things as sun simulators. What in heaven's name do they want an artificial sun for? So here we go. Photo of the week. Scientists fire up the world's largest artificial sun without melting the earth. Isn't that nice? They didn't melt us. It puts out light 10,000 times as intense as that of the sun. Let me move it up to where the very beginning. Okay, here we have China's $1 trillion artificial sun fusion reactor just got 5 times hotter than the sun. So what a great way to fry our crops and to fry us as well.
Right.
Not that I have many ideas, but I'm sure it never ceases to amaze me the different things that they come up with. So, I found this on chemtrails.substack.com, or if you just search sun simulators, you'll see countries, a whole bunch of countries, they have patents for these things. What for? It's kind of like them having patents for the that thing.
Right.
It's very disturbing. So it's not good. Again, in
No,
case you
it's
didn't,
not.
in case you didn't believe that the sun could be fake, here's the proof.
Right.
And the patents date back to the 1950s. NASA patent artificial sun in the 50s to be used as Nibiru. Oh, so they wanted to scare us with that. But I know that people have, I've seen pictures of people that have pictures of seeing two suns. You can't quite, it's just amazing what's going on. But anyway, here's copies of all the different sun simulators.
See, right there, go back. Go back. No, go back.
Further?
Go down just a little bit. And I just did a picture yesterday that shows that. Right there from...
Which one?
Go back
This
up
one?
again. No, the one that looks like a
honeycomb?
Yes. That's the picture. I don't know if I can get it on here, on your screen.
Here it says right here, artificial fake, sky, sun, moon, planet X, Nibiru.
That crap. And I just can't handle. So it's in the pictures I sent you. But yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like a shining disco light. And our bodies are not working off that. And we're not in sync with it. We're hiding from it. And some of us, they're not having a problem with it. But
the sun,
a lot of us are.
We get our vitamin D3 from the sun, which is actually a hormone, but that's a whole nother story. We our neurotransmitters are affected by the sun too, like serotonin and melatonin, and those
that's why I'm having vitamin C and all that stuff and bringing it in because, there's the 70s movies. I forgot I remember how they were in space and they had to get certain rays of each day of the sun, or their body wasn't going to function. So the fact is, how long can they do this? How long can they do this to us is the problem, because people are dismantling. They are dysfunctioning in this energy. And the ones that have knowledge, they're staying away from it. They're not interacting with it. The plants are dead. Yeah. Flowers are dead.
And so many branches on the trees are full of dead leaves or needles or whatever they grow normally. And yes, and Tammy is saying destroying crops. I believe so. They're doing everything in their power to create the food shortages, and this would be another way of ruining crops, as well as flooding and that kind of thing.
Right. That is the thing. Yeah. What's going on, and it's not a good situation whatsoever.
And Pudwalker is saying, yes, the war on organics is real, and it sure is.
Well, there's only a certain amount of time we can handle this. That's the problem. There's only a certain amount of time before we really go into a dysfunction process. And the people that haven't, they haven't had any problems with it yet, but there's, majority that I've talked to, people are sending me messages left and right. They can't deal with it. And that's the only thing I can tell you. The 3 days of darkness, I think, have to do with possibly putting that out for 3 days, because the real one has to reappear at some point, and you're going to know the difference the day after of how it feels.
So somebody, Mags Hill, is saying that, Jenny, we've had a fake sun for years. I've seen it in the early morning. How can you tell? Look directly at the sun in the morning for 3 seconds. Close your eyes and you will see prisms.
You feel like you're burning.
I don't know. Maybe they move these fake suns in and out, doing whatever they're heating the app.
At this time, I did not. I did not feel that because I take pictures and I get stuff. Right now, since April, it's been bad.
Yeah, it definitely feels different. I feel the difference too, and it's just heat.
It's like a microwave.
Yes.
You're getting that light instead of a natural light that we used to interact with, and we don't want to be around it. So what I'm saying is, what's going to happen on the 4th is what I'm wondering. I'm not going to be around it.
Well, Mathis says Mr. Burns had one of the Simpsons. He was an elite as well.
Mr. Burns was one of the Simpsons.
Mr. Burns. Anyway. Let's see. Budweiser says, is that the NASA fake sun or the Chinese fake sun?
I definitely
well, the picture
I don't know.
That's
pretty bad on their whole stage presence. I would give this kudos more to the chat on how bad and strong this one is. But yeah, it's not.
There's somebody else was saying they've seen the patents for the sun simulators. I just had them up there too. There's a patent that shows on one of the pictures. So sun simulators definitely exist. A lot of countries have patents for them, and you have to ask yourself, what are they using them for? What's it for?
Right. Exactly.
I mean, initially it was designed to be used to freak us into thinking it was Nibiru probably that was going to come and crash into our planet or something like that. Another fear mechanism. So anyway.
And I mean, lately, it's been a couple of months since you've seen, it looks like two suns combined together. And all you're seeing is white stage presence light that at the end of the evening, you're not seeing the darkness of night in the way it's supposed to be presented. It's not that dark. You're not seeing the stars the way they used to be. You're not feeling a calling to go outside. I mean, that's the whole thing. If you don't, want to believe this, listen to your own instinct, what it's telling you. It's not affecting you the same way. And so I don't believe there's several suns right now. I believe there's one massive, crazy ass spotlight that is
that they got shining on us right now, right?
Right.
Yeah,
it's not great. That's the thing.
That kind of makes sense because I was growing. I got a couple pot plants that I potted plants. Let me put it that way. That I've had in the front porch and I've had in the back, and a couple of years ago, everything was just fine, but now they just got burned up. I mean, literally burned up.
That's what it feels like. We're burning up. And that's why Spirit said, and that's what yesterday when I talked on the show with Jeep, you get down to 9:30 in the morning, by 10 o'clock, you just want to be in your house, away from the outdoors. I mean, I had to go, I have flowers all around my house, and they're all needing water, and they have shade around it too. And it's just, it's bad. Roses, and they're not even forming, they're falling off. I mean, everything's usually blossoming. It's not. We are not dealing with the same sun.
So Mathis is asking, so where is the real sun then?
I think it's down in our inner planet.
It's down where?
In the inner planet. Our
inner side.
That's what I got. Earth. Yes. And that's why with this picture, you want to show that one picture I put up and I'll explain.
Oh, okay. Let me share my screen. Let me find that picture that's on Facebook. Oh, yes. I like this picture. You did an outstanding job on this picture. Okay. Explain this to us, Jenny.
Okay. So you see that bright ass light that looks like a beam light that we have on the top up there. And that's the way it feels when we see that fake sun. It doesn't feel like you want to focus on that. It hurts your eyes. Then you have all these clouds camouflaging that light. Then also you have the thunder and all that stuff camouflaging everything.
So when they switch it out, maybe that's why they do all the chemtrails and the clouds and so on, so that you can't see any changeover or whatever. Can't see much of anything.
Like Minnesota is covered in cloud coverage every day, and they do it on purpose. And then so then they show me that light is the bottom, is the bottom underneath the ocean, and that light is where, you know, that original level is that I don't know what you call the sun rising. You know, we're going into the golden ages. Is it a golden sun? But I think I mentioned that you're going to see in the clouds, you know, a golden, like golden colors in the sky, as in a golden yellow. And I'm not seeing that. You see white ass light.
Yeah, it is very white. There's no doubt about that.
There's not pretty sunsets. There's this crap that it's not your.
But it is confusing to people. How can they remove the sun? I mean, how can they do that?
Easily. Same
Or they just move it in front of this other thing in front of it?
Yeah, all it does, it takes one in front of the other. That's all you got to do is swap it out. I mean, literally, you got people paying attention to their phones. They're not paying attention to the sky.
It's true.
Their ass is on CNN and all that crap. I mean, that's not the problem.
It just reminds me, if you think this is impossible, remember that fake eclipse we saw? I mean, when I was watching that, I couldn't help but see it looked like somebody was pushing a circle over the other.
Right, exactly.
I'm not going, oh my God.
And then all of a sudden, this is not feeling good. And then this is the thing. I mean, we've been irritable for the last 2 months in this energy, and it feels like we're in a fishbowl, and none of us. And I got to tell you, in the last 24 hours, you feel this change a little bit that's come in. It's not as stagnant but it's still there.
Do you think they're trying to block the light codes as well that we get from the sun?
I believe that they don't want the enlightened ones, you know, because we work off our pineal gland and the frequency, and they're trying to block all that stuff. They're trying to block knowledge. They're trying to block everything that we need. Yeah. Everything that is needed from the original sun. We're dealing with this crap. And I think some people, they don't want to talk about this because it's too much, it's too fearful for them. But
Peg Henry has a question for you. Jenny, what do you think about Cliff High's remote viewing of July 15th? He's saying something big is going to happen. That was different than what I thought it was, but Jenny, I don't know.
Well, you would have to be more I don't know what he's saying that has happened, because I don't listen to
Cliff High.
Because I don't like him. I don't like his energy. I believe that he's negative.
Very negative. That's why I don't listen to him.
Now, I like anybody that's in, you know, it's about control. So, and I didn't like what he said about the angels too. So I was very boisterous on that. So I'm not looking at dates, and I keep, people ask me on dates, I go, it's not dates, it's energy moving, shifting, and you can feel it. And that's what you need to be paying attention to. Everybody gets sucked into those dates, and we need to be paying attention to these changes, you know. And I think I go back to Trump's prediction when he would be you know, they're talking about the leaves changing. And so, and now we don't know what season we're in, because everything has been flipped upside down. So with the weather, the way it's going, it's drying things out. I mean, could we be seeing leaves turn pretty fast here? I don't know. But what I'm saying is there's stuff going on.
They're either burning the leaves and the crops or the trees, or they're flooding the area and destroying the crops and the homes. And it's all part of their very dark agenda. Someone is asking, what do those waves represent, Jenny? And what do the cliffs represent?
Waves, the cliffs are like the inner earth, like going down deep, like the ocean, and that there's more things going on inside, deeper into the ocean, and that there are doors that are underneath the ocean, that it's been there. So that's more of a giant door that you're seeing that reflection come out of, that I got to download on the giants tonight. So, and that's the thing, is everything's changing, and it's still, they want to catch up to CNN to think that that's the going. In some way, at some point, CNN's going to tell the truth.
No, really? Are you sure?
It is such a hopia process on everything. So it's crazy. I mean, there's nothing that I would trust right now that comes off the computer or actually I like Real Raw News, but the thing is, I'm just telling you what I feel, that whole debate was a joke, to say, hello, you guys still buying this? You still believing that you can debate a dummy? It's actually so bad. We're at a point that the aliens must look at us, and I go, oh God, you just want to hide your head. Are they believing this stuff?
You didn't wake up yet?
It's just getting embarrassing.
Oh. The current administration is an embarrassment.
I don't think there is one. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And they keep thinking that there is, and they keep thinking there's going to be an election.
It's not happening. I don't think, anyway.
Everybody's dead. So, it's just, I don't know, when do you call the red curtain? Come on, call it already. We're at a point that it's excruciating for a lot of us, because it's bad. And I'm saying that because we're at the edge in a different way. And maybe that's what they want. How far do you want to exist and think that this reality is a reality? It's not. But they won't step away because they're so afraid of the things that they've been appeased by in this world, and what makes them feel good, and they paying big mortgages, and paying big grocery bills, and paying big gas bills, and they're so programmed in that, and they just got to go, stop.
Seriously. Sage is asking, who is they? When you were saying they, who is that? Who are you referring to?
So, the collective of energy that I always see a table, and all these beings around this table, and looking like little chess pieces. They're moving things into our earth. That's the way I see it. And I do my own frustration of communicating with that, going, enough. We're over this. Move it to a stage. We have to push it over the cliff. Like, see, you have the cliff on the pictures. And the water's falling in, the light's coming in, and it's got at a point that it has to be done. But the thing is, what you're noticing is these people, they want to get every soaking bloody dime of money that they have left from the old system and soak it up and soak it into the fear. And people, they don't have it anymore. They're done. So it is starting a revolution in a different way, because I'm telling you, people have about another month, and not even that it's pushing the brink. It's going to do it.
Well, once again, I've heard this as well. Mathis is saying that the Supreme Court has ruled on the Brunson case, which would void the election results and automatically take Biden out and all of them all at once. Rumor has it Trump will be reinstated. I had Lloyd Brunson on the show months back when they filed the case, and they've been, it took forever for the Supreme Court to even be willing to look at it. But I have read the same thing that he is saying here, that earlier in the month this was dealt with, and it's just they haven't come out and told anybody. And the mainstream media, even if it's been taken over by the White Hats, which is what I've been hearing, I haven't been seeing any changes to speak of as a result.
Right.
But I'm sure that takes a little bit of time too.
Okay, so for something for that to come out, you would want your military aligned, everything aligned, because the trickle effect of that.
Well, it's my understanding that there's military in all the states now. They, that's what I read that too.
Right, and
that's intentional.
Yes, so you have to have the chess pieces in order, because that they're going to go into Trump's syndrome, demon syndrome, like, they start to lose it. And then, like I said, when that starts and they start to do that, the white buses roll up, go, what type of psych ward do you want today? So I'm just telling you, they know what they're doing. That is the last process. Once they do that, they know it's over. They know it's going to push them. They know they're going to react. They know, because that's what the Democrats had programmed them to do in a reaction way. Mm-hmm. So that is where things have to be unplugged.
Yeah.
They have to be unplugged. And that's why they keep going. 3 Days of Darkness. There's a reason. But on the other end of us, I think all of us are going to be like, thank you. Because I'm telling you, a lot of us are not watching TV. We're a little bit on the internet. We're okay without the phones. We're already in that process. We don't care. Just pull the plug. So, it's the people are afraid of the unknown. If the system
and change,
system goes down, what's on the other side? Freedom.
People forgot how to be free. Truly free.
Right. That's the thing. They think they are. And that's why I'm like, you're celebrating the 4th of July. Will you look at your country? Where is that? Where's the freedom?
Excuse me? Where's the freedom? I'm not seeing it. I'm not feeling it. The land of the free and the home of the brave. That was a great
right
catch-all line.
So then I want to go into this. They showed me a lion energy, and this is what I channeled this afternoon. I don't have time to, because I've done, and you can bring that picture up, because I've already done several images of lions. And these are bigger lion energy. It should be in one of those. I'll tell you.
Somebody, Tammy is saying the movie Leaving the World Behind indicates 9/18 as an end date. Well, what they, that was made by the Obamas, so I'm not going to put a whole lot of weight in that regard. What they wanted to happen and what's going to happen are two very distinctly different things, in my humble opinion.
Right.
And Rocky Mountain Skywatcher, I agree with you. He says, we have never been truly free.
Yes, but you've been told you are.
Yeah.
You're not.
And we drank the Kool-Aid.
Yes, it did. Willingly. So, do you want to go to that lion picture, the lion energy?
Oh, okay. Let me see. Is that on here? That's not it, is it?
No, keep going.
The lion. There's a
That
lion.
one, that's one. Okay, so that has the okay, do you remember the real sun and how it had a golden light like that? Remember how it was like
I
that? Do you get
remember when I was a child,
the sun
was yellow.
looked like?
The sun used to be yellow.
Yes, exactly. So they're showing me this. They're showing me the pyramids. They're showing me the stage. The curtains have to come down, and the lion, which is, to me, the lion is the. I always see him by a creator, the bravest, and that symbolism has been writing out for me for 5 or 6 years on that, the peace that it brings, the control that it has. And so images, if you're having dreams about it, this lion, if you're having dreams about new kingdom, and this is the thing that represents the golden ages, that represents the new pyramids, the futuristic pyramids. Like I said, I've been talking about the reflection in the sky, and maybe they're trying to drown out this stuff that they don't want you to see anything that's going on. But I mean, right now we don't know, this is a reflection. So I'm talking about, it looks like pyramids everywhere, and it's a reflection. You're looking up. They're showing me this. And that's what maybe they don't want us to see. But we're in this protection process. So.
What do you mean protection process? What do you mean?
They're showing me we're going into creation's protection. So the golden ages, this is the thing, and this is what they told me. These golden colors in the sky are important. Maybe they don't want us to see it, and it's so damn white you can't see it right now, but I'm telling people, look for that color. Look for that. If you look at that gold, it makes you feel different from that white. If you compare both of them on side to side, you know which one is the true one and which one is not.
Right.
So it's important. You see what it protects. You see it protects the shepherd. You see it's around that whole angelic presence and in that energy. And it's just where they want you to focus. If you saw this type of sun in the sky now, you'd be excited. I would be. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, really. Mathis has a comment here. Generation X. I'm Generation X and believe Bush hook, line, and sinker when he said Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. We all were played because of our patriotism, but that's not our fault. It's time to take it back now. I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more.
Yes, you have to. You can't. I think people think someone else is going to do it. Someone else is going to do it. Someone else is going to do it. We have to get out of it.
Exactly. That's, yeah. But at the same time, people don't know what they can do.
Well, it resides within them, and where they would get off the phone. That's the thing. I can't. The product pushing, the consuming pushing, all that stuff is it's just the ultimate high on how they're just putting that in your face. And I've stepped away. I can't stand the stuff anymore. I can't stand to look at anything like that. I either go in after and look at something and pull out. You have to go in and pull out. Do not stay in the existence of looking at that over and over, because then all of a sudden it starts to work on you. So, so they're talking about that with the download, and they're talking about the giants. And I've done, even if you want to switch to the giant, and I was thinking I'm going to do a drawing today, but I'm like, I've already drawn the giants over and over on this process. So you want to switch to...
Okay, you want me to switch the picture?
Yeah, it should be the giant.
Okay, let me go back. Tell me when to stop. No.
No, keep going. No.
Oh, I guess I have to go back the other way. All right.
Yeah.
Giants here.
There's another lion. See, to get ready. By the way, like go back to that for a second. That has another lion with get ready with a time on there. And okay, that's the giant. But that has the time's up. Get ready. So, and that's, you know, that's where we're getting to a point. Okay, go back to the other one.
Okay.
So this is the giants, and I referred it to a book that I got out of, and what they talked about these giants. Okay, so these giants can't be awakened by any man's voice. I don't care how they call them or anything like that. There's a certain time that they will be awakened, and just like in the Euphrates River, that they bind and tie down those demonic fallens angels. There was a time that they were awakened. Now we're in the process of the giants, and this is what's going to blow people's mind. That these giants were very intelligent beings. They could do a lot of things, and when they find out that this is a big process of our history and how things were created and how they were how these were protectors and how intelligent they were, and not in the. So they're showing me, and I talked about Spirit went back to it. It's like the voice. Remember the voice in the sky. And we always think that everything's a human size, and it's not. It's bigger than that. So they're talking about these coming to the top. It's not some man that's going to call them, or some people that's going to wake them. It has to do with the energy, because it has to do with the sound in the inner earth. It's going to make a sound, and you're going to hear that calling, and that's a different voice. And this is too scary for people. And I want you to understand, in history, they tried to scare you about the giants and what they do, and they eat people, and they do all this. Well, humans eat people.
Yeah, they do.
So
good point.
Let's reverse the role on that.
We have cannibals among us.
So that's the whole thing, and that's not the energy I always have got with them. The intelligence, and that they carry a device that is precious that they never wanted man to have. So we're going into these times that we're told were not real. And seeing devices and seeing stuff in our ground. So they're showing me we're in these stages of the awakening. And that's not just with us. It's nature. It's things that are in the ground that are awaking, and then they are surfacing to the top, the water. And so so I saw them in the Utah area. I saw them in Iran, Iraq. I've seen them in many, as I said, in many mountains. You'll hear this calling that they're talking about. They're not alone. So that realm will open up. That realm of that calling. But what's calling it? That's the thing. They never wanted to go into what was actually calling it. It's creator. Because whatever that device that they have, that was the only hands that was going to go back into. And so man has nowhere to go. There's nothing left to do except allow everything to basically be opened up. But you got the other side where they want to contain everything and just keep things at that process that we're at and just keep it contained. No, we don't. We want to rip off the Band-Aid, let things fall where they need to fall, let humanity stand up and start taking their position, and stop trying to think there's an easy, slow way to get out of this. We have to take that position. And so if it takes the giants to wake us up, I guess it will. I'm not afraid of that. So,
well, if they're high vibrational beings, that will affect the collective and the energetics on the planet.
right. That is the thing that they're showing me. So it has to do with that. Remember I talked about that hearing that you hear behind your ears that will call to the animals and will call to the kingdoms, but it's all going to call to that frequency, because the first thing that they say, you're going to hear a giant voice. Are we in?
Max Hill's got a question for you, if you're ready. She says she has a friend who is constantly communicating with a celestial, according to him. Not all souls will survive after the body dies. What are your thoughts?
True. Because
So we're talking about the souls not surviving, not the bodies. The bodies don't matter. They're just the meat suit.
Because it has to do with the way, what did the soul decide to do here, though? Do you understand? You can get a soul out of a body and it can still be in fear. It can still, just it does when we do with mediumship. Doesn't mean it knows where to ascend. It doesn't mean it stays. It doesn't mean that it still makes a choice, okay? But
well, I thought all souls were eternal, so that's why that would be my thought there. That I
well, what I've heard is one drop of any type of innocent blood will be disintegrated. If you want to know what will disintegrate it, and spontaneously and instantly, is one drop of innocent blood. So we know where the negative.
That's the children.
Yes. So I mean.
Okay. So that I was just under the assumption that anyone that would do something of that nature didn't even have a soul to begin with. They had already sold
right. It'll be instantly, spontaneously disintegrated. From here out, who would want it? Who would want to be? I mean, I wouldn't. There's nobody. I mean, what we really think inside of what we want to really do to these people that hurt the children it's a totally different bracket.
Walker made an interesting comment. He says souls are eternal unless they break the universe's laws and disconnections from source.
Yeah, because they showed me that they can this dark space that they could say that they can dismantle the spirit, the soul.
Wow.
So, and it's like a particle that just gets just completely dismantled. So yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting. And I think that goes back to when I was talking about when they were telling them that these boxes that they would lay upon Earth, and it's almost like a suction. I mean, that would, it would make sense to move anything that's evil off. So, I mean, the cleansing side of our inner earth, the cleansing side of our air, the cleansing side of everything has to be from head to toe.
Well, don't we want a pristine earth again, like it originally was, until these entities, overlords, took over, manipulated us and everything that goes with the planet?
Right.
We definitely want it back the way it was originally intended. And guess what? I don't think when Infinite Creator made us or created, when we were created, I just don't, I do not believe we were meant to be slaves or to have to work for a living.
And that's hard for 3D to understand, a system that is in creation and that is sharing and it is abundance and it is balance across the board. That's fathom the mind that can exist completely.
There we go. I don't know. Did you want to see any other pictures or?
And I'll go into
You're breaking up a little bit.
Go ahead and go. Let me see if there's any more pictures that they put up there.
Oh, okay. I'll go back. There was that one other picture. I was wondering what that was all about. So let me move it this way.
Okay.
Oh, they're all this.
Go back to that other energy.
Well,
Okay,
let me ask you, what are these little, I don't know, you probably can't see my pointer, can you?
Those what I've seen,
circles.
those little circles are energy going into that white light, and they're in the circle motion. And I have seen pictures of it happening. So whether they're moving energy or they're putting it in precise areas, and then they're clouds are off, but I'm seeing these circles. So right here is what they want right around. They want us to go into that full on, okay? So what's happening, it's avoiding us to go into for.
Is that like aura here?
Yeah, but the yellow one is like.
What's happening to your sound? Something's happening to you. It's like we're losing your sound or you're freezing up. Oh, it's your connection. I'm seeing yellow bars.
Yeah, I am too. It's slowing down. Give it a minute and see if it stays.
Did you want me to go to another picture, or is this one you want to comment more on it?
So that we want our soul to be in thin energy. That's what I want to go to. That quote, but the connection.
This is Pudwicker says that he has seen auras ever since he was a kid, and he says that these look like auras that he's seen. So your drawings are spot on.
You want golden energy all the way across the board. Boy, that internet.
Let's see. Somebody who says, who knows, is asking a question. Okay, Jenny, so I understand all the bad stuff isn't going to happen, but are they going to try to round up and put us in FEMA death camps, and they use the over 20 million immigrants as soldiers?
No. Impossible. No.
Now, someone was asking me about apparently there are a bunch of, they said Mexican cartel people supposedly near Cheyenne Mountain. Well, I looked into that further, and what I understand is going on is they are actually training Mexican soldiers to take over their own government, which is very corrupt.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Yes. And I wish we would just take care of ours at the same time.
Well, like I said, I think at this point, anybody that would see a ship in the sky or anything like that, they'd say, anything's better than what we got right now. That's the way they see it. It's the truth, though. They'd be happy to see something new that's more intelligent than what you got right now. So let me go into this. The testing is coming. So this is what we're talking about, the 4 snakes. And they're sounds from the ocean. the sea storms come in again, and they're going to go into the east coast of waves. So I showed you those waves on that picture because that
Where
kind
did
of
that picture go? I lost that picture.
back to it.
Does it go back this way? There it is. Okay.
That one, yeah. So the waves, so kind of reference to that storm is coming again, east coast waves. Many things will wash up to the beaches. And they're talking about New York. Look into the, look to the skyline, look to the skies for the big storms that are coming. So they're saying specifically, they're not showing me the water around New York. They're saying specifically in the sky. And Japan was an earthquake, different in many ways, hitting the coastland. So this is going to be completely different. And I see sightings in the skyline of pyramids. And we're talking about worldwide sightings. And they say Illinois, New York, Ohio, Minnesota. These are all affected areas that you're going to see different stuff, weather patterns, all kinds of stuff that's going to react. So, and they keep, because I had the dream about these 4 snakes, and then each one comes at a different angle and affects you a different way. And then we're going into this testing is coming. But they go down into, we talked about Denver Airport, which feels like it's kind of ground up.
The Denver Airport has some disgusting pictures. Children in coffins and all kinds of really a demonic looking horse.
Right.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
And then LA, is the landslides, mudslides, because I talked about the mountain area and then losing foundation and then having mudslides coming, deterioration of roads. So that's what they're showing me. So, and they keep saying the 4 snakes.
What is the snakes? I don't get the snakes thing. Someone else told me that I know that's a light worker who said something about seeing a snake. And they wondered if it was dimensional or what it was. So what is this? What is this?
What they show me in my dream, it has to do with 4 storms in different ways that are coming, that it is going to test us in this process. So, and I don't think it's far off where these storms are starting.
So when you're saying storms, are you referring to earth changes?
Yes, earth changes, but they describe the skyline, of looking at the skylight of the skyline and things that, because I talked about New York and seeing a light that come down from the sky. That sighting is important. The chess piece of the game is coming to a close. 3 days of darkness, the darkness of the days. No light in the sky. So animals would stand in the street in unusual behavior. Like, it's not like a rural area. You're seeing if they're coming out. Why would they stand?
I have a comment on your unusual behavior of animals, okay? I saw a Sargon the Great, I think his name is, on Instagram. I really like him. He puts out some really good stuff. Anyway, he had this picture of a deer that looked like it was trying to eat a snake. I mean, it made no sense at all. It was totally bizarre. And then there was another one where a rabbit was crossing the road fighting and trying to eat a snake as well. So I don't know what that's all about, but it's pretty bizarre.
Well, if they're trying, maybe they're trying to represent that or trying to show you what's coming. That's the whole thing. But I'm just saying these they're representing them in storms for me.
The snakes are representing the storms as you see it.
Yeah, they're not a physical snake.
Oh,
They
okay.
are a storm, 4 storms. And then they're talking about the plates of our world is changing, like underneath us, and like this. I talked about the steam coming up. The whole thing is there's not anywhere in this world you can't be in denial of this process anymore. It's in your face. It's down the street. It's everywhere. And so this is part of that writing out. But you should be happy if you see darkness right now, because then you're like, at least it's ending. You got to start it to end it. You can't just keep putting it off.
Mary JG says, aren't these changes due to our twin solar system being here? There are massive planets surrounding us.
No. It has to do with the fact that we have to go through, and it almost feels like we're going through a straw, and all this 3D process is dismantling. And like they said, that the colors on the 5D side are not the colors you think that are great here. Imagine on the other side. We have to get to the other side. We have to get to the other side of the bridge. There's only way to go. We have to go through it. There's not a soft road to take to get there. And people think the suffering of how we're getting here and everything, but we didn't turn our head on certain events, which I'm talking about the children. Yeah. It has to be witnessed and seen.
And what's really sad, Jenny, that I find is people don't even want to hear it.
Because they're not human.
They're definitely not human. No human could do that, in my opinion.
They're not human. They want to live in their own reality. They want to live in their illusion, because it's too much truth. But I don't know. Because with that type of child suffering and hearing that and being in that energy, if a human's mindset can turn that off, it doesn't say much for their credibility of who they are. What is worth, and what do you have to say if you turn the innocence of the children away? Because I'll tell you, seeing a reaction of someone hurting a child, most people would take a bat to them. But because it's done secretly, it's the program. There's no peace with that. There hasn't been peace with me on that for a long time. And that's something my soul can't reside with, of acting like it's okay and not thinking of it every day. We haven't learned.
Lenore says, why do the awakened have to be here for this cleansing? Are we needed for the light anchoring?
Gosh. And that's been how we hold this certain energy. But we're, like I said, the swords, the stones, everything been thrown at us. Everything's been taken away. Everything's been tested to us. I'm just telling you, we had to be here. We had no choice in many ways, because someone had to do it. And
we volunteered to do it, didn't we?
We did, but I have an issue with some of the torturous situations we've been in the last 2 weeks. I am like a type of person that I rather rip it off and be done with it, and however the suffering is. But this stuff is different.
Tracy is asking why they are blanketing the sky with gray or clouds. What are they hiding? And
Look at the picture. Look at the picture. They're hiding everything, so you can't see anything.
Yeah.
And that, these clouds that they're putting up every evening, and they're not allowing you to see the sunset, the real sun, and the beautiful sunsets, and the energy they get off the sunset. It's horrible.
Who would you say is doing it? Because she's asking that too. Who is doing it? Satanists, basically. Governments.
And I think there might be two different battles going on with that situation. And that's what I think. Because I think with the light, there would be a certain point that we'd have to get to. But I think the ultimate end to it is the 3 days of darkness. It won't be able to come back.
Now, this is what I just heard about the 3 days of darkness, which I thought was very interesting, is as the planet is moving more into the photon belt, it's going to actually stop the planet's rotation. And because they reversed the rotation of the planet, just like they've reversed everything on the planet in terms of what we usually think something might be. So when that happens, that'll be 3 days of actual darkness as that adjustment takes place and it starts to spin the correct way instead of the opposite way it was intended. That's just what I read. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. It made sense. It makes sense.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, sorry, I got car racing starting.
Now, people are wondering about the ZIM bonds and so on. I don't know what's going to happen in that regard. Looks like us humanitarians are really going to need to rebuild this country after all that happens. Good thing I have a lot of ZIM bonds.
Right.
I have one too, for that matter. But Mathis has a couple.
Always gold and silver with me. So.
What I had was gifted to me, and I don't think anybody's going to gift silver and gold. But anyway, so.
Right. So, yeah, that's kind of what I have for tonight, and what I've got updates on and everything. So everybody knows how to contact me. I've got
that's interesting.
Pictures I was gonna do today, and I just couldn't finish it all, and so I've got it coming up again. I think a lot of people are getting more downloads of information, so it's in that zone.
Well, Pudwalker's saying that the rotation was reversed eons ago. Yes, that's what I read, and locked into place by the moon spaceship. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Are the tests for the awakened or normies for 4 more tests? Any idea how to prepare? Or are these tests instinctual?
The normies. I'll be happy when the face is planted on the pavement. Because there's the ultimate test. Once you get to the pavement and the puke bucket, there's no more test. Where you're there. Just carry your puke bucket around and suck in the reality that we've been sucking in for years. And people think that's a little harsh. I'm like, no, it needs to be harsh. It needs to be put out there that way. It's time.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, when you finish those drawings, you get in touch with me and we'll put it out there.
Yeah, sounds good. Everybody knows how to get a contact with me. I just got racing in the back now. Car racing.
Yeah, and your site is jennysite.net.
Yeah, it's Jenny's site. Double 2 S's. Yeah. So they know how to contact me for readings and everything.
You did a great job with this picture. It's
Yeah, I got more.
very well done. Very well done. Your artistic talent is getting better and better all the time.
Well, I got one. I'm doing on under Earth and in levels, and that is getting difficult and technical. So it's takes left and right side brain going back and forth when I channel it.
I would have to say a little bit, Mathis, on what you're asking about my hearing. It's a little bit better. It's not all gone yet, though. I'm working on it too. And thank you, Sage. And thank you, everyone, for being here and listening and participating in the chat. We always appreciate that. And I'm sure we will be back when Jenny finishes her drawings and we'll do another show.
Yeah.
So
Stay in the light.
That being
Stay
said,
out of that light, though. Stay in the light, but stay out of that sunlight.
yeah, really, call in the true light of the Creator.
Yeah.
So
They need to dismantle that light.
okay. So thank you for being here. We'll see you all again in the not too distant future.
Good night.
Stay in love and be in kindness at all times. Thank you.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are, and like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We control our fate. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And I have a wonderful guest today who's going to talk to us about a new breakthrough product that is very interesting, and I think you will find it very interesting as well. His name is Tere Camp, and I would like to read a little bit about him before I bring him on, if you don't mind, because I know I've never had him on before. And he has a very interesting background. Of course, he is a husband, father, grandfather. He's also a pastor, an international trainer, public speaker, multi-million-dollar earner in direct selling industry, and author of Network King, Biblical Principles on How and Why to Build Your Network. Tere is married to his wife now for 31 years, has 3 daughters and 2 grandchildren, lives in Henderson, Nevada. He's been involved in the ministry for 11 years as an elder and a pastor, currently serves as staff pastor at the Well Church in Henderson, Nevada. Due to his success in direct selling industry, Tere has spoken on stages around the globe, teaching people how to overcome real issues that hold people back, specifically in the area of self-limiting beliefs, wrong thinking, and habits that don't serve people well. He has impacted audiences from 25 people to 25,000 people at various events. While being around direct selling industry for 53 years, roughly 23 of those years were spent working to build a successful business. Many of those years did not look like success. After realizing that his self-limiting beliefs were a part of the problem, he turned to God for answers. This allowed Tere to finally understand how to succeed at a higher level in life. Because of his experience with both success and failure, he was led to write the book Network King, Biblical Principles on How and Why to Build Your Network. Thousands of people have garnered greater understanding as to how to go about building a people-oriented business. Tere is actively involved in mentoring and developing leaders all over the world. His passion is helping people become all God created them to be. Walking others with their belief issues and leadership lids fuels him. So with that being said, let me bring Tere on. Welcome to the show, Tere.
Thank you so much, Gail. Great to be here. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, I'm delighted and honored. So thank you. We have a very exciting product, I think, that I hate to just go right to the product or the company, but why don't you got the whole background and history, and I'd just like to have you take the floor for a bit here and tell us all about it.
You bet. Awesome. Thank you so much. Again, thanks for having me on. Yeah, so just back to the start, 6,000 years. No, we won't go back that far. So like you had read there, I've been around the direct selling industry for 53 years. I watched my parents join a company back when I was 8 years old. They did a lot of work for a lot of years, didn't make a ton of money, but had then started to have some success. Implanted in me at that time was the idea, the picture of working for myself. Even though I went and got job after job after job, mm-hmm. It was something that was planted inside that said, I can do something on my own. It took me a long time, probably 40 years to finally get to the point. From watching that to the time I was able to finally leave the employee realm and translate into an entrepreneur. It just took a long time because I had a lot of those self-limiting beliefs that you read about, things that held me back. And
yes.
And so I was looking for something. I just didn't know what it was, and tried some different things, crashed and burned pretty badly. But but through that, it taught me that, so everybody fails. It's not about whether you fail or succeed. Everybody fails. It's about when you get knocked down, do you stand back up again? And the person that ultimately fails is the one that gets knocked down and does not stand back up. And so, so through all of that, ups and downs, we finally came across a business about 15, 16, 17 years ago. It was based in travel, vacations. I loved it. Traveled 130 days a year, made a really heavy 6-figure income, trained all over the world, made friends all over the world. It was awesome until 2020.
Yeah, gee, that happened to a lot of
and if there was a business you didn't want to be in 2020, it was travel.
That's for sure. Yeah, really.
There went that. And so so we had to retool, and really I started looking at other things like how to create income, because there I am at that time, it was 57, 58 years old, trying to think, okay, this wasn't what I expected my life to be. And everybody
I can relate.
Yeah, exactly right. Everybody do things, and it challenged us. It caused us to really evaluate what am I going to do? Why do I do what I do? And one of the things I realized, I love to have purpose. I think everybody needs to have ours. God wired us for purpose, on purpose. And when we don't have that, if it's all about I've got to make money to pay my bills, that's not it. That devolves into nothing good.
And it stifles creativity.
Oh, for sure. Great point. Great point. And so, but that was where I was at, because, not getting paid for a couple of years, fortunately, we did right things with our money. We were able to survive for, a period of time. But then I was like, okay, I've got to do something to make money. Not that that's bad. It's just a reality in our world. And so I love, though, being able to create a residual income so that I get to do what I'm passionate about, not because I'm going to get paid to do it, but just because I'm passionate about it. And
that's exactly where I'm at with this and with this kind of thing, because I love to do shows.
Perfect. And you bring value to people doing that. So if you could do that and not have the financial burden hanging over your head, like everybody, it's a different come from for people when that happens. And so for me, that is ministry. That's the whole ministry piece of my life. I like to do that, love to do that. I'm called to do that. But I don't want to do that for money, to be honest with you. And I'd prefer to build something outside. Paul, the Apostle Paul, was a tent maker. He did everything with his hands so that he paid for his own way, so that he wouldn't be a burden to anybody. And that's the way I approach it. And so about 22 months ago, through this whole process, I've learned of a company that was launching. And, we had just been all kinds of transition by that time. But I said yes. Long story short, it was a company that had a marketplace of various products. But that led us about 8 weeks ago, almost 8 weeks ago today, to a product that literally God just dropped in our lap. Literally.
That's happening to a lot of people now, in the right people, I think, and with different things, different technologies, so to speak. So this is interesting. Keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt.
So we got this, and honestly, and as we talk through this, I'm just going to let everybody know, when I first heard it, my first thought was, come on, that's not real. And then we started to get more information. We started to understand about the history of it and where it came from and how it came about. And then I was like, wow, this is real? If this is real, if this is real, millions of people will want this, millions. And long story short, over the last several weeks, we've realized what we have our hands on is way bigger than any of us ever expected, ever. And and part of that is the response that we've gotten. Where are we today? The 21st. And, we're not 7 days into our pre-order where we launched this to the world for the very first time. It's never even existed in the history of the world. And so we're the ones that are bringing it to the market. And the response has been amazing, really amazing, because it goes to a handful of things. Number one, a lot of people in our world, health is a big issue, particularly additional weight that people don't want. How about if I say it that way?
Oh yeah.
And that, as we were talking, that ranges from, I'm 61, so there's a lot of folks my age that carry additional weight, but even young kids today in our world, the food, we were talking about the food sources and what's going into the food.
I think when we were young, we had better quality food than what's out there now, and it's showing in the children.
For sure. And all the activity that we had, go out and play, go out and play, go out and play.
Yeah, instead of sitting in front of a phone or iPad or whatever it
Yes.
happens to be.
Yeah.
That's been a.
So we have a whole lot of people that deal with health challenges because of weight. This happens to be 100% natural, one ingredient that was extracted from the hops plant, but this particular ingredient had never existed until 5 years ago, by itself, I mean. And the company, our partner in all of this, they had to create a name for it because it had never existed. And so we do all the packaging, we do all the delivery to the market and all those things. That's what we control and own and all of that. And it just became a match made in heaven. And so when you look at the health issues and the financial issues that people are going through today, if you're not making $1,100 more per month than you were 18 months ago, you have fallen behind because of inflation. And these are real things that are affecting people. And there's 73% of the population is not paying their bills every month, 73%. And the amount of credit card debt amongst baby boomers is as high as it's ever been because the baby boomers are using their credit cards to pay bills and things like that. It is not a good situation.
Yeah.
So when we start to look around at what kind of opportunities there are, a lot of people move to gig work, Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, all these different things that people try to do, but they realize it just takes a lot of time without a lot of pay. This becomes a phenomenal, phenomenal opportunity. We get to help people with their health. It's a very unique product that has never been seen before. We have zero competition, zero, and it's sexy, it's fun, it's simple. The delivery method works really well, and so we're really excited about it because people just look at it and go, "I want that."
Tell us about the original, when it was originally discovered, and that story, because that's pretty interesting. Why, if it's been around for 50 years, why hasn't it been?
Well, what happened back in the 1950s? A company actually figured out how to extract this particular isolate. However, this is back in the 50s. To do that, to create 1 gallon, cost $1 million worth of processing. So at that point, they said, forget this, it's not worth it. Even though the testing they did at 7% efficacy at that time, even though they did the testing, it looked very promising for fat loss. And I want to be sure about this. This is not weight loss. This is fat loss. Big difference.
Yes, there is. And I can address that as a nutritionist because most diets, low calorie weight and otherwise, result in lean body mass loss as well as fat loss. And this targets the fat,
correct,
which is what everybody's after in the first place. So go ahead and explain that. I just
specifically, and just on that topic, if somebody loses 20 pounds of overall weight, which includes lean body mass and fat, that is the mass of that will be different than if they lose 20 pounds of fat. Because fat weighs less than muscle. So if you're losing 20 pounds of fat, the mass that you're reducing is greater than total weight loss. It's really important that people understand this. So with that, here's the answer. Your clothes are going to fit like you want them to when you lose fat. That's what people are after.
It's that visceral fat, but
visceral and subcutaneous fat.
Annoying little.
That's
love handles, they call them. No, they're not.
That's right. I joke around all the time. It used to be in my chest and my latissimus dorsi. Now it just hangs around my waist. So this company did this, but they found it was cost prohibitive, but it looked promising. So 10 years ago, when our company ultimately was tasked with finding a pharmaceutical drug, and there are many out there for weight loss. Yeah. None are good. Lots of side effects. Horrible side effects.
No lasting anything.
Exactly. And then you have the bounce back. So they were tasked with, so they started down that path, but in conjunction, they also looked at this particular, they knew of the research, so they took that research up. And actually, this comes out of the hops plant, the flower, the hops flower, and they were able to extract this one isolate. Now you can go online and see all kinds of different hops, and they talk about all kinds of things. This is not that. This is a specific isolate that comes out of it. And that's why I said it's never existed before in and of itself as a standalone. So they started going both directions. They finally figured out a process to extract this one isolate. And by doing that, they patented the process. Then they started doing their clinical trials. And on those clinical trials, they did 5 years. Now they do clinical trials all the time because they are a pharmaceutical manufacturer. So they did the same thing, ran the same tests, 200 people in a study with a placebo and all the different things. And what they found is that from a fat loss standpoint, this rivaled some of the weight loss drugs that people are taking, prescription weight loss drugs. And this is, again, 100% natural, vegan, gluten-free, odorless, tasteless, colorless liquid that you can put in any beverage, including alcohol. And as it turns out, by doing that, you can reduce fat. Now,
and it's not speed.
What do you mean, like the drug speed, or
yeah, drug speed? I mean, it doesn't, race your metabolism, burn more calories that way. That's what you can get.
You can give this to a 2-year-old. It's literally there. It's nothing. You can give it to a pet. We're going to start testing it. One of our friends has a 27-pound cat. We said, bro, that cat needs fix.
Well, that should be an interesting experience.
So through that process, they realized they had this amazing product, but they needed a delivery system. And so the two companies combined, we partnered up on this, and we bring a package that very, very well, only 3 companies in the whole country can even do. We have 4 of those machines up at our facility in Maple Grove, Minnesota. Each one costs $1 million. And then there are 2 other machines that even do that kind of packaging in the US. So we have a very, very unique situation, a great head start on anybody else who ever might try to do this. And again, we just brought this to the market, and people are they're now waiting with bated breath to get this. And I have a couple of friends. I've been taking it for about 5 days now, and I'm a pretty lean guy. I don't have a lot of that belly fat, but I do have some, and I want to give it a full month. The 2 gentlemen that I know, good friends of mine, people you've seen on there, Jim and Byron, they've both been, as of today, today's Friday, yeah. As of today, they've both been 3 weeks on it, and both of them have dropped, one dropped 7, one dropped 8 pounds in the 3 weeks. Did nothing else, no exercise plan, no nothing, didn't change a diet, didn't do anything. This, to me, if people could drop 1 to 2 pounds a week of fat.
That's the ideal weight loss. And I should call it fat loss. Fat loss, because you don't want just weight loss, because that involves muscle tissue as well.
Right.
But how did you determine that it was, how did the scientists determine that it's somehow stimulating the brown fat? Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, they use CT scans and MRI. And at the end of the day, what they learned through this scientific process is that the same brown adipose tissue that shivering stimulates. When somebody shivers, and there's a lot of entities out in the world today that are doing cold plunge. It's basically an jump in that ice bath. It'll be great for you. They
got a deep freeze here for people here.
Yeah. And what the point of those is they want people to shiver. Now, why is that? Because 2 things. Shivering will burn 400 calories per hour. There are few activities that burn that kind of calorie. 400 calories per hour. It's an involuntary response that your body does to.
It just takes over, yeah.
Yeah, because it's trying to save your life. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
And so it creates heat. But here's the deal. Shivering, when somebody shivers, it's pulling specifically from the visceral fat. That's the key in all of this. Because you can go to the gym, and a lot of people don't know this. I've been around the gym for 41 years of my life, and I never sweat at the gym. And there's a reason for that. I keep my heart in the fat burning zone, so I don't necessarily have to sweat, because I'm not trying to do that. But when I'm there and the exercise that I do, I'm always pulling from my fat stores. So it keeps the fat very low. And you can see that in almost every gym in America or around the globe. Everybody looks about the same. And then there's 10% of the people that look different than everybody else. And it's because of diet and what they understand about their physiology. And so when you can target and pull energy specifically from the visceral fat or even the subcutaneous fat, when you can do that, it's a home run. This is a whole different game because you're going to lose the weight you want lost, i.e. fat. And so what they were able to determine through the process that they used is that this particular isolate between the brain and the gut connection, it elicits that same response by the body to start to go after and burn the visceral fat at a faster rate. It's just like shivering. So, except you don't shiver. So that is, to me, is just tremendous because people are going to get the results that they're ultimately after.
Well, maybe it would help if you would define visceral fat to people.
So you have fat around your organs and you have fat around the, everybody's built differently. Let's just start there. So you have subcutaneous fat, you have visceral fat. And there's different amounts. So if somebody's taking in a high fat diet, don't exercise very often, you're starting to build up fat around your organs. This can be a very big health problem. And you don't want that. God put some fat there, but not the kind of fat that people have today. And so if you can start to reduce that, it reduces overall size as well. And this particular isolate will work well with the visceral fat that's built up around that and the subcutaneous fat as well that people tend to see hanging in areas that we don't want that, and we don't want it.
Yeah. In fact, they show that on one of their little clips, don't they?
Right, right. So that's so all of these things combined, and then when you see how it's delivered and how fun it is, and I got a short video I can play that kind of explains that and gives a good picture of how this works.
Yeah, please do. That'd be great.
1,000 words. So let me go here and let me share my screen here. And see if I can figure this out. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. Let me just do this and get this full screen. There we go. All right. All right. Come on.
I think you can make it even big. There you go.
Yeah. All right. Can you see that okay?
Yes, let me take the let me take the overlay down.
All right. That should take about 1 minute and then we'll be back. I like that. Every day was a cheat day. There it is. So what we refer to this, fix your drink. And we have the pH in there because we have elevated the pH of this particular liquid. And typically it's around 3. We've got it up to about 7 or 8 on the pH, so it's even healthier for people.
Oh, and that's awesome. I didn't know that part.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned that yet, but that's what the pH is. So your listeners just got a little understanding.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yes.
Well, Dr. Young would even like that.
And so we're talking about burning fat smarter, not harder. That's ultimately what this comes down to, everybody. We take that little snap that you saw and squirt that in a beverage, any kind of beverage. And I've already mentioned this, 100% natural, gluten-free, vegan. There are 0 side effects, people. 0 side effects to this. None. Yeah, like I said, you can give it to a 2-year-old, no problem. And it works with any kind of drink. It just happens to work better when combined with alcohol. So we won't get into that on this particular podcast, but just understand, it's the first weight loss product ever in the history of the world that can be combined with alcohol and actually work better. One snap will last up to 9 hours. 9 hours. It will give that boosted metabolism effect for the fat up to 9 hours. So if you take 1 a day, 2 a day, up to you. And literally, it's this simple. That little snap, we just squirt that into a cup of coffee, orange juice, iced tea over lunch, soda, water. It doesn't matter. Any liquid you can put this in. It just so happens to work better when you put it in scotch or whiskey, a mojito, shots, red wine, white wine, or beer. And you can just imagine when people see that happen right there on social media, at a bar, at a restaurant, whatever, people are curious because nobody ever puts anything in an alcoholic beverage. And
that's true.
Yeah, at least not on purpose. Like there's that stuff people do, but you can just imagine right here, this on social media, transformation in a snap, body transformation in a snap. And so this is what we're talking about. And so social media will love this as we go loud on social next month. And I know you had your link up there, and I'll stop with this. But if somebody wanted to get any of this product, guys, you can get back with Gail. She has some other partners that are working with her that she can connect you with as well. But you can get after this. We're going to have it available for customers next month. I'll show you what that looks like. If somebody wanted to get this at the wholesale price, it's $29.99 for the year to get access as a wholesale buyer. And then it's $199.95 for a 72 snap pack. We also have a travel platform, not talking about that today. So just assume $200 plus, and then you can get that on a monthly basis as well. But we sell these in 30 snap kits for on a month. People using them 1 time a day. Some will use it twice a day. It's up to each person, what they're looking like in their life and the goals they have. And then next month, we're going to be launching the Weekender Fix Pack. It's for people to try. It's a sample pack. The Weekender Fix Pack. We got the Holiday Fix Pack, Game Day Fix Pack, Happy Hour Fix Pack. I mean, this goes on and on. And so literally people can try
Turn down the weight gain times by having a little counterattack.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing how this.
Yeah. So this is ultimately what we are up to, and we're really excited about it. I'm not sure how to stop sharing now. There it is, right there. So
Okay.
So that is a big high-level overview of what it is we have available, gang. And we are really, really excited about this because it solves a problem that a lot of people all over the globe have. Right now, we operate in 24 different countries around the globe. We have warehousing in Asia, 2 locations in Africa, Europe, Australia, and the U.S. And ultimately, we want to have distribution in all 200 countries and territories around the globe. And we'll do that over the next couple of years. So really excited about this.
You haven't launched this anywhere at this point in time, then? Is that
the U.S. and Canada can get it right now, and we just got to get the licensing done. But it's one ingredient. That's it.
Nothing else.
Nothing else. No preservatives, no additives, no nothing. And the reason that snap that you're looking at, the technology in that allows any liquid without any additives or preservatives to last up years. So this is why this is such a unique package, and we're able to do some things.
The little snap thing.
Yeah. Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Yep. Carry those with you. We're going on a cruise in October, Gail, and I'm going to be passing those things out like candy because the average cruiser gains 7 to 10 pounds on their cruise. So
that's probably about what over the holidays too. That's a great time for
that's holiday fix back, stocking stuffers. You got it.
Yeah. That's for sure. Well, I would like to open up. I don't know if there's anybody in the audience that has any questions, but I'm sure if there is, feel free to ask. But it doesn't seem to be much going on in that regard at this time. But that being said, was there anything? So if people go to this particular link, they will register.
Yep, they'll be able to become a wholesale buyer at that point and get the pack and try it for themselves. And so it's just it's cutting edge. I was going to say technology. I guess the packaging is The element itself is the technology of even extracting that particular isolate is cutting edge and it's patented. So we have a head start on everybody else for years, and if they can even figure out another way to do it. So if in fact people wanted to participate and share this with other people, there's a very good financial benefit to that as well. And if you care for me to talk about that, I can. I don't have to, but the people should know that this is a great way to create some additional income while helping a whole lot of people.
Yeah, you can talk about that a little bit more if you like.
So big picture. As we share this with people and people begin to join from all over the world, not just the people you share it with, but people that other people share it with. And that goes on to infinite levels. And in essence, we have a 2-team system. I won't get into that, but it's about a 10% commission when you strip it all away based on purchases from all over the globe. Now, one of the great things is we've had social media influencers already join. And one gal in particular, 65,000 followers, she did one short video about this, the hops plant and the connection to fat loss. 150,000 views in 4 days and 7,000 messages into her about how to get this. And so social media can be a phenomenal thing for this particular product. And about let's say every 200 people that have joined, you're going to have $1,000 a month income, and another 200 is another 1,000, and it just keeps going. And so, but that's not you, that's everybody all over that are buying this particular product. It's a phenomenal opportunity for people. And our world, because of the financial situation that people are in, the health situation, social media works really, really well with this product. 21-year-olds love it. 87-year-olds love it, and every age in between. We cover every demographic, male, female. Everybody has their own reasons for liking this. The young males that don't have the subcutaneous fat, they want the money. The young ladies don't want to gain weight while they're out celebrating life.
Different reasons.
In the 50s and 60s, your body changes, and people, they dislike it. 2 thumbs down. And this takes care of that situation that a lot of people are having. And then from a health standpoint, having less, fat is a great thing, just cardiovascularly.
Yeah.
And for all the heart issues that are out there. So this wins on all levels, people.
There is an ad. Someone is asking, Walla Beauty Brand by Gia7 is asking, is there an age range for this product? We covered that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, you can. You don't have to give it to a 2-year-old, but you can. It's safe for them. It's one ingredient, and it is natural, and there are 0 side effects. So, literally from children, let's call it 5-year-olds to 90-year-olds, anybody can take it.
Okay, she's got a couple of questions, so let me put the other ones up there. Okay. She says, until you reach or see physical results, is it immediate or long term?
Yeah, I think the best way to look at this is long term. This is my opinion, but I've watched 2 of my very good friends drop 7 pounds in 3 weeks. Now, they did nothing. I want to be really clear. 0 exercise, these 2 guys. Didn't change anything. They don't diet. They're not dieter types. And so dropping the 7 pounds is a big, big deal. Now, everybody's got different body types. Some people have a lot of fat to lose. Some don't. So as we've talked through this and talked to some of the doctors, it's the best way to look at this is 1 to 2 pounds of fat loss per week. And that's, depending if somebody uses 1 snap a day or 2, it's going to go faster if they use 2 a day. My plan, just to be honest with you, is to use a snap in the morning and a snap in the evening. So I'm going to put some in coffee in the morning and my red wine at night. My wife and I have our Cabernet Sauvignon. And
that's the one I like. Okay.
But then along with it, I have peanut butter and crackers and cheese and celery, and I do that almost every night. And then I go to bed, and what I've realized is that stuff's just collecting as fat because the alcohol shuts down the metabolism of food. When you take in alcohol, you take in acetaldehyde. It's a poison. It will kill you if you get enough of it. That's why when you get enough alcohol, you pass out. Your body, it's like, stop. And so acetaldehyde needs to be converted to acetate. And so the body abandons the metabolizing of food and goes solely to convert the acetaldehyde into acetate, which is safe. Then it goes back to metabolizing any calories that have come in. The problem is when the body abandons the metabolizing of the food or any calories, whether it's drinks, it all gets stored as fat. White adipose tissue, that visceral, the fat that we don't want, that's what it does. So this product keeps the metabolizing of food going, even though you're taking in alcohol. So this is just a huge revelation to a lot of people. For myself and probably everybody else, I always thought that when people consume more alcohol, they gain weight because of the alcohol. That is not accurate. They gain weight because the body doesn't metabolize any calories and stores them as fat, and that's why people gain weight. So now we have a product that literally people can still celebrate life, have a great time. One squirt, not in every drink. It lasts up to 9.5 hours. Great. You can use that and just have a great time and not have the guilt. So I'm going to use a snap in the morning, snap at night for 30 days. And assuming I've hit the goal that I have, I'll then move to once a day and just monitor that. That's the way I'm going to do it. And so if somebody could lose, let's say, a pound a week, doesn't sound like much, but if you did that without changing anything else except put a squirt in a beverage once a day, if you could literally do that.
That would be awesome, because that's what dietitians or nutritionists always used to, to only lose that amount, because in the process you were making better improvements in your diet.
Exactly.
But
So
one of the things,
you might be able to get
people
rid of the
gain
word
weight
diet.
back? Do people gain weight back if they stop using it? That would be a question.
It probably depends on their habits, what they do. But the beauty of this is it's very simple. That's one of the things that's so key about it. It's just simple. And
that always helps a lot. So she has another question for us here.
All right.
While we go, and that is, can you get off your diabetic medication and just be on this to help? Well, we can't give medical advice.
Yeah, I can't make claims, but I can say this: people who weigh less, who lose fat, tend to be able to help their blood sugar as well, and that's a big deal when it comes to diabetes.
Yeah, I would have to. I'll back you up on that from what I know. She just asked the same thing I did. Do you gain any weight when you stop the SNAP? It does depend what you're eating and what you're doing.
Yeah.
And
keep in mind, we just launched it. Well, no, we pre-ordered. People pre-ordered. There are 3 of us that have the actual product. I guess I just ran out this morning after a week, and so the other 2 gentlemen have had it for 3 weeks, and I know their results. And so literally, that's what we've got. And then the clinical trials, which showed 2.79 cubic centimeters of fat loss, people doing nothing else, putting 1 snap a day in and doing no dieting, no nothing. And so 2.79 cubic centimeters of fat loss over a several week period. And so if people just did this, for me, 90 days, I think is the best option to test it.
I agree 100% on that one. That's what I used to tell people too. Anything that you're going to do, that's a reasonable amount of time. Okay, that other question I had we had a troublemaker in the audience there for a minute.
Yeah.
I blocked him.
Yeah.
So, all right. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I know that
we're excited because this product helps so many people, and there's a lot of benefit to it in a lot of different areas. And again, brand new. Some people might say they need to wait and want to see what happens. Great. Totally awesome. Some might want to be in early and check it out.
Well, definitely. And that's this was something that I have signed up with before I've had the chance to try it, because I believe what you're saying, and I know about brown fat, and if that's being stimulated, that is awesome.
Yeah.
So I'm anxious to try it myself, and I'll do a show when I do.
Yeah. There you go. One other thing, Gail, very important. This does not increase the heart rate. Okay, so you don't get any heart palpitations. If people have issues with if they've had heart issues in the past or pacemakers, it doesn't affect any of that.
Okay, we have some unusual comments that I'm not going to deal with.
Yep.
Sorry, you're going on the block list. Oh, shoot. I don't know what's going on here now. But anyway, it's saying reload. Oh, okay. They had to reload the chat because I've got a couple of
Yep. I see.
problem people there. So anyway, I don't want that to be the focus at the end of the show here. It's annoying. Somebody else trying to say something to you. Oh my gosh. Well, that looks like it might be. I need a moderator. I don't have one at the present time. And I don't appreciate people that come in and do that and say things like that.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
All right. Please leave. Okay. I think it's gone now, I hope. Anyway, they're blocked from Restream, so they won't be able to come back on here. So anyway, that being said, the fix is in.
Hey!
And I'm looking forward. Yeah. Who likes that pudgy fat anyway? That's that yucky looking fat that. Anyway, I'm anxious to try the product. I'm looking forward to getting it, and I'm hoping that more of my audience gets to see this. I don't know if the timing of it doesn't seem like my usual crowd is there, but that being said, I guess if you have any other closing remarks or anything else we need to say, just
Good. A couple of weeks, you'll have the product, and you'll have, and then it's a whole different ball game. And I'm sure I'd love to be back on after you've tried this for 2 or 3 weeks and see what the results are.
Definitely, definitely. Does it have any effect on appetite? Now that's a question I meant to ask.
Not that I know of. No one's said anything. That doesn't in any of the trials. There's been no comments from our the formulator.
And the other thing I meant to ask too before we go is, do we have any testimonials from people other than the people you mentioned?
The two guys that, like I said, that I know that have tried it. For me, I've been on it, like I said, handful of days, and I was down a pound. For me, that's not much. I don't have much fat to lose, so that's why I want to give it. And I just had a little tester bottle, but I don't even know if I was taking enough. I was really so once we get the product, which will be where are we today? About 2 weeks from right now, we'll start giving it a real test.
So I just thought of something else. I'm sorry to do this, but like if you were a say a bar or something of that nature, and you wanted to be able to offer this to your clients or even a gym for that matter, is that possible?
100%. Yep. We already have winery owners that are in because they want it in their winery. Bars, gyms, restaurants, already happening. Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Tere. And I'm so anxious to get this product and to try it. And I hope there are people out there that feel the same way, because it's exciting.
Amen.
Nice
Looking forward to it.
All righty then. Well, thank you. And you have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, whatever time it is there, wherever you are. Anyway, thank you. We'll see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever, never. our fate. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Left your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go. We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And today I have a very popular guest, Jenny Lee, and today she's going to tell you what she knows about the Emerald Tablets and also any recent predictions of the crazy world we're living in and going through right now. But it's historical. It is what some like to call biblical. I just think it's spectacular, is another way of putting it. So let me bring Jenny on. Welcome, Jenny.
Hey, how are you?
I'm better. I needed a little time off, and I'm
Oh my
better.
gosh. Didn't we all on certain things? It just feels like it was coming at us 110 miles an hour, right? The energy.
Yes, and I was just exhausted. Even though I slept all night, you know what I mean? Or last night, though, I was having trouble falling asleep. But anyway.
Well, Spirit said, that it's going to be bad to where you don't want to get out of bed or you don't want to do anything. But the thing is, too, I have to tell you, and this is the thing that people have noticed in the groups that I'm in and stuff like that. It's just hard to be around anybody, and that's the problem. Being around certain energies, it's just too hard. Like I said, we're just at a point that we need to balance our own. And if we take anybody's on that's, in a negative process or in a lower process, it's going to just wipe you out. That's the problem.
Okay.
Because we can't be around it. And then we have to really
transmute it.
Well, and then it's a harder time to recoup from it. The recuperation from it. I can't imagine, like I said, right now, where I was living in a year earlier and dealing with this energy, because I would have threw up every day because I can't be around certain energy. And then it just, you go outside, you feel it in the air, even if the sun is out, there's a dryness. It's not a clear energy that flows. Okay. That's the problem that people are feeling. They're feeling this extra irritation because it's invading your space. It is invading that space. And so, and that's why I was telling people to use native music right now to clear your space for that. It's the only thing that Spirit's telling me that's working. Native music.
Drumming?
So, drumming, any
Flute?
frequencies, flutes, it doesn't matter. It has to go to the native process because they're about the protection and the barrier right now.
Awesome.
And so the thing is and this is the thing too, and several people, you ask, like people in my group or people on your show, you ask them, when you go to the store, it's a debate. Like, what time should I go to the store? What time's less people around in the store?
Early in the morning.
Yes, exactly. Because we're just like, so we're literally saying, yeah, we'll start first before we have to deal around that energy. It is so bad. It's so bad. And that alone is creating the divide of the 3D and the 5D. It's bad.
Wow.
And so that's
so are you saying the energies are part of 3D and part 5D and they're kind of jumbled together? Am I understanding you right?
We cannot develop or create around the 3D conscience no more. We can't lower ourselves to it. We don't want to be around it. It's a chalkboard situation every time we're around them. But this is the thing too.
It's exhausting.
What I'm hearing too with Spirit is, if you haven't healed from any of your process that you need to heal from, they're pushing you back on, like, you got to heal from this. You got to balance yourself. You can't take any carnage with you into the 5D. They're forcing us to heal from this stuff now. They're forcing us to make decisions that we're delaying on making decisions. And we're like, and it's coming at us 110 miles an hour. And for myself, it's just, I want nature. I want to be able to, my dogs, I go
out there all the time. Yeah. Unconditional love.
But that is it. I don't need any extra stimulation on anything. So, and it's not something like where you have a choice. It's a force that says you have to get this done. People are ignoring it, and they're not listening to it clearly, but they're going to have to. It's coming to hit a dead end wall.
What do you think? The bifurcation would make it easier, Tim Potter says. What do you think?
Probably.
It's already happening, isn't it?
Yeah, big time. So with that, I mean, don't try to go against the resistance when you're feeling uncomfortable about it, nauseated about it. If something tells you not to go somewhere, don't go. Okay. It's that intuitive energy is really, putting its force onto you to make, instead of just delaying the decisions, it's like you're either going to feel good about doing something or bad about doing it now. And so you have to use that energy, and you have to use discernment on everything. Wow. And that's why it's hard to be in public right now.
I've never
You're seeing it even on holidays and people that in public places now, they're not coming together the way they used to. They're not, the desire of doing these events and all this stuff is not there, because that world of pacifying and making sure that those appease us in those events and those physical items are no longer working. we're at a process. It's about healing the soul, making the soul feel better. What appeases the soul? None of the Hollywood props are working anymore.
What heals the soul?
Trueness and honesty and
True.
balance and peace.
Ah, yes, yes, yes. Peace. Peace. That's what you get out in nature. There's a
Right. That's, well, it depends on how it feels these days. Even, and that's the thing, even with at night, I used to have this energy that would tell me just go outside and connect with the moon or whatever. And I'm not hearing that from them. When I go out at night, it's all cloudy. It's frustrating. You're not feeling that energy. So the thing is our world has changed, and we're having a problem admitting that it's completely not the same.
Exactly. Yes. Well, I'm glad to hear that, because that's what I felt, and I don't have any explanation for it. You know, I'm going, well, why do I feel this way?
Right. So, and that's the thing that's changing. It's changed. So it feels uncomfortable to go through these changes. Like, I don't know how, like, I'm not a person that can drive long distance or anything like that, because I can only deal with the energy for a certain process. Like, after an hour and a half or 2 hours, I'm like, that's it. I'm done. You know, going to the mall right now would be excruciating for me. I couldn't do it. Sitting I haven't been in a movie in probably a year and a half. I mean, I'm just talking about these events that we usually go to. That
you know what? I have to tell you, I just went to one recently, and it was a disappointment. It wasn't good. It wasn't very good. I mean, it was about the Planet of the Apes. I thought it might be funny, you know, but it wasn't good. It's like there isn't anything out there that's good to speak of. There might be something from Angel Studios. I don't know, because they're trying to do uplifting,
right,
5D type material, and they have one out called After Death, and I might like to see that.
Right.
But other than that, as far as regular quote, quote Hollywood type movies, there's nothing out there. And most of the actors and actresses are gone, and we know why.
Right. So the whole process of that is we're not attached to this world anymore. The fact that people are not attached to this world, and it has to get to that point that you're accepting that.
And that's a good thing. Why would you want to be attached to this 3D? Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. And like I was talking about, is like when you're looking through people, you know, I'm a seer, so instantly it's about that connection. And I'm seeing there's this energy that's checked out, because I want to see a soul through the eyes, and I'm not seeing that. And this is where we're coming to the process. There may not be a lot left of what you think is left here.
Are you talking about the people?
Well, some that are people, but some of them are programs. And I'm telling you, people are starting to reside with that they're just programs. And we're trying to normalize it in the way we try to analyze it, but it's a program completely.
Conspiratory says, I just don't know how to be in this world. That's because you're 5D. You're just not matching the frequency anymore. And boy, do I know that feeling well too.
So with this process with things, is like, I'm going to bring up a subject that I have slightly talked about because I've gotten downloads about it. And let me tell you this, the way I describe it, or I go into these tablets some people are not going to be mad. They're going to be mad because the way that has been presented to me for a long time, and I've had several people that were supposed to be the experts ask me about these several times, and I was told several times where these real tablets are, because they want to put it in a process of like a stone emerald looking
emerald green.
Yeah, and it's not
with writing on
right.
it. Yeah,
And they said
Arabic writing.
It's not in the physical
realm
dimension of what they think it is. And you have this world that tells you they've seen them here and there, and it's been this person's has been around them, and they haven't. The ones that have been around, it's been up here. It's been dreams. It's been downloaded. It has not, because they said there's no way they would allow man to physically have those, because they are the key of the universe. They are not in a compartment that humans can touch.
3D couldn't handle it, that's for sure.
No. And like when I talk to Creator on things, there's just certain things they would never allow man to have access to fully. So it's been a visual of these. People have took those visuals and then copied them and put them down. But like I said, where's your videos? Where's your pictures? And you can make up anything now. You know that.
Exactly.
Why don't you give the true details of it? You can talk about it. You can write it in books of the Emerald Tablets. You can put anything you want in it. But like I always tell you, documentation. So the thing is, they said that these are in compartments above our realm, which is in the sky. And there are shimmers, like glass plated looking areas that some humans can see and some humans cannot. Okay. So this is the thing. This Emerald Tablet subject keeps you just spinning around. It's like the Bible. There's not a right way. There's not a wrong way. It's just a confusing process on purpose, because they're about knowledge. They're about access. And where's the access? It's right here. It's always been right there. And that's why some people have downloaded these in the mind, and some have seen them in these places. But they're telling me it's not reachable for a physical human to touch them.
I don't want to change. We'll be right back on the Emerald Tablets, but I wanted you to answer this. This is a big question for you that I specifically asked, and you might like to address. It says, Jenny, can you comment of Yahweh and the 7 archetypes that came down from God? I asked this question as this is an archetype, and I'd like to know more about those 7 that split off from God and their power.
So what I know about Yahweh is the alien energy, and it's hard for them to understand or think that he is
an alien.
Mm-hmm. So it's an alien in the human concept. It's an intelligent being that has a frequency. And also there was a story that talked about how I always got these images of him secluded in a way in the rainforest type of energy, and staying in an energy and a frequency. You know what I'm saying? Like I've seen, they've showed me Saint Germain. They're not in the public eye. They're in these I would say meditation states, stasis, to be the masters. That's the whole thing about this. So we're going, you got to go back to the gods, the goddesses, these, because society.
See, whenever you use the plural of God or goddesses, or even bring that up, that is not acceptable from the Bible standpoint.
Right.
And that's when people go, ah!
Right, exactly.
That can't be right. No, it's wrong.
Right. But the thing is you've got to take what you have learned and put that all aside, because they said, and they told me, the heroes from the past, the gods, the angels, they're all here to witness what was going on. And it has been stepping in these vessels, some of these physical vessels now. So that's why it's getting confusing, because you're sensing an energy in some of these vessels. And then, like I've said it many times, watch Putin, watch Trump, Shepard. What's the other one I was saying the other day? But anyway, there's a couple of them. And you see the four corners of the deck clock. And I think I put it in a post. Let me see if I can find that.
Yeah, you did on Facebook.
Yes. Okay. And that's the thing about that. And I said, be careful what you say about angels. Be very careful, because that's going to come back. And those are a different type of warrior. They're stronger, they're taller, they're bigger, same as giants. So the whole process of that is, that's a complete warrior. When Spirit showed me those, angels are in their own category. They're separate from the aliens and all that stuff. And they're unlimited in their access. Okay. So that's what they always show with them. So this is the thing, is a lot of your Disney movies, a lot of the stuff that they said that was fantasy, you have to go back and understand this. A lot of it wasn't. Hercules, that is a that played on me on that one. And I'm like, it feels so real. And they put it right in your face. So I'm just telling you that when I've had several people ask about the Emerald Tablets, they're not accessible. They're accessible of the conscience. They are in a compartment that highly accessible conscience can access them. And I guarantee you it's been downloaded. And then, again, just making up this type of stone, again, to put it and implement it. And you, of course, you can't see it clearly, like everything else they try to put out there. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, I swear, so with remote viewers, and I just never thought about like literally downloading it or trying to download a page of it, or successful remote viewers. It's like, if it's in a conscience, you should be able to access it, right? The knowledge of it. Because even in this book, the language of the veil, the light, the conscience, there's a certain form language in the spiritual realm that we all use, and then we're just downloading the information. That's the whole thing about this, is some of the stuff that they have told you, it's not that it's here in a physical place. It's we're accessing it, and they don't want to tell you that. They want to keep you dumbed down. So that's why when I read some of these books on the Emerald Tablets, I have two different process books of that. And as I'm reading, I'm already seeing languages that I've already downloaded as I'm listening to it, So when you get that, you're reading something and the conscience already is ahead of what it's saying already. So that the whole thing about this is, I believe that the Emerald Tablets are able to be downloaded. They don't want to tell you that. because it's in a compartment. It's in a spiritual compartment. And this whole chisel-looking stone stuff, that's not what I see. And I think I've talked to you about where I see writings come down and it's in gold patterns. It's not in...
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I got a picture of what you're talking about. I can bring up for a minute here. On thought, and I think it shows a picture of the emerald tablets at some point. Okay, here's a that's Thoth, right?
Right.
Supposedly.
Right.
I guess I should add that.
No, he's on this one too. He's on this page too, right? And that's the thing. They're putting a character in front of you, and then they want you to accept that character, and that's the character is the one that has been chosen for that information. And Spirit's like, no, there's many that can access it. We just haven't looked at the process of doing that. And they haven't thought of it. They wanted to look, to get that physical, concrete item.
It's a way, it's a way of programming you.
It is. And that's what they want to do. Because they don't want you to access. Don't think it's an accessible process to do it the other way. And I've had people, this is what I've said to some people of that's worked, supposed to be in the alien community, that's supposed to be high up on everything, and they asked me about it, and I said, my question is why they have not showed you this information. Why haven't you had access? That means they don't trust you. So that's the thing. It's a trust. You have to be have the trust and the knowledge of the information to not to be bought or sold, to give the knowledge to in a pure manner and not be bought off. And then it's like I said, they already know who has access to that in their purity of the information to give it to the ones that need it. That's the whole thing about this. I mean, the Emerald Tablets, the way they have it is just to, it's like the Bible, just to confuse you and lead you in a direction that you can't access it. And now you need to understand there are a lot of things you can access through your mindset. You just got to decide to stop.
Who wrote that book of Thoth? Aleister Crowley's Egyptian style Thoth tarot deck, and it's written description in his 1944 book, The Book of Thoth.
Right.
That should tell you something right there.
Right.
Anyway.
But as the program is put in front of you, and then you're just supposed to accept the program. And that is where I ask a question and I want it presented in the form that they present it in. And that's the thing. I mean, even, okay, here, look, the eye, right? The eye, right? On this one?
Yeah.
It confuses you.
We see that all
but
over
we have
the
access
place.
here. Right. It just, the whole process is.
It's the pineal gland. It's not, it's the third eye.
Yes, exactly. And that's the whole thing. If you have trust, if you have capability, you can go in that direction and access it. But program has told you, you can't do it. Just saying. So they're in a compartment that is in this realm, but if you want to have access to it, you just have to decide that that's what you're going to reach to. You know what blows my mind? That you have all these remote viewers and no one has tried to even do it.
No one's tried to remote view the Emerald Tablets? Oh my word, I'm surprised. I have to
because they got stuck
Courtney.
into what it is in the physical. It's you can't, it's something that's hidden and only a couple people can access. That's what I'm telling you. We'll see what happens. We'll see if they actually try it. See if they actually get somewhere.
Yeah, we'll have to talk to Courtney Brown.
There is a language
project for Farsight.
Right. Right. So that's the thing. So, but the important part is what they're showing me now is this is being, that compartment is being released. What they say about the emerald tablets. So the knowledge is there, accessible to access now.
Oh.
Yeah.
So the content is
Accessible.
truthful and accessible and real.
Right. Because it's
benevolent.
about awareness. It's about the veil. It's about accessing the information. How is man going to learn unless you access it yourself?
That's why everybody keeps saying, do the work, go within, and so on. And I have a friend of mine who always is saying, I'm getting so mad at all the white workers. All they ever do is say, just do the work, do the work, do the work. I don't get it. I don't know what the work is. And I know I've said this on other shows too, but I still keep hearing it. And I'm getting to the point where
I'm sick of people saying, oh, we have to wake these certain amount of people up. No, we don't. They've already made their choice.
At this
The
point,
ones that are awake, they're getting more knowledge and they're understanding there's no more knowledge to have here and they want out. Period.
Yeah, let's go.
Right. Yeah. So, and that's the thing with these emerald tablets. So there could be, it's not one item. It's a conscience that you can get into, access it. Just like I call it, what I'm able to access is the futuristic library. If you can get into it, you can access it. So they never, whenever I would say the word Akashic records, they're just like, oh no, forget about it. We ain't doing that. So, and with the futuristic library, they show, like when you're reading it and the gold letters come down this way, and it's like it's coming alive, because 5D is about creating instant, spontaneously, quickly, and trusting. So things are changing in that process.
Interesting. Ricardo says, let me show this. Ricardo, I have a vision with Horus and Anubis in a meeting room and saw gold beetle with emblem crystal and Kim and Aztec and Maya's gods and goddesses entering to the pyramids.
Right. So the pyramids are, and I'm not going to tell you they're there, but they're getting to an activation mode with the ley lines. And because they're an important part of that, this whole process. And
the pyramids?
Yes. And then, I had the futuristic pyramids that I believe are on the other side of the ice. And they look like you put your hand through them, they move. And there's like a glass plate, but it has this netting on it and everything too. So, and some of those can move and in a mobile way too. So that's the thing too, is we are dealing with a lot of high technology that's been here for a long time that's surfacing. And I hate the word the normal way. There is no normal way for anything. What is a normal way?
Normal was not a good thing. And going back is not a good thing either. We have to go forward.
Right.
We don't want it back the way it was.
And even in my signal group, you can tell everything's kind of stagnated because everybody in there is awake to a point of waiting for a process. And I call it the door. And it's funny that I've been talking about this door, this energy door to open up, and I think I saw a couple people talk about a door that's opening, because it's an energy burst And you get on the other side and you're finally like going, oh my God. It's like we're breathing clearly and our whole soul is like in a restful state. We're not there, and that's the whole thing that you're feeling right now. It's not in a restful state. It's in this intense,
it's like you're treading water.
Prick, 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 just like, oh my God. So, and you can do whatever you want. You can drink, you can do whatever. It's not going to take it away.
Doesn't mean
It's not going to take it away. They can do whatever. It's not going to take it away. I don't care if you're in water. There is an energy that's right there. And I said in the last, we talked about the last days, when it comes down to the negativity, that they're going to try to take as many as they can with them. And that's a psychological warfare that breaks you down, gets you irritable, irritated, annoyed by everything. And you're in the process right now with that. And I see it in my groups and stuff too. They're trying to hold this frequency. They're trying to hold this light. They're trying to hold the balance. And they're literally putting your shield up, have the swords on your back, the stones are coming at you, and you're just like exhausted every day. And like, because we're in a Groundhog Day effect over and over and over, and we're like,
when are we getting out? Are we getting out of this anytime soon?
Well, I'm waiting, and I'm not saying the word because I'm waiting for this burst of energy. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm waiting for, that door to open. And it's, if anybody's been doing spiritual work, they understand once you've gotten through a process, and after you've ran that marathon and you get on the other side, you're like, I'm not going to get up for a day because of just to get through it. And probably realize that your soul has gotten through it. That's the thing. So no one wants to explain what you're going through, in detail. They just want you to just say, well, it's a process. No, it's a hard process. And it's annoying and disturbing. And just like I want to go outside and look at the stars, and I don't feel the same way about it. And you can't force something that's not there. It's changed. So there's no relief. See, this is what we're looking for, is that certain energy of relief.
Yeah.
And it is bothering people. And there's nowhere to hide from it. They've got to go through it. So here we go back to, we're in this time that we're supposed to be here, go through this. And I think when I get on the other side, I am going to be looking for certain spiritual energies going, what the fuck? What were you thinking?
Exactly.
And but we won't understand the value until we're through it. Right now, we're like, no, we don't want to do this.
That's like when something happens that seems very negative when it first happens. And then down the road, you go, oh my God, I'm so glad that happened. But at the time, it was like a nightmare. Like, oh my God, how can this be?
Right.
This is the worst thing ever. And then you get through it. And then you look back and you go, oh my God, I that needed to happen. So
let me tell you, a lot of people, if they could just go pack their bags right now and go find the rainforest and sit in there, we are at that point. Or we can find the highest mountain and stay up there and not see anybody. We would be fine, because we're at that point where we think that's what's going to work.
So I find myself going out in nature far more, as frequently as I possibly can, because it brings me the peace that I need.
I can't imagine, and I'm glad I don't live in a big city, sitting in traffic.
Oh my God. It's bad being in an apartment too, because you're dealing with energy from all the people in an apartment building. There's a lot of people.
Right.
So those energies intermesh.
Right.
And,
And I have a friend that's in Illinois,
I wish I could be in a house, believe me.
and she's in an apartment, and she's dealing with it hard time. She's just like, anybody she talks to or anything, when you're awake and you're sitting in the midst of everybody, and they're not seeing the veil, and then being in a city. I think I actually have 3 people in Chicago. They're dealing with that energy there, and it's hard.
I bet it is. Yeah.
They don't want to leave.
It's bad enough here.
It's almost not wanting to make eye contact with anybody. Honestly, because you're going to be disappointed when you look at the person's soul.
Empty eyes.
Yes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. Yeah, I've seen many of those in courts. Anyway, Sherry has to say, I thought we should bring this. She said, I read info about him, and I read the Emerald Tablets many years ago. It was so confusing. He travels to the underworld. Isn't that just what they want? Just like the Bible's confusing. Right. There were things in the Bible that I questioned as a kid.
Right. And that's why I said go through the door, which I teach in class, go through the door and access it. Stop acting like someone else is in charge of have the accessibility. If you've done the work, that's the whole thing about it. And they get so caught up in the physical of what it needs to be physically, on that process. Even, looking at gold, and as they show me as gold particles come down and how it's beneath our feet, it's in the air, it comes from the mountains, it's everywhere. It's part of what upgrades us, and the crystalline and everything. So I got to tell you, after everybody finds out how they have lied to you
about everything,
so many people pissed off.
I'm surprised we don't see more pissed off already, to tell you the truth, because it's the more I see, the more I go, oh my, it just doesn't quit. Every single thing.
Right.
And like you said, we have to be able to put it aside in order to let new information in that has a much higher frequency, because it's the truth.
Right.
And you know what? I was wondering, because truth has a frequency, and we have been living in a world that is full of lies, like swimming in a sea of lies.
Right.
And now we're getting bombarded with truths. Right. And so that's where that mixed up energy is. And we resonate with the truth, but we still are getting bombarded with some of this other negative stuff that is stuck in us in some ways, because we're so programmed and conditioned by it that it's hard to shed it.
Right. And so the thing is, that's why I'll tell you what I was doing today that was really neat, and I've noticed this, and everybody can use this. So when you take a black mask, it's sealed up like this. I notice I'm doing meditation now, or when I'm doing something, and I keep it on longer, this world is starting to feel disconnected in a different way. Like it's expanding and it's stretching out. So in the darkness, because you're letting the mind go of the reality here, and I notice that it's going further away faster. The reality is losing it quicker. So I was noticing that today when I was talking to one of my clients, and I was just like, something's changed. It's not holding a grip onto like it has, like a netting around you on your conscience anymore. It's so once you put your conscience in a direction, and if it's in this dark process, it's losing fear and losing concept, which is good, because then I noticed there's a space in there that you have relief from this stuff today.
Interesting. Murray said something. I read his daughter is connected to the E Island. I don't know if you're not talking about off, though. Yeah? Who could you be talking about? I don't know who you're talking about, Mary. You might want to explain that. And then Guri Miller says, this is crazy. Your voice is very scratchy and annoying. Can muffle your mic. I'm sorry, but we're not in a professional studio, so deal with it. I mean, God. I don't know. That's just sometimes I just can't.
Okay, so go on.
Here, listen. Here's one. I didn't know that necessarily is true. Why is there more sightings of UFOs in the USA than anywhere else in the world? Is that? I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, I don't know. There's a lot down in Mexico I've heard and seen, and I think it's just, you know why? Because the public can't hide it no more in the United States anymore. And it's being seen everywhere. And so you're just seeing a lot more activity because now it's being common knowledge. You can look at it every day now and see that it's happening. You can feel it. You feel it above you.
Here's another one mentioning, I guess it's the 2-world split we heard about that we're living through now.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Yep. Okay, here's another. Mathis says, Jenny, how do we know the Saturn moon soul trap that supposedly has been dismantled actually has been? Maybe we are told this as a psyop. It's been up and running for thousands of years, correct?
Right. So this is the thing, and I've got an answer for this. So when any process of a light, there's 2 different beams of light when you go through this process, okay? So there's that bright light that everybody gets sucked into, and then there's this yellow warmness that's further back they showed me. So don't always take the bait that's right in front of you. But here's an illusion. Let's go with this one right away. Back up. I tell people in the spiritual classes to always sit back, observe for a while first, and then make a choice on it, okay? And go by a feeling. Don't go following the sheep because they're following the process too. You know what I'm saying? It's just like the sun that you feel, this, more of a whiteness around the sun, and I'm like, this isn't the real one. You can feel that. That energy's the warmness with it. It feels like coating with comfort. It's not with the sun. I don't feel it. That's why I'm not drawn to go outside and bask in the way I used to. It's changed. So I feel like this mantling of it has to do with our conscience of what we're believing now.
Are we not still getting light codes from the sun?
I don't feel so, because I don't think this is the original sun. I think that one's gone. I think it's been gone a while, and I used to feel this certain energy, and usually with that, I went and looked at it today, and I'm like, that's not the same one.
Well, it's putting out a lot of heat, it seems.
Well, it put a lot of heat, but I'm just telling you, nature's probably telling you that that's not the real sun, too.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be looking at nature telling you something's wrong, because animals bask in it. Nature basks in it. Things grow differently in it. I'm not feeling it.
Interesting. Okay. Kevin is saying the book Compendium of the Emerald Tablets, A Beginner's Guide by Billy Carson is a good place to start. He relies on Dr. Darso's transcription of the tablets. That means that person would have got downloads.
Right. So
to have that information.
Right.
And whether or not it's accurate or truthful is subject to question.
But I'm Billy Carson. I do like him, and I like some, not all his information, but there's some things. So I would say go look, feel the instinct on it, feel with the download. This is the thing. There's a common language with the spiritual language, how they describe things, and I don't know if it's been in many stuff that I download, and I saw it in this book with the Emerald Tablets, So it's a understanding of a spiritual language, and you're going to be looking for those words. You're not going to be looking for common words. And you see them in prophets, you see them in seers, you see them in people that do predictions. There's a knowing language that you know when you're hearing it, that it resides with the truth. It's not commercializing you. Pay attention to that, how it feels.
It resonates with you.
Right.
I mean, it just.
There's a trueness.
I like Billy Carson too.
Yeah.
I haven't done a whole lot of them, but what I did see, I did like. And he does a lot on the Anunnaki too. Let's see. Monica says here, CDT plates, the original before the emerald tablets, those are a level above in the K. I don't know what that is. Monica, you'd need to explain that a little more for us to know. Tim Potter, I often ask the creator to help us. I do too.
Right.
I do too. Oh, I'm going to share something, if you don't mind. It's real quick and easy, but there was a little saying that Tesla would do every day. And he would, I know he circled his buildings like 3 times. He did these things, he used 369. But anyway, this is what he did. He'd say this 3 times in the morning, 6 times later, and then 9 times. So a total of 18 times altogether. And it's, this is what it is. I am a radiant being of light, perfectly aligned with the infinite source of the universe, vibrating with love, peace, and harmony.
Good. That's a good one.
Yeah, I really like it. And then you say that 3 times, and then you say it again 6 times, and then you say it again 9 times. I think it has an effect on you. I really do.
And
I just started
an instant one with, like I always say, staying in the light, be guided by the light, focus on the light, get the answers in the light. You know, that's the whole process.
I'm sorry, is it my phone? I'm sorry.
So, I mean, that's the thing. Knowledge resides in the light. And then that trueness that you get, that core of the truth, it resides with the soul. So that's the whole thing that's why when people can read something to you and it doesn't reside because it's not residing with the trueness of it. Those words carry the vibrations of the tones of the truth. That's what you got to pay attention to, tones and vibration.
I'm sorry, I have to answer this.
So, on this pattern 2, we can kind of go back to California, and I want to talk about California because I said that that's like a big pit. Layers of demonic cities underneath the ground in that area. They have not changed that. It's like a skyscraper that's underground in layers, and it's going to look like something from Oklahoma bombing when it opens up, like a side of a building, and you just see a destruction in layers.
In California, you're talking about in LA?
Yeah, when that land shifts and the plates move and it cracks. Remember I told you about this this redness that I see, how it cracks and opens, and there it's going to be precisely in that target area, you know. And
what's the target area, Jenny?
It's a Satanist.
Oh, okay. Hollywood?
They call it pit. They kept calling it pit area. And like looking down at a cliff going, oh, that's bad. You know, but people are driving over it every day. They're probably noticing the energy, you know, of something different. I mean, let me tell you, I've gone to LA, and I just feel like when I did, I just couldn't.
I can't stand the big cities.
I couldn't reside with that energy at all. There's a reason why it's called the lost souls. There's a reason for that. So I'm thinking about doing a drawing on those levels, what they're showing of that dismantling process of California, of that one area. And I showed you the divide of it. It's separating and going out to sea and leaking.
This isn't the whole state of California, though.
No,
right?
it's that
Just the LA
pit-
area,
Yes,
or
the
Hollywood,
yes.
Hollywood area.
Yeah. And that is something that you're going to see when you feel nature, this world, actually targeting the most evil area that you can.
Nature itself, kind
Yes.
of like in the movie Avatar.
Right.
I love it.
Taking it down. But
And it's like
it has to leave an impression of understanding of what has been evolved in that situation. So it's a sense of knowing that many have been warned, but they decide to ignore it. And when you ignore what is going on underground in a process like that, you are the problem too. They're the problem for.
It's like being complicit in like well, this maybe isn't the best scenario, but like the good cop, bad cop kind of thing. In that, if you see a bad cop doing something and the good cop doesn't do anything, then he's not really a good cop because he's complicit.
Right, and the whole thing is like the thing that I try to get people to understand, the carnage that I pick up in a process like that on the spiritual side, the carnage that I picked up when you saw what was going on in New York at the time that Trump put those tents up and everything. My ear's going off right now, because before anybody said anything, before anybody knew anything, they were showing me, they're saying, Jen, it's bad enough what they've done, but those, when you die and you're a child that had to die, then you have, after your death, had to protect your soul. And they said that this is what I got spiritually, so some of those souls of those children had to hide in the walls. You know what I'm saying?
Their soul, like when their soul leaves their body after they
right,
die.
because, okay, you
like
die physically, and you imagine that they knew what they were doing with the soul, and the children had enough intuition to know that when we pass on, we can't just go up because they'll take us.
Snag you.
We went into the walls. That's what they showed. When they showed me they went into the walls, and I went on a big voyage of this process before anybody was talking about this. And I saw this native circle that they said, I had to have, 6, 7 spirits. And I've done this on stuff that is invested in time, keeping a spirit down, to contain it. And so there's 6 points of, you got 2 in the back, 3 in the center, 2 more in the front, and 1 at the point. And it protects those souls so they can go up. And that was a process that they showed me had to be done. So when they showed me that, and I got confirmation, because I had a situation, and there's no way that this girl knew what I was doing, I was told to do. There was a 2-year adventure on finding these natives. And she said to me, I seen you down here. I saw you. And I seen what you have been doing. And she
This is a child.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, and it was a nurse that had an intuition on the stuff. And that's where, so the thing is it's not only just a freedom of the body, it's a freedom of the spirit to be free too, to contain the spirit along with the child and not have the spirit free, because that is the value. That was heart-wrenching. And that's why it annoys me. It bothers me when I see stuff like that, that I know it's going on before anybody knows. And then that's that innocence. It's not just of the body, it's of the spirit, what they took away. It's hard.
Well, to think that they can capture the soul and put it into another physical body in and of itself is bizarre.
Right. So that is one of those things that when they started in New York, as the they had me looking for these natives for 2 years. I was like, okay, 2 years, and then they said it's like a diamond, positioning to allow these vessels to go up to the light, and then that light, as I call, would come down in a group and assist.
Wow.
Feel the energy, assist, and take them up holding their hands because of the carnage what they've gone through. You have to understand the trust they didn't have. And the only way
Small wonder. Yeah.
is the warmth of the light, because that is something that's hard to resist within each soul.
Wow.
And so it's hard. And then when they understand, and that veil of that understanding comes to the light, I don't know how these people that knew and had the knowledge of this could turn, except that they were completely submerged in the demonic.
I know. It's absolutely heart-wrenching what they did to children. I mean, I can't even think about it too much because it makes me cry.
Forgive that.
No, neither can I. No way.
Allow that, because of hearing the cries in my head, hearing the energy in my perception of the pain.
Yes. Yes, I've seen pictures that made me cry. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
horrific. Wait till people find out. So many people are still unaware, or they just don't want to hear it because they don't want to believe it.
Right.
Well, you're going to have to hear it, and you're going to have to believe it, because it's real and it happened and it's wrong and it needs to stop. And by looking away and pretending it doesn't exist or it's not there, you're being complicit.
Yeah. I had one that looked like something off The Conjuring. There was a child that was at a house, and it was a woman that she was containing the soul, and I was just like, you can't do that. You can't do that. But when I helped it move on, I actually felt my back just like on fire, because you have to understand they invest time and energy into holding and containing that soul, and something that dark is pissed when it's taken away from them. It's not easy.
Wow. So it was like it was punishing you.
Trying.
Feel the burn, or trying to, yeah. I put up the comment by Lenore because I think it's really a great thing to do. She said that she asked Creator to increase everyone's life force and bring back everyone's authenticity. I think that's pretty cool. I like that.
Right.
Then I have another question for you here. It says, do you feel that the timeline split is happening very soon between 3D and 5D? And if so, within a week, can you comment on the convergence versus the bifurcation?
Do you feel the timeline split has happened between the 3D and 5D? I already feel like it has happened.
It's already happened, yeah.
Yeah, the week cannot comment. You're already feeling it. You already know it. You already know you're not connected. You want to ask people? You used to see people in my group. They don't want to do nothing. They want to go out. They want to deal with them. They're just like, get me off this plane. They already know. They
Oh.
already know. It's a knowing. It's already confirmed within you.
Mathis has a comment. ETJ, my entire life has been hijacked. The first thing I'm doing over there is going to kick somebody's ass because I know I did not ask for this shit. No freaking way. It's been a nightmare. No, you won't. By the time that, actually, I mean, that's you comment on that. That's your deal.
Kick your ass. I do not ask for the shit. Well, I never asked for it. Some of us really didn't have a choice, and just got thrown in the situation, and I mean literally. So I have, and as I say, I have questions when I get on the other side.
Don't we all? But at the same time, there was a clarion call put out by Gaia for basically starseeds to come and help the planet.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of us volunteered. Maybe we didn't know what we were really getting into at the time. But having that warrior spirit and that strong desire to help,
Right.
we said, okay, we'll go. I'll go. And then we get here and go, oh my God, what did I get myself into?
Right. So I mean, it's a whole process of doing it, completing it, developing it. So I mean, it's so hard to describe sometimes because some of us as children were isolated on the reality when we first started here, and we were our mind was already set in another energy, paying attention to that. And I how do I explain this? My soul's exhausted because I've been doing this since day one. And now we're at the end of it. And I just think, God, I just want an island with animals and quietness for
Beautiful
decades after
nature. And
yeah. So
I yearn for that myself too. I am says the ocean calls me all the time. I can relate to that very much. So I am water. I always feel better when I'm near water.
Right. So the thing is, I already believe the sorrow. I can feel it. I wouldn't say that unless I feel it. We're already in a perception of that. It's just people are worried about it coming. I think it's here, and it's not when the money's there, because within 5-10 minutes after that's there, what's your focus is what's next. Your whole life changes on what you need to do from here out. Some will do diligent by what they need to do, and some may not think that that's important, and there's some out there that won't. So it's something to think about after, but it's because I think it's going to happen so fast, and then to catch up to that point, people mad rush to see how they can assist if their well-being is taken care of, and everything they need, and how they're going to give. I'd love to go back to just living in villages again. I just think that's great. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah. Well, most of us thought the sleepers would have followed along a bit more by now. I think the ones that are like you were saying earlier, the ones that are awake are just expanding their consciousness more and more all the time. Some people just refuse to wake up. They don't, they're just not ready.
Well, right. I mean, and that's the thing. There's ways that in these last process of these 3D where and people won't talk about this, but there's times that they try to take you down, they try to take you out, they try to bring you to a point that you give up on the light. We all have been tested in that. We all have been tested in that.
Yeah, and you and I both know they use family members to get to you.
God, it's bad.
Oh, yes, indeed. Uh-huh.
Right.
Kevin, I put that up there. I meant to say it first. The Bible is a collection of highly edited stories that no one truly knows who wrote, and they were all not written at the time.
And I think what I read on that is who has the rights to it was Elizabeth, our queen.
What?
Was the rights to the Bible, right? Isn't that funny?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
yeah.
the last figures right there.
That's going to be a real hard one for people. The religion thing is a real stickler that's done a great deal of damage, and people cling to it very, very extensively. And
Right.
Just because I say that doesn't mean that I'm not totally spiritual and connected to the infinite source of the universe, because I am.
So the floodgates of when the money system comes in the next 24 hours after that would be those medical beds coming out. Not even medical, but high technology beds would be within
med beds.
Yeah. They don't like that word though.
Celestial chambers. How's that?
High frequency. But yeah, that would be next.
High frequency chambers. That would work.
Okay. And costing nothing in that process. So
okay, this question's for you, Jenny. The I am says, so it's not good to be under the sun if it's not the real sun. No more vitamin D.
I think you should take vitamin D, but I'm not feeling the sun is the sun. I'm sorry to tell you, I don't feel it. Don't feel this.
Interesting.
I want you to pay attention. Do you see cats basking in the sun these days? I see birds hiding in the shadows. Animals bask in the sun. You're not seeing that.
Well, sometimes my dog lays out in the sun, but I think I know what you mean, though. I sensed a little bit of something different myself. Like, yeah, it's putting out a lot of heat, but it's not. It has a different feel to it. So
it does. So that's the thing is we're close to something, and I feel like you're going to see some of the good actors and actresses appear that did not sign on with the negative side, and I think they're going to be very happy to be reappeared, and I'm hoping that they all step off a white bus, all of them together as a collective, and start to look for that coming. That when those people feel safe enough to appear and they're showing themselves again, that tells you a lot is done.
Oh, here we got another question for you. And I haven't read enough about Billy Carson to know. And Murray was bringing up the fact that somebody who was charged with sexual assault over 30 years ago was discharged. So it didn't go away. Okay, so next one. Carson believed Enki is the good Anunnaki, but that's wrong, right, Jenny?
Fuck Enki.
And I say the Anunnaki in general have not been
okay. Enki, Enlil, and
slaving.
I know you can go into the Ennis thing. Ennis, then go look at that one. So no, none of them. None of them.
They're slavers of humanity. Both of them. All of them.
Well, what Creator calls them is a prostitutes of the universe.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I love his sense of humor. So, guess we've straightened that out. Ismail says Enki's rotten, but Enlil I don't trust. He's no good either. None of them. They're all
Yeah,
slavers.
I
They were
don't
not a friend of humanity. They pretend to be your friend, but they're not. They want you to worship them.
So that's why I feel bad for Zeus sometimes. Can you imagine having his job and dealing with all those gods and the pain in the ass that they are? Just saying.
Oh, really?
I wouldn't want that job. So yeah, it's not a good process to deal with. So
okay, here's something for you too. Also, if the moon is not real, why then do people still moonbathe their crystals?
I have no idea. That's
what they were programmed to do. There we go.
Well, the thing is, usually with the sun and with the moon, they tell me go outside and they'll go out. I mean, I have had hundreds of pictures when they are, it's the right energy. The spirit has a way of showing himself in that. And I have not took any pictures of that in the last 6 to 8 months because it's not there. So yeah, it's a different energy.
Okay, I lost my place on the questions here, so I try to put people's questions up, but let me see if I can come back and find where I left off. So if I miss your question, I can't help it. Let's see. Well, this one is about, we know, this is just stating a fact, really. Jenny, when are the satanic sites going to be taken out? Getty Museum, Hollywood, there are like 37 major ones targeted.
So
right?
when the power goes to certain rolling areas, they will unplug them. They will not be back on. Even processes on these channels, corporations, companies, all of it. They're not, this is the thing. They already know who's going down. Even, you know what's funny is they know they're going down. Because at the end, like I said, you either serve the light or you serve the dark. And when you know you serve the dark, you're going to be dismantled.
And rightly so, I might add.
Right.
Okay, let's see what's next. Well, this is kind of true statement. London's den has become a nightmare. The globalists have flooded the western cities with hate-filled migrants. Yeah, that was part of their plan, but it's not going to work.
Mm-mm. Nope.
Okay. What's this one say? Kevin says, I like the world they created in Avatar. It'd be nice to live in a world like that without the non-locals going around and crapping on everything. Okay.
I'll go to Oregon right now. Oh my God.
Yeah, she says San Francisco has weird energy. That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
I was in San Francisco once, and the thing that I remember the most, there's a reason why they call it the hills of San Francisco, because you're going up and down all the time.
So yeah, I think this week, like I said, those are what you need to be paying attention to. And another thing is the red ruby. And I keep, because I did I forget the channel stuff at night, so I did these lion's paws sitting over a gold chair. In the middle of the gold chair is the red energy. And it's sort of circle motion. And then it has the gold and it has the key at the bottom. So that's still, it's going to stretch out like this. So I'm waiting for it to cover the skies in that redness. That energy is connected to the Pleiadians. That's where I got the information. That's when I presented the ruby. It is from them. So they all want to know about that. That's where it comes from. So, and that is not going away. And then
it's a positive thing, right?
Right. And then over by, they show a process like Arizona. So be paying attention where you're at.
Oh, I know. It's a corrupt city, the entire state.
So when these different colors in the sky, so that red is dominant in the process that it has to happen. And then I talked about the plates. So at some point, our world's going to be a sprout of energy going up like a fountain. So that's what they're showing. So that's part of the process. So this is when the money is funded. Okay, I want you to understand, I want you guys to remember this. I said at the very second that the money is funded, there's an energy that shifts when everybody knows that's completion. That changes the energy on Earth instantly. That gives a relief, that gives a energy of letting go. Okay, that alone changes the atmosphere.
It would, because if you think about how stressed out people get about having to pay for stuff, for example.
Right, but it would change it in spontaneously and instantly.
Wow, I didn't think of it happening that quickly, but that's really cool. I like that.
Instant. It would be instantly.
It's not far away then. It's not far away from what I'm seeing.
No.
But nobody can give an exact date or time, so don't even ask.
So that's, that's kind of what I have. And then, so there's a lot of people, like I said, that they are confused by things and they're reaching out and talking about this stuff. So, so people's intuition is kicking in like never seen before. So
that's awesome. Yeah. Anna's asking if we could do a group meditation with the angels to help these children and spirits return home to the light. Maybe.
I mean, it can happen. I'd have to. I kind of have. It can. It's just she'll have to reach out to me. I'm not gonna extend on that right now.
I'd like to be a little more prepared for that. So maybe at another session. So moving right along, let me see some other things. Question here is, do souls get stuck? Now, my brother murdered in 1984 kept telling my mother afterwards to look at the wall. I bet this is why. I know his spirit was stuck, as assisted his soul later on.
Right.
Wow.
Exactly.
Good job, Teresa. Wow.
Well,
okay.
Well, we've been on an hour and a half already, so.
Okay. Yeah, we're almost through all the questions anyway. So we'll have to, we do have to stop. Otherwise, I can't run this show a second time is what happens. Right. And I like to be able to do that.
Well, they know how to reach out to me and ask questions and set up sessions and meditations and all that stuff. So that would be good right now.
Alrighty then. So thank you everyone for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe to the channel. It helps the algorithms because I am shadow banned. And if you find it in your heart to help, I would greatly appreciate it in any manner, shape, or form. I haven't been out much because I've been having some difficult issues to deal with. So anyway, thank you again for being here. Thank you, Jenny, for your time and energy. And we will be on again soon. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Good night.
Found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are, and like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, fighting our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We control our fate. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia. This is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And today we're going to talk about the increase in consciousness. We'll be looking at reconciling paradox or duality and coming into balance on many energetic levels. A major shift in consciousness, an expanded viewpoint with deeper perceptions is happening now within each one of us. I'm sure you can feel it. I'm seeing things I haven't seen before, and I bet you're seeing things you haven't seen before, and it just keeps expanding. And this is happening for the whole collective consciousness of humanity. We can discuss and take viewer comments regarding our personal experiences and discuss them. Any ascension symptoms you might be having, any revelations that you're having, and any inner healing that you're doing or working on. There's so much talk about it at this amazing time in human history. We are blessed to be here at this time. Star seeds are addressed as well as the next level of consciousness to go along with our divine missions. We are coming together in unity and we are empowered. I don't know if you've seen some of the videos of what happened in England. I think it was, wait a minute, I lost my place here, not too long ago, about USA, and they were backing Trump when they took him, found him guilty, and now they're all the jurors are being arrested. We have such a corrupt court system, it's laughable. So that being said, let me bring on my wonderful guest, Michelle Marie Angel. Welcome, Michelle.
Hi, Gail.
Hi, how are you doing? We haven't been together for a little bit.
No, I'm doing great, going through changes like everyone else, so it's inner and outer. The inner changes and then the outer changes, and I think everything's accelerated. Time seems to be accelerated. Changes are happening, and I feel the shift. A lot of, tiredness, integration sometimes. How about you?
Oh my gosh. For a while there, it's a little bit better now. I was feeling so exhausted. And even if I slept well, and then sometimes I'm feeling really tired and yet I can't fall asleep. And I do feel like there's something's going on. And a lot of people that I talk to are experiencing different what I call health related issues. Like right now, I've been having, one of the reasons I wasn't on is I've been having a hearing issue. I've talked to someone else who was telling me that they were starting to experience some almost dizzy spells. And I talked to someone else who is actually having this is really sad. She's a good friend of mine, a regrowth of a benign, fortunately it's benign, tumor. And so it's like everybody's going through something.
Yeah, a lot of ascension symptoms, and it's really a lot of things are coming up for healing and transmutation. And so I think things are clearing actually, but that's not necessarily comfortable. And it's not really, it's different than what we're used to. And
I think that's exactly what it is, Michelle. Yeah, I think it's a clearing and a need for healing, stuff that we haven't dealt with yet, or we only partially dealt with, or maybe we didn't even know it existed. It could
Well, stuck energy it could be emotional energy or programs, mental trauma, things like that. And they just come up for healing, when it's time. And because we have new processing skills now, really. And it comes with maturity and it comes with ascension. And so things come up for healing in the stuck energy. And it even could be from past lives or something. And it could be, like deepest fears, or, it could be anything. And then you just reconcile it, basically, just like you reconcile paradox. And, you just go through the processing. You alchemize the energy.
Well, Tim said something interesting. Besides, hi, Tim. He says, can't sleep, and I saw you on. Meanwhile, French commies and jihadists are rioting in Paris because the far right did well in elections. Oh my God. The people are rising up. They really are. And
yeah,
it's good. It's great to see, actually. It really is.
Also, the baddies that used to be able to get away with things, there's too much truth coming out and they can't get away with things. A lot of their power was based on fear and people buying into their BS. And people are not buying into it because we've got the playbook by now and all of the exposure is coming. And that's what the whole charade or program or movie or whatever you want to call it, it's all exposure. And so, even the people are still waking up really quickly. More and more people are waking up quickly because things are becoming so obvious, the obvious deception, the obvious corruption, and you know,
Blatant lies.
yeah.
Starting to finally figure out that the C-19 thing was
Oh, so much coming out about that. The other one that is up here about the lefties and jihadists, but let's get this one first. I'm real tired off and on.
Oh.
I think that's
I had that. I'm having more blurriness in my eyes too, Teresa. I don't know why. It's like I'm near, what is it, farsighted. So I've had to put an extra pair of glasses. Like normally I was fine with these, but it's like lately, if I really got to read something small, these aren't good enough. I need a stronger bifocals, I guess. But anyway, now seeing lots of, that's interesting, gold, violet, and pink when your eyes close. That's cool. Interesting. I think it's all related to the energies. I mean, what do you think it's like? Okay, we have been living in an energetic soup of lies, a sea of lies, let me put it that way. And all of a sudden, we're getting hit with like darts of truth, and it's bursting bubbles. I don't know how to envision it, but at first I thought of balloons and throwing darts into a bunch of balloons. All these different thoughts of how you thought things were, and having it blow up. the balloon.
Light of awareness exposing secrets and lies.
Yeah,
it's awareness expanding, and awareness of deeper perceptions and discernment, and which people's intuition are online and interdimensional communication, and so then they're led to the truth. How many people have been through rabbit holes and they automatically go to this or that, and there's another piece to the puzzle, and opens up another whole rabbit hole that's connected, or
Yvette says she has no sound, but Teresa says she has sound. Nobody else said they didn't have sound. I don't know. Oh, she rebooted. Yeah, that fixes a lot of stuff. When all else fails, reboot your computer. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Yeah. Lefties, Tim. Lefties and jihadists are bad losers.
Yeah.
like an adult 2-year-old throwing a temper tantrum.
Yeah. Throwing a tantrum, for sure.
Okay. This is a big one. I'm awake, but just very exhausted. Feel tired. My expiration date is passed. I think all of our expiration dates have passed, if the truth be told. Hi, Pudwhacker. Happy that you made it here. We really love to have the audience participation on this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
we're all going through this. All of us, our experiences may be different, but we're all dealing with, a real mixed bag of things.
Well, we have the photon belt. We have the new cosmic energies coming in. You could call them the coronal mass ejections. You could call it the solar flash. You could tell it the Schumann resonance is rising. The vibrational frequency is rising of the planet and of our consciousness. There's a lot of ways to describe it, but it's energy. It's affecting our consciousness and our physical body, and we're going through transformation and changes, and definitely upgrades and activations.
Yeah, that's what Teresa was saying. That I feel it's the adjustment to the upgrading ? Yes, I think you get spot on there. Yeah, because that's just what Michelle was starting to say too. So I think that that has a lot to do with it. And my eyes are really. I don't think I'm going blind or anything either. I feel like it's the energies, that something is changing, and even I think to some extent with my hearing, that was a weak spot. It seems like it goes to people's vulnerable spots.
I want to say something that I think is a very critical point. Okay. I think there's a lot less fear in the world. They used to rule by fear, and people are standing up and taking their power back, and truth overcomes fear. So instead of being fearful and people complying and stuff like that, they're like, no, you are lying, I'm not complying, and standing in the power of truth. So that empowers people. Less fear, which means less power. And so the more that's exposed, the less power they have. And the people that used to be looked up to and trusted are now completely discredited. Look at all the people that are being exposed and discredited right now.
Yeah, a lot of people too that some people thought were good people too. We're going to see a lot of that. So, Pudwalker's talking about Gaia Love One. Hello to you too. I try to catch everybody saying something, but anyway, Pudwalker says the visuals and colors have been awesome. When my head has been tingly a lot lately, and the colors are more pronounced, and some I can't find on the artist color scale. That's why I picked up. I love Jim Warren's pictures, and this is one of his newer ones with the hummingbird and the butterfly, and his pictures are so colorful. And what I like about that is that's what we're going toward. The colors and everything that we see in our new earth will be brighter, more colorful.
Well, also, and we're more aware. To me, it's more aware and pronounced, and I notice it, and I just feel like this sense of wonder and awe and gratitude at the beauty all around me. And I'm experiencing a lot of beauty, a lot of peace, a lot of love. I feel, well, part of the things that we're talking about is quantum consciousness, and that's realizing in the oneness that we're all entangled. And so what we feel, what we think affects one another. What we feel, what we say, our vibration, we affect one another more than we ever realized. We used to think our thoughts are all locked in our head and the vibration doesn't affect anybody, and that those are secret. And by the way, I was reading something about that. I'm going to read it. It says, that which is wished or thought or done in the darkest night shall be proclaimed in the brightest day. That which is whispered in the ear within the secret place shall be made known upon the streets. And in the judgment day, when all the books are opened up, all will be adjudged, not by what they've said or done, but by the ways which they used the thoughts of God, and how the ethers of eternal love were made to serve. For men may make these ethers serve the carnal self or serve the holy self within. In other words, the carnal self is basically your ego, your separate, your physical, material values, and you think that's it. That's what we're moving away from in this shift of consciousness. But the inner self is the quantum consciousness where we know we're all entangled and that we affect one another. And in fact, we are all one, intricate network or system of consciousness. We each have our own divine spark, and it's a holographic universe. And so the divine spark is like a fractal, which includes the whole. And that's where that entanglement. And so we can't not affect, everyone else with our thoughts, feelings, words, and actions. And it starts with our thoughts. And people are really realizing how creative and effective thoughts are. That's why there's so much more conscious creation and conscious manifesting going on. Because people realize we are creators, whether we're conscious of it or not. But being conscious means we're going to focus on the good. We're going to hold the vision and maintain the focus and use our creative abilities consciously and give that our attention. So now we're looking more to what we're building. So even though we're finding out about all the lies, we're basically withdrawing our energy, our life energy, and not giving it energy to exist anymore by withdrawing our attention and giving it energy. So we can learn about the news without putting like emotional attachments, be more like a neutral observer, so that if you give it your emotional energy and it stirs you up and while you're paying attention to it, that's like an energy vampire. That's, you're giving it your energy. And so with the MK Ultra, they use that. I quit watching TV over 20 years ago, but I saw, their method is that they would, stir up the emotion, and then they would give you the vision, their vision, and then you'd be creating according, to their intentions. And a lot of them have to do with fear and buying into things that are bad for us. And so everybody's waking up to those intentions, bad intentions, and we're instead replacing them with good intentions and good visions and taking our power back by being conscious creators. And so the quantum consciousness is using the entanglement and unity consciousness and Christ consciousness, using the love vibration. So we get together, we have these positive intentions, and then we take our power back. So we don't comply, we don't go into fear, we decide what we do want, and we create that. And also, we are disempowering and exposing all of the old guard, basically. The old guard is dissolving now because of everything that we're going through in consciousness.
Right. And it also seems that things that they used to be able to get away with are not working for them anymore. And it's very disturbing to them. And that's good. And I wanted to mention what Pudwacker said here about the upgrades. They seem to be affecting the eyes. That's interesting because Teresa said something, I'm experiencing something, and he's experiencing something too. So something is going on with the eyes. He said he's also felt some weird sensations in locations of my chakras. Yeah, everything is intensifying, and that's what Teresa's saying down here. The old is falling off, and the real aspects are showing up, and that's expanding everyone's consciousness.
Yeah, and we can do something about stabilizing our equilibrium. We can do something about it. Before we really didn't have any impetus to really focus and put effort and put processes together to stay grounded, centered, balanced, attuned, aligned, and then basically establish peace within and in our life, which is really necessary. So when we're getting all these new energies and going through rapid changes, in order to stay grounded and centered, it takes a little bit more effort and awareness. So like for me, I do my meditation, I set intentions, I do visionings, I walk barefoot on the ground or get out in nature and walk, or go to the ocean and swim. I've done that a lot lately. I got a bad sunburn last week, but I had the medicine for it. It didn't end up being that bad, but it was, you can feel it. Anyway.
What was that?
I had quite a sunburn one day.
Oh, sunburn. Okay.
Yeah. My face looked like a, tomato. It was beet red. But the sun is great. Like I was out there just consciously being in gratitude for all of the elements, and at the beach, you have all four of them. You have the fire of the sun, and you have the water in the ocean, and you have the air, and then you have the ground, which is, the sand at the beach. And yeah.
Wow. Okay, I'm just looking to see if anybody else has any comments that we... Yep. Didn't you have a poem you had mentioned about paradox?
Yes. I have it right here. It's on page 28 of It Is a New World After All. I did have a book signing on Saturday, by the way. And that was an interesting experience.
Okay.
Page 28, paradox. And in the beginning, it says, for the paradox section, the quote is, by embracing paradox, we claim our unity and live in peace. Now, I'm not sure if you know which stanza to read because of the way this is laid out. I don't know if you understand, or do you want me to do it because it's not
Which way
laid
does
out?
it go? Does it go like this? Doosh, 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 or
It starts
It goes
out,
down.
we're all the same, and then one circle, and then outer form, and then we observe polarity.
oh,
It's like,
okay. I see how it goes then.
yeah, like stairs.
Unless if it's a tricky reader, maybe you should read it.
I'll read it. I don't mind.
I mean, I don't mind reading it either. I like reading, so but go ahead.
Okay. Okay, I'll read it. Okay, paradox. We are all the same. We are each unique. Within the question is the answer we seek. One circle is complete, but spirals to infinity when turned inside out, exposing divinity. Outer form of experience, once called reality, in the land of relativity, we notice duality. We observe polarity of opposite ends. We see black and white until rainbows bend. Perception shift from outer flow in brings us to consciousness deep within. Within, we sense unity, looking out our reflection. Divinity expressed brings love's perfection. Connecting, aligning with the whole, awareness of oneness and our own role. Suddenly expanded as each one integrated. Harmonious cooperation, love's gifts long awaited. Wisdom of all ages, available to all. Enfolded in feelings, we hear our soul's call. Virtuous being, illuminating the light. In the joy of creating, we shine so bright. Peace is here now and forevermore. We found the key. We've opened the door. Paradox solved. It's not this or that. Love encompasses all. That's where we're at. There's a unity in the both and. Like a lot of the things, is it this or is it that? You can just say it's both. And it's true. So paradox is things that seem, in fact, you can, if you want to read like the first paragraph or however much you want, because that explains a little bit on the next page, page 29, there's nothing tricky about that. Where it says,
Okay, was there a particular paragraph? Or just start at the beginning?
yeah, just read the first paragraph and then skim it and see if there's any other thing that you want to bring out.
On page 29, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Just checking. Alrighty. Unity consciousness applied is what it says, is the title. Unity consciousness holds that two seemingly opposing truths or ideas can exist simultaneously. For example, if one person expresses their truth and another person expresses their truth about the same issue or circumstance with differing views, both can be right. This eliminates the need for argument and opens the space for acceptance. Just as the 6 blind men who described different parts of an elephant, one describing the trunk, the other the tusk, the other the skin, the other the tail, the other the feet, and still another the eyes, are all right from their perspective. So can we share our perspectives of life and all be right in describing our own truth? The raw truth is in our feelings. We cannot argue with the isness of our feelings, nor can we invalidate the truth of feelings of others. Communication of feelings within the energy of compassion deepens understanding with unity consciousness. The impact of our feelings on our personal experience often necessitates further communication, where interpretations vary based on individual filters. Experience of life is garnered through our perspective and personal perceptions. Our perspective has to do with our relative location in the experience. We may actually see something different from our point of view or where we stand in relationship to the experience or the issue. So what that's saying to me is we need to be really, really mindful of judging others. We don't know where they're at, and they could be right about what they're talking about from their perspective, rather than that's the one thing I still see somewhat in the light workers communities is more of this instead of this.
Mm-hmm.
And
because the thing is, when you love somebody, it's you don't dismiss them or the relationship because you have a difference of opinion or different perspective. You can hold the space for more than one perspective. And I have friends and relatives that we don't see things the same way, but we don't stop loving each other. Now some people have done that. Somebody was telling me that there was somebody that had moved away from a town back to a town, and one of her very best friends said, I cannot talk to you anymore because you didn't get this. And I just disowned her as a friend because of having a different viewpoint, perspective, or value system about that. Really, probably more researched and information based on what we know now. But that there's two people like that lost friends, and it wasn't them that kicked their friends out. It was like their friends kicked them out of their life because they couldn't hold the space for someone who had a different belief or value system or set of knowledge or information. I can hold the space. I can love unconditionally. And it's unconditional love that holds the space where people can have differing opinions or belief system. And also, unconditional love gives people the space to grow. Now, think about 5 years ago, how many people were not awake and aware compared to how many people are now. That's because a lot of us have been holding the space for other people to wake up, and we shared information to help facilitate that awakening, bringing forth the light, like your shows, for example, bringing awareness to things. All the researchers bringing out facts, bringing out, proof, documents, videos, whatever. And, there are things that have, that are not opinion, that are, actual irrefutable facts, based on evidence, and so, the critical thinking, the research, and all of this stuff has, broadened our knowledge base, and so empowered us to make higher choices or, better choices. Now, look how many people's choices have changed on that one issue that I mentioned from the very beginning. And the choices were changing along the way. And statistics show this, where in the beginning, there was a large number of people going for it. And then the numbers started falling away. And, it's a lot of people find it hard to believe that anybody is, still, buy into it by now. But, we are holding space, and then people wake up and they're like, oh, you were right. I mean, I know some people aren't yet there. Like at first they're sort of in
denial,
mad, or what's the word I'm looking for? They're just basically have negative feelings because, oh, I know. So for an example, this one guy said, my friend who got it, who I told him not to, had severe bad reactions, and he's not talking to me because he thinks I might say, I told you so, and I wouldn't do that. But he would, but I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, he's projecting that on you because he would.
Yeah. But anyway, we're moving in a good direction, I think.
Teresa, I'm glad you brought that equilibrium thing off, because there's been a couple of times where I felt that way, and I just had a friend of mine that talked to me and called me and was very concerned about it because he was losing his balance occasionally, and it was concerning to him. And like myself, a couple of times I was like, wow, what was that? You know, kind of where I don't know. It was just weird, and it's I know it's related to the energies that I could tell at the time, but yeah. And this ear thing is an equilibrium thing too. So anyway, that being said, there's a lot going on. People are feeling a lot, and a lot. The energies are definitely affecting us. And I say the clashing of the truth and the lies, and the truth always comes through.
Yeah. Also, to me, our perceptions and values, inner processing, are different. Like I used to have more of an outside in mentality, and responding and reacting to the outer environment, where now I have an inside out mentality where I know I'm creating reality, and I'm doing these like consciousness experiments, setting intentions, doing the visioning, getting results. And so, in fact, that reminds me of another poem I'm going to ask you to read, and it's called Victims Become Creators. We did it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think it's more pertinent right now because more and more people are doing this. And, people are, like I said, everyone's into manifesting and all this. But
well, creating our own reality, I used to fight that concept a lot because I didn't believe it to be true.
Some water. But with quantum consciousness, it's that sense of entanglement. And when we're entangled, the universe responds to us, not us responding to the universe. And we're not just responding to the outer reality, things that aren't happening to us, things that are happening as a result of us and our intentions, our exertion of our will, which intentions exert our will onto the fabric of life, experience, reality, the ethers, which I'll say more about after you read this.
Okay, do you know what page it's on?
Yes, I do. I'm sorry, it was on that page and I was yakking. Page 12. And while you read that, I'm going to run and get some water real quick. Page 12 of this book.
Oh, I'm looking in the wrong book. No wonder I couldn't find it. Well, I'll get there here eventually.
Yeah, and I will just say while you're looking at that, I think that was the one that
yeah, I like this one because that's what's happening right now, so it is very relevant.
It is. That's the transformation of consciousness. That's one of the alchemical things.
Markers. Yeah.
That's the realization that is empowering us.
Yeah. Okay, victims become creators. Victimization, once perceived, clearly illusions, now relieved. Empowered by soul, nature unfolds. New story now to be told. Each life is impacting, 'tis a universe reacting. Sparks of soul igniting, passion expression uniting. consciously creating essence of soul, being inwardly, outwardly whole, harmonizing with all that is, deep sensation of beingness. Power of consciousness is the key, changes within individually, personal impact, realization upon total world, every nation, creating with vision, feelings of heart, new world experience. This is the start. Energy of compassion, tool to create. World, wake up, don't hesitate.
Yeah. I wrote that over 20 years ago.
Wow. Yeah, that's what's amazing. A lot of people that have perceptions and writings and things of that nature and dreams or visions, I'm finding from my experience of talking to various people and the ones that they have and so on, they frequently have these things way ahead of time. Like when you have it is not necessarily when it's relevant. I mean, it is, but it isn't. It's time will come is what it boils down to.
Yeah. Like people that have had perceptions and had to hide them because people, a while back, everyone thought you're way out wacky if you have, high sensory perception, HSP, or, a lot of people hide the fact, that they had near-death experiences, they call them, but they're basically death experiences, and they came back. And those heightened perceptions, just like, Daniel Brinkley and, a lot of other people. And then other people come in with gifts and they have to, hide their gifts for a while until till they're accepted. And now people are coming out with, the gifts are being appreciated, but also a lot of gifts are being activated. That's what's happening. A lot of gifts are being activated. Okay, so let's see. There was something I was going to say about that too. So at this time, so we've got a couple of major things happening here. We've got the changing of the guard and evil being exposed. And then we have our ascension and our perceptions being changed and our gifts coming online and a higher states of consciousness and of being, an understanding of our multidimensional selves, higher intelligence, heart intelligence, and integrated intelligence, so that we have a more holistic heart, mind, body, soul intelligence. Like our body has intelligence, our heart has intelligence, our mind has analytical, where like in duality, it can separate things and analyze things, and our heart can perceive the truth. And then with our soul and our imagination, we can transmit images into the ethers, which is how we, communicate on that level. And then with our willpower, as we exert our willpower with intentions and create images, we're imprinting that upon the ethers, and we're manifesting and creating reality.
Hi, I put this up. I just noticed this in the chat, Teresa, and she's talking to Tim, because we're all talking about being tired. But my body feeling super heavy. I have to go up and down the stairs, and sometimes, oh my God, I live on the second floor, and I feel like I'm killing myself getting up the stairs on some days. I mean, a lot of times I can just, fly up them, no problem. But sometimes, oh my God, I feel like I'm carrying 100 extra pounds or something. And it's like, ugh. And then I get up and then I'm just tired. And yeah, so yeah, we're all getting out, getting that aspect, I think.
And what's really cool is that, so with this ascension, we're basically dissolving and transmuting all of those energies, and we're going to feel really light like physically light, and in the mind bright and clear. So it's just a process. It's just a transition period, so transitions take extra energy, really. And because we're being affected so deeply in our consciousness, that's why we're tired. When you set intentions and do change your belief system, the integration is so deep, you really have to rest and let those processes.
And when we sleep is when we heal. Our body repairs itself too. And if we're upgrading our DNA and our tissues and all that, sleep, that's why we're tired. That's why sleep is more sleep than usual is probably necessary to be able to give your body the time it needs to make these adjustments, because this has never happened before. That's the other thing that's so phenomenally awesome about all this. Looking at the good things. All the ugliness, yes, it's being exposed, but we don't have to dwell on that. It had to be exposed. That was necessary. But what we need to concentrate on is what we're moving forward into. And as I keep saying, the best is yet to come. And that's because we're creating it right now. And we need to be thinking about those positive, wonderful things, those colors, the beauty, the appreciation and love for nature, because we are nature.
And peace. Nature is peaceful, and it gives you a sense of serenity. Yes. So to foster that sense of peace, be still and quiet and meditate, listen to, soft music, or just nature and the birds sing, or the water, listen to the water flow, or, it's like, it's almost like we're a sponge and we're soaking up this amazing new energy, the higher frequency energy. And we are soaking that up. We are absorbing it. We are incorporating it.
And we can hold more and more when we get rid of the old stuff that we need to heal that's coming up and bothering us now. We need to heal that, and then we can hold even more light.
Yeah. And because we're holding more light, that's why it's coming up and dissolving and disappearing. And we don't have to hang on to it and analyze it. We can just watch it pass and go bye-bye. I mean, some physical thing can come and go. We don't even have to hold on to that or analyze it or go get a diagnosis. The last thing you should do is go get a diagnosis about it, and then fall into the trap of the petroleum medicine. I mean, you know what I mean.
Oh, I know exactly what you mean. Even the very idea of it, like I felt like I needed to get my ear checked, right? Because I'm having this drainage. So then what I do is I'm having this problem hearing as a result. It's affecting my hearing because it hasn't all healed yet. That being said, right away, one of the things that they said to me, and I'm going, oh, great, I just needed this seed planted in my head. And that is, well, hearing loss is related to dementia. And so now they put that seed in your head, that very concept that when it could be absolutely not related at all. I mean, if somebody's totally isolated it's people, they're going to deteriorate. There's truth in that aspect. But what I'm getting at is, it's like, okay, it's similar to somebody tells you, well, you got cancer, you got 6 months to live. It's like telling them something that does not have to happen.
And the thing is, you can buy into it or not.
Not exactly.
I watched a documentary recently, and it was about the fallacy and the harmfulness of mammograms, actually, and how they're damaging, and how many more people that get those regular.
Yeah, and I was asked about that too. Have you ever had a mammogram? Once, and I'll never do it again, so don't even think about trying to send me to it.
Right. So I had a doctor who was trying to encourage me. This was way a long time ago. I don't even go to doctors anymore, but trying to encourage me to get a mammogram. And I said, no, I'm not going to have a mammogram. Those are too invasive. And she goes, well, cancer is invasive too. And I said, I'm not going to have that either. I mean,
planting seeds in your head that do not want to grow.
when you're empowered, you have a choice. You don't buy into things. You choose health. You choose healthy thoughts. You don't buy into it. They give you fear. I completely got out of that system, totally altogether. And I take care of my health by sunshine, exercise, fresh air, vitamins, good food. But I'm not fanatic about it. I will just have a good time and be joyful and, bless my food and be happy and be grateful. And that's the energy that I put into my food and all my activities. Gratitude goes a long way to keeping your vibration high and everything around you inside and out.
That's very, 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 very true. Wide Awake said that we have changed timelines again and we're rising up. That's always good news. There was something else I was going to say and I lost my train of thought. I can't think of what it is now. But I will share this while I think of it, though. Now, I don't know if you heard me on Juddy's show say this, but I'm going to say it on this show too because I just find it kind of fascinating. And you know about it already, Michelle. And it's the saying by Tesla that he does 3 times, 6 times, and 9 times. And I just want to share that with you in case you didn't hear it on the other show. And this is what he would say every day. I also know that he used to walk around his buildings at least 3 times before he would go into them, I believe. So anyway, and he's always said, if you only knew the power of 369, you have the keys to the universe. Okay. So that being said, this is what he would say every day, 18 times in total. I am a radiant being of light, perfectly aligned with the infinite source of the universe, vibrating in love, peace, and harmony. So I am a radiant being of light, perfectly aligned with the infinite source of the universe, vibrating in love, peace, and harmony. I am a radiant being of light, perfectly aligned with the infinite source of the universe, vibrating in love, peace, and harmony. There, we got 3, and now you can do 6 later and 9 tonight. And just keep doing it and see what it does for you. I think it lifts you up.
I am is also, that's an intention. That's a function of willpower. You are imprinting your will upon the ethers. People don't realize the ethers are the substance of life. And I'm going to say a little bit more about that, about the ethers. For men may make these ethers serve the carnal self or serve the holy self within. So either the physical self or the spiritual self. Those evil ones can only kill the body of flesh. Then they reach their bounds. So in other words, the murderers, the liars, they can only destroy the body in the flesh, which they have with some of their bioweapons and stuff. But then they reach the bounds of their power. They cannot kill the soul. In the harvest time of the soul, the trees of life are inspected. Trees that bear no fruit of good are plucked up by the root and cast into the flames. Man is king. Man means, of course, the collective, anybody, each soul. He may direct his thoughts, his loves, his life, and gain the prize of everlasting life. So we're always moving toward life in the higher vibrations of love. And when you realize the entanglement and you realize your heart can be purified and emanate, radiate, and express unconditional love to all, then we have the Christ consciousness with the awareness and the utilization of the oneness of all consciousness. That's the entanglement. That's quantum consciousness. That's our leap in consciousness that we're talking about. And that is happening. So we're finding out that unified, we are powerful.
Very powerful.
And people are unifying around the ideas of freedom right now. And, liberty from, people undermining our conscience or our will for example, in medical interventions, or, you know, who we choose to put in certain positions, you know, because they're used to, you know, cheating and lying and, you know, faking, you know, selections instead of elections, and then also doing the, you know, we have abilities to close our aura. We have abilities to shine and illuminate so bright that nothing can touch our being. We have abilities to call forth more and more and more light. We can shine so bright, we could be like a lightning strike. You know, we are the power. When you become really empowered, nothing can harm you or touch you or anything. When you are pure love and you don't buy into fear, when you exert your willpower, when you realize that you have a divine authority and you don't back down and you stand, and I mean stand, you feel that power, and that power comes from integrity, honesty, living the truth, and not compromising your integrity for anything that has to do with the material realm, the physical realm, the, you know, it's like, you know, I am of the, excuse me, I live in the world, but I am not of the world. I don't have the worldly limitations. I don't have the limitations of physicality because I'm born of spirit. I don't have the limitations of anybody trying to impress their will over my will, because I know who I am, and I know I am sovereign, and I know that I don't have to comply, and I don't have to buy into any fear-based or lie-based, you know, programs that would affect, you know, my health and well-being.
You know what? I while you were saying that, and I was thinking about compliance. Okay, one of the things that I see, and we're all a little bit bent out of shape by the fact that censorship of freedom of speech is a real issue. I'm totally appalled by it, and it irritates me. But one of the things that I see happening over and over and over again, you know what? I've gotten to the point now, and maybe you have to get to a certain point. Like when I want to post something on Facebook, I just post it. I don't think about it. I don't think about it. I don't say, oh, they're going to take me down if I post that. I say, fuck it, I'm going to post it anyway.
I like that spirit. I like that spirit.
But compliance of doing their community standards is part of the problem. That is why our compliance is why we're at where we're at right now. So
well, they made
post whatever you want to post.
Obsolete. You know, people have gone to different platforms and still gotten the truth out. And you know, you know, when I'm looking at truth or videos, and they say, oh, well, should I be careful about blah, blah, blah? Oh, no, I'm not on YouTube. You say whatever you want. So they choose the platforms where they can have free speech.
Well, the thing of it is when on the YouTube where you don't have free speech, sometimes I think people should just say what they want to say, because if everybody was doing it, what they're going to do, take everybody down? No.
Right. I agree.
Too many people are complying. They're going, oh, I won't talk about this, or I won't say that, or I won't blah, 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 blah. And that's a problem. And I'm on YouTube on one channel right now, and they could take me down. I don't care. They're the enemy. If they're taking us down for putting truth out there, they're the enemy. Why should I comply with them? Why should you comply with them?
Well, as you can see, a lot of these things that are going out into left field, so to speak, that are wrong, you know, things that are wrong, and we know they're wrong through our conscience, they think that they can exert these values, you know, like moral relativism or things that, you know, people don't agree with. And so the examples are like Bud Light and how people, you know, they just boycotted that. And so people's voice, you know, they vote with their pocketbook, they vote with their attention. And so if they lose the energy, whether through money or attention or whatever, and become unpopular, they're learning that all these things are going out of business that are bad or wrong. And, if they're evil, bad, wrong, harm people, violate our rights.
YouTube has harmed people.
Yeah.
Very much so. They caused death of people because they would not allow the truth out when the COVID was happening.
Yeah. Well, all these tech companies are all that. That's all that awareness is coming out. There's a new one. I just saw a little clip of Tucker Carlson and something about the truth about Amazon coming out. Yeah, there's some kind of manipulation where the people that sell things on Amazon don't get hardly any money, and they got to comply with certain things. Otherwise, they'll take away the buy button. And so then there's no way.
There's so many nefarious little things that they do that people have to find out about, to know about, or whatever. It's evil, it's dirty, it's dark, it's sneaky. Even just like Bezos is a front man, Zuckerberg is a front man.
Yeah.
I don't know who's the Google guy. There's a Google whistleblower that Borchis, and he's really good.
Yes.
And there's one more. The YouTube CEO, I don't know who that is.
Well, the original one is gone.
Yeah. I think all the originals will be gone if they're not gone already, or replaced. Yes, they're still doing the replacement thing, but they had to do it the way they've done it. I can see that. I'm seeing why already. So anyway, let's see if any more questions here.
Yeah, while you do that, I'm going to actually look at a thing and see if I can search for this one thing. And there was a really funny thing that would be funny to share if I find it. So while you look at the comments, I'm going to actually look for something that, if I find it, I showed it to my mom and she loved it.
There's a little bit about talk in the chat about school and being daydreamers and so on. The thing at school that they seem to reward the most was memorization. As long as you could memorize whatever they were throwing at you, you were a great student then.
Oh, do you know that when I taught writing, language arts, I would have kids do imagination, visualization of their life 25 years later, and imagine their house and their job and how great, and
what a wonderful
I did that for years. Even as a substitute, I was allowed to do that, and it was really cool. I'm gonna have to turn this down off for a minute. So I'm actually looking for something that is so funny. Oh boy, now we have to get past ads, of course. So yeah, you can keep talking about stuff while I find this, or if you want.
Okay.
Also,
I'm scrolling through the chat and seeing what people are saying, and if you have something to add, please do. I'm
find any random poem or section to read. You can.
Oh, Pudwecker, that's really cool. You're very lucky. I've been able to see the aura my whole life. Made it hard learning to drive. Made it hard learning to drive.
Funny without making a.
Oh wow, that's interesting. You would see people's auras when you were driving? That's amazing. Okay.
All right, well. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I hear you fine.
Oh, okay. Because I turned my volume down. I wasn't sure. I don't think I'm
here. Okay, I'm hearing a repeat though. So your volume might be too loud then.
Too loud?
Well, only because I was hearing and echo back.
Oh,
Well, maybe not now. Maybe it's okay now.
okay.
Okay, let me see if I'm. Oh, okay. This is a good explanation here where Pudwalker is saying the body changes include a new crystalline structure change from carbon, takes a lot of energy and helps to make us so tired. We are being rebuilt from the atomic level, from the inside out. That's true. That's very true. That's a good way of putting it. Thank you for that. That's good. True, true. Oh, wow. Yeah. Oh, wow.
You think can be done.
Sorry about that. I didn't know my volume was on like that.
What are you? That's probably why that was that echo sound. What are you doing? Are you looking for something to show or what?
Yes. There was a really funny thing. Oh, I can do it now without making a. It was absolutely hilarious, and I'll tell you what it was about. It was about it was a comedian act, and he was basically saying how, he was like a fake Trump, and he made his voice sound like Trump, and it was really, really funny. And he was saying what wimps all these other former criminals were, because they only had so many indictments, and Trump had more indictments than them, and they were like the really bad criminals of the past, which was so funny. If I find it, oh my gosh, it's the funniest little clip ever.
Oh, that would be good.
Yeah.
How many did they have on Trump? I forgot. And it was all basically for the same exact thing, over and over and over again. I mean, the insanity of it all. And now they're arresting the jurors, according to Real Raw News.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
They were paid off big time.
Oh, I know. One of them,
How
$2
could you do
million.
that?
Oops, I can't believe that happened. Okay, yeah, one of them $2 million. One of them I read had like 1.75 million in cash in the back of their trunk when they got pulled over.
Yeah, unbelievable.
They
They do whatever they want in the courts. If they want somebody convicted, they'll get convicted, and it doesn't have to just be Trump either, because they fill the jails on purpose, and the legislators help make laws so there's more reasons to arrest people, because it's all a money-making process. That's what just makes me sick, that people don't seem to see. And between the prosecutors, judges, and jury,
okay,
they all accept bribes, and
Promo code.
it's all very corrupt.
Oops. Okay, this is perfect.
Wait a minute. What are we watching here? Are you going to share the screen, or is this just?
Yeah, I am. I just found it, so now I know it. I got it right at the right spot. Okay, that's it. Share. Okay, and
Okay, I'll turn
ready?
it on.
Okay.
I'm always looking for some humor if we go through so many things that are very difficult for many of us to grasp with, as it gets so serious sometimes. But I thought you needed a little humor break.
Turn it down a little bit.
Okay.
Somebody talking about
Is that okay right there?
No, up a little more. I'm sorry. Up.
34 counts. Nobody's done it.
Put it there. Yeah, I guess it has to be there.
34. It's never been done. Our numbers are so big. These are big numbers. 34. El Chapo couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. 22 times. What a failure. Guilty on 22 counts. I said, what an amateur. 34. No. Al Capone couldn't do it. 27 counts, which is beginner stuff. That's beginner stuff. He couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. The Zodiac Killer. Could you believe this? 9 counts. I know this is one of the amateurs. I call him the Zodiac Cardiac loser, that's what I call it. We are going to jail. We are going to jail so quick and so strong, and nobody's gone this quick. 2 days, we'll be there in 2 days. We're making felonies great again. That's what we're doing.
You
That
might
was
have to
so
send me
funny.
that. I might want to watch that one again. That was funny.
That was really funny. Yeah. So anyway, well,
This is true too. Teresa said, much is becoming clearer and more apparent. They can't hide anymore.
yeah,
And they have to show who they serve. And
yeah,
they're showing who they serve as well, just by what they do and say.
exactly. People always eventually get caught, like the true colors come out. They can hide, pretend to be good, use words of deception, but eventually the truth comes out and they show their true colors. They get backed into a corner, and you can see it when sometimes they get questioned and they're like, they don't answer, they skirt the issue, they can't comment. I mean, they change their answer. There's a lot of perjury going on. And or they say one thing and then there's some evidence that's pointed out that shows that they were lying.
They're good liars. I have to give them that. They're really most of them are very good at lying through their teeth, and you really have to be on your toes to pick up on it.
Yeah. So recently, in the real life of changing awareness and stuff like that, when I went to my book signing weekend, so on my YouTube channel, I say, Smile Soul Power, I say we're here to help with our soul family of light. I welcome them, and I say we're here to enlighten and empower and encourage. And so those are the three main goals of the channel.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's
so interestingly, the day I had encounters with different people. So in terms of encouragement, there was this family, and they had a 6th grader and an 8th grader. And I always love talking to kids, of course, being a teacher. And so I was talking to the 6th grader, who was a clown and acting silly. He told me he was the class clown. And then I was talking to the 8th grader. He's into gaming, and he was just all about showing me on his phone that he's making money and he's doing these gaming things, and he's making these video introductions and stuff. And I go, that's great. I'm creating Follow Your Heart education. And so you just keep following that and build your skills. I said, my son was into movie making. He liked movies. He wanted to see how they were made. He was into computer graphics. He ended up making movies. And now he does film editing, and he's very successful. And he just was passionate and followed his heart. And you can do that too. And so his mom was like, see, and your dad and his dad, they were encouraging him. And, so they're moving a little bit more away from, or you could get a plan B or whatever. But it's like, no, you can follow your heart. You really can be successful following your heart. So this guy got encouragement. So somebody had bought a copy of Forever Free. And so this person came, and when I sign books, I intuit messages from spirit. And I was like, oh, you're connected with the archangel realm, and, you're part of that group, the archangel realm. Did you know that? And this message came through like, we really need your gifts. We thank you for your service. And basically, job well done type of a message. And, I just gave him the short little message when I signed the book. So that was like enlightenment. He learned something new from the spirit realm, which, I didn't, it just happens. It just happens. So then, so that's enlightenment, encouragement, enlightenment. So now for empowerment. this girl came into the store and she was saying, do you do readings? And I said, yes, I do. And they have a reader in the store. Well, the reader in the store was out getting coffee. And I said, well, I'll just do a short little reading while you're waiting for her to come back. And so she sat down with me, and I have this little form for short readings that I use at expos. So I got it out. I gave her the reading, and she was moved to tears. And I kept getting goosebumps all over. And there was like, it was just such a spiritual experience. And everything I said was dealing with an issue that was up for her right then, like spot on specific issue.
Wow.
And also empowerment about, there was a message about self-love, creating space for herself, and setting boundaries. So it was really all about empowerment. And so we hugged and she left. And so it was just later when I was processing my day, I thought, isn't that interesting how each of those 3 different encounters hit those 3, target intentions that I have when I make videos on my YouTube channel. And in the morning, I set my intention. One of it is I attune to God's will, and I say I'm a child of God. I'm an instrument of God, and basically, use me to, help someone along the way today. So that happened, and then I also realized
That was just today. That just happened today.
it happened Saturday, 2 days ago.
Oh, Saturday. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was the day I had
Understood.
my book signing.
Okay.
And so when I went home and processed, I thought, several years ago, I would have thought my success was based on how many books I sold. But my success was, I felt successful because I helped those 3 people in my intention is to be of service. And I was definitely being of service. I was God's instrument, and, it's like, glory to God, because, spirit comes through when you set that intention to be of service. And then you use whatever gifts you have, being a teacher and follow your heart education. I had that background for the kid. And then the intuitive part that's been developed came through. So I was thinking, I feel successful because of the spiritual gifts that I shared and just giving of myself. That made me feel successful. And it's a whole new paradigm of success.
Well, it is, because of success in this day and age, in this realm of 3D, you measure a person's success by the size of their pocketbook.
Yeah, it's more the material and financial thing in the 3D material physical world, but now in 5D, it's more, am I completing my mission? Am I being of service? Am I expressing love?
I would like
a higher consciousness, really.
I would like to address this Pudwalker thing, because he said, have you practiced boosting your signal as I suggested years ago? I would like to, what do you mean by that? I guess I don't know exactly what you mean. How do you boost your signal? Would you please put that in the chat so we can discuss it further? I'm not sure what you mean. Do you know what is meant, Michelle?
No.
Not really. Okay. Okay.
No, but I was actually hoping to inspire, like, what do you notice in your consciousness and experience? Like, now that we're moving from 3D to 5D, how is your processing and how is your sense of interfacing with reality changed or different?
You're asking me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, that's been in process for some time now. Maybe you should ask me one more time because I was looking in the chat here and I missed a little bit of it.
Okay. Well, our internal processing is different. For example, what you brought up about Tesla, when you put things like that into practice, they have definite results because that is science. That is the science of consciousness that he is using.
Okay.
So when we apply these new basically the physics of consciousness, when we apply those things that we're learning, our reality shifts and changes, our inner processes shift and changes, our habits change, we feel empowered, we get results. So is there anything that you have applied or changed and then you've seen a difference in your life? Or are you still in the process of like changing certain things to still experimenting on getting the results, like the thing from Tesla? So that was like a really good example that you used.
And that's relatively new, and I feel something with it when I do it, especially as time goes on. The more frequently that you do it. But I've also been doing some self-evaluation about not spending as much time in front of the computer as I do. Probably not doing quite as many shows as I usually do. And getting out in nature whenever I can, just to get away from it for a certain amount of period of time, kind of to discipline myself a little more that way, because I do have a tendency to just focus on that, and I can be a workaholic where it's all I do.
Yeah.
And
and I think moving to the new paradigm, our old paradigm, it was more about doing, and in the new paradigm, we're more like being. We're allowing ourselves just to be.
I like that. Yeah.
Nature, and to explore our inner nature, and because basically when you sit still and quiet or go out in nature, your soul has a chance to reveal your blueprint, reveal your passions, reveal your gifts. You get inspired ideas. You get healing and health.
I'm seeing two people in the chat saying that they don't do plans. I don't do plans either. I simply follow my gut. I'm the same way. I mean, I feel guilty because I don't do plans like people that, well, this is my goal. And then this is my plan, and I'm going, no, I guess I don't do that. Maybe I'd be more successful if I did. But I don't do that. I don't know why I can't get into the habit of it. But anyway.
What Pudwacker's saying about following guidance, that's the new paradigm. Because instead of like having this old way of being, when you're born of spirit, you're tuned into spirit. And then you have that's quantum consciousness right there, because in the entanglement, you realize you're part of this whole, and then following your guidance basically leads you to higher decisions, higher consciousness, better self-care, self-love, well-being. Following your guidance puts you in the right place for synchronicities and opportunities, put you in the right place to express your soul qualities and gifts. It's great. That's following your guidance. That's great. That's the divine path. Yep.
No, okay. And now, okay, Pudwicker is saying about a year ago. I just talked to Drake, by the way, a couple of days ago, and he's doing okay, but he's just not ready to do any shows anymore, at least not at this time. Whether he will in the future, I don't know. I can't talk, speak for his behalf. He said he would send me something and I could share it with on Skype or on his Facebook group, but it hasn't happened yet. So anyway, okay, he's saying, Pudwicker saying that a year ago, well, you and Drake Bailey were having trouble with a weak signal. I suggested how you boost the signal using your own energy. Yeah, truthfully, I wouldn't know how to do that.
His next one is really good. The bigger changes came for me when I shifted my views from lack and pessimism to optimism and abundance with lots of gratitude. It's his other comment right there in the comment section.
Yeah, I'm looking here.
The biggest
Oh,
change.
okay, yeah, now I see it. Now I see it.
Yeah.
I'll put it up. The biggest changes came for me when I shifted my views from lack and pessimism to optimism and abundance. That's, yeah, I've been working on that myself too. I catch myself in thoughts that are actually negative,
Mm-hmm.
but they're just something that, like, you've been conditioned into.
Yeah.
Like, money doesn't grow on trees. What good does that saying do?
Yeah. Yeah. So we're changing our habits and our attitude because that's part of being a conscious creator.
Yeah. Well, truthfully, I never believed that we created our own reality. I thought that was a bunch of hogwash because we were living in a prison planet and we were so controlled and had so much mind control going on from programming and so on and so forth. How can you create your own reality under those conditions when you've been programmed a certain way?
Yeah, because you break free of the matrix, that programming, and create your own reality by doing your own programming. Dissolving your old programming and making new programming with affirmations like that thing from Tesla.
Yeah, it all makes sense to me now. But when I first heard that years back, I went, that's BS.
You'll see high temperatures. You can expect
Alexa came on. Sorry about that.
Oh, there's a really good one. Thoughts are not all yours as they float in the collective.
That's one. I that's the one I meant to hit on.
Yeah,
and I
too. And we can reject any thoughts that don't resonate. That's exactly right. That's discernment. That's discernment.
You know what? Here's this is interesting. I'm driving along in the car, right? And all of a sudden, this could be any number of things. It doesn't have to be driving in the car. But anyway, just the thought in here. Say there's a big steep down the side there or what have you. Why does a thought come to your mind of the possibility of going over the side? You know, it's like, or why do I have thoughts sometimes of something happening to my dog, you know, which I love very, who I love very much, or anything like that. It's like, why are you putting that thought in my head? You know, it's like, it's not my thought is what I'm getting at.
No, cancel, reject, I choose, and then think of another thought. Replace it.
Yeah. Yeah. Because there's truth in that because they send stuff out, frequencies and thoughts. Yeah. That's right, Tim. Yeah. Maybe you should, Pudwhacker.
Get out of my head. You weren't invited.
Yeah. Yeah, that was Tim. Yeah. Yeah. Here you go. Discernment should be #1 class in school. Yes. Teaching how to discern.
Yeah. I have a student right now, and we're doing a unit on critical thinking. So we are using, we're using vocabulary words and spelling words, and we're going to do a research project. And he's a very intelligent, I'd say he's around, 12 years old or something. And he likes stuff like that. He's open-minded.
Teresa said, we have a choice how to be with it and utilize their BS for learning.
Yeah.
Programmed being via intuitive kinesiology, priority sequence, and amazing the layers. Bloodline and soul genetics too. Interesting.
Yeah. I use kinesiology to change belief system too. I went to a class on that. It was really interesting. And one of them was like, you point your thumbs toward yourself and you do this infinity spiral as you look at it 9 times as you say the affirmation.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Pudwhacker says there are 40 negative entities that whisper those negative thoughts in your ears. I agree. Because
we can close our auras, raise our vibrations, cut cords. We are in control as long as we use our divine authority. I close my aura every day. You close your aura? Is that what you said? Yeah, everything is with intention. Yes. I close my aura. In other
Is that
words,
protection?
yes. Yeah. But we have control over our energy field. And that's part of the shift in consciousness is, well, we learn about energy vampires and boundaries. We learn about our own protection. We learn about strengthening our light and being, filled with light and power, God's light, God's power. And so the more we bring in and utilize and become the light, it can be very, very strong. Yeah. Mary Jean said she closes her aura daily as well.
I never heard of it. I never heard of it said that way before,
Mhm.
that you close your aura. In other words, you're putting a bubble of protection around you. Yes?
Yeah. I mean, I specifically say my aura is closed to all but the highest vibration of love and light. And what you say, you do have divine authority. And closing your aura is a practice of protection.
Well, I'm going to have to word it that way now.
Yeah.
See, I learn as we go too. So that's good. I'm very interesting.
Yeah, there's actually specific prayers and words that you can use.
Well, one of the things I do is I ask to be made blind to the enemy. That may not be as good as the other.
You mean they're blind, not you're blind.
Make me blind to the enemy. So that, no, well, I don't want the enemy to see me, is what that means.
I know what you're saying, but yeah.
Make me wonder if I'm saying it wrong. That's the other cleansing. You could call an Archangel Cassiel to cleanse and clear your aura too. Yeah, I've been feeling like I need to go direct more now than ever before. I mean, going direct to source.
Absolutely. Every day. I call it, and I go direct to source every day. That's part of my meditation.
Mm-hmm.
Union through communion, straight through the heart.
Yeah. That's a good thing here. Pudwalker, I use and teach others how to connect with and use their aura for a lot of things, including boosting my cell signal. Well, you might have to teach me how to do that, Pudwalker. And I would have to, sources within, yes, definitely.
Yep. That's right.
And the world is freaking nuts, I agree. I mean, I'm when I see some of the little video clips that people are putting out there now and so on, I'm just going, oh my God, is this real? Is this the world we live in? It's not my world.
Oh, that thing, it's not my world. If I don't choose something to be part of my life, I use that phrase exactly. That's not my world. Because we can choose our own timeline individually. There are multiple infinite timelines. It's not just like one or two. We choose our own timeline.
Yes. Okay, Pudwalker, you need to contact me. Maybe we can work something out. Conspiratory says to have Pudwalker on, please. Yeah, contact me. You know my email. Let's see. GailRoss5555@gmail.com or GailofGaia222@protonmail.com. Either way. Oh, Gaia Love says this. This is interesting. This is fun to learn from each other. These different things, these little sayings and so on. She says, God's shield, activate. Then I put a dome over my place and loved ones. I like that. That's a good one too.
There's so many different things. So I took matrix energetics, and one of the things that you can make, and I've been using this one a lot, you can create an energy module, and you can put your intention, you can feel the energy and everything. You put your intentions using statements, into an energy module, and then you install it into your energy field, and then you activate it. And then you surrender, it goes out to the universe, it's being created in the all that is, and then you you receive. That's just part of conscious creation. It's called collapsing the wave function. But one of the tools is creating a module. And the module is like a seed, intention seed that creates a morphogenic field. And so you plant it like a seed in your heart, your intentions.
Huh.
So the module, install it, activate it. And sometimes I'll take a deep breath and I say, and I'm breathing life into it. And then just like that poem said, 'tis the universe responding. It's the ethers, the substance that also records everything, the book of life.
Well, that being said, we're coming up on over an hour and a half, so we're going to have to.
Really?
Yeah.
Already?
1:33.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. Let's see. One last thing here. Guy I Love says. I'll look you up, Pudwacker, on your Telegram group. I'm on Gale of Gaia's chat gathering and Free Range Gale of Gaia on Telegram. I got two of them. The chat one you can post on. The other one you can't, and I don't know how to fix that. But anyway. Gaia Love says, it gets easier the more I do it. I can see it in my mind's eye, and I use different colors. That's becoming, my visualization is becoming a little easier for me too, the more I do it. I mean, I was really discouraged as a child for use of imagination and things like that. So,
oh, well, yeah, most of us were, because, they discredit it right off the bat when they were saying, like, oh, it's just your imagination.
Yeah. Yeah, like that's not significant in any way. Oh, we've been so used and abused. But anyway, we're coming out of it, and things are looking really good, and the best is yet to come. And I want to keep saying that because we got to be hopeful. We got to have a positive future, because that's what we want. That's where our focus needs to be, not on these god-awful Satanists and all this other crap that's going on. Yes, it's being exposed. It has to be exposed. It has just have to happen that way, because we had to burst the veil of lies. Okay. And now the truth is bursting the veil of lies.
Yeah. So if you wouldn't mind just putting this link. So you know how we did star seeds last Friday?
Yes.
And so it's only once a month, but there's a little intro right there. So what's in the video, or excuse me, that YouTube video link goes to a little star seeds introduction. It's a very short little clip. And you can just email me at michelle@smile4love.com and get a guest pass. And if you want one. And so once a month we're meeting, and we're doing a Zoom meetup worldwide. So we're going to gather more and more people together so we can all discuss things on Zoom.
Sounds like fun. Hope to see you there. And watch for us. We'll be back on again. And Pudwacker, we're going to have a talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
That'll
you
be fun. That'll be fun.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for your wonderful writing and your wonderful work and all that good stuff. And here's the heart. Alrighty then. And let me get back to the part here to end the show. I love you all. Thank you for supporting the show. Please like, subscribe, and what's the other one? Share, like, subscribe. Share, like, and subscribe. I'm a terrible marketer for myself. I'll tell you what.
Oh, thank you, everybody.
But anyway, thank you. We'll see you again soon. Love you all.
Bye.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now, don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We control our fate. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now, don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams. We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas and we have wonderful guests. And I have a very interesting guest for you today. And please feel free to ask questions during the discussion. I will be having Whitefox, who's a Native American shaman. And he does spiritual work, astral work, energy work, akashic work, and grid work. And we're going to talk to him today as soon as he comes back on. Oh my goodness, he just disappeared from the platform here. I'm not sure what happened, but in the meantime, we're having technical issues. Hopefully Pudwecker can get back on here, also known as Whitefox. So this is kind of throwing me off a little bit, but we thought we had it all set up. We were having some problems right initially, but I'm sure he'll come back on as soon as he can. And if you can't get a picture on, don't worry about it. Just leave it the way it is. Hi, everyone. It's been a while. I'm still dealing with some hearing issues, but I wanted to bring Whitefox on and talk about energies because he sees energies, which is rather unique. He was born with this vision. He's half, if I remember correctly, and he can correct me if he's wrong, if I'm wrong, he's half Blackfoot Indian. But anyway, he was born with a unique sight or vision. He sees auras with his physical eyes. He sees beyond the third dimension, and he claims he has been called to service the spirit. So he's here to help people stand in their power and to utilize their gifts and recognize their gifts. So, well, if you could come back onto your phone, Pudwecker, that would be a good thing. I don't want to have to run the show totally myself because I'm not exactly prepared to do so. So anyway, moving right along, he did write a poem, and I'll read that. And this was basically the theme of the show anyway, and it's to stand in your power. So let me read. He wrote this poem. Let me read it to you. Wait a minute. To stand in our power, I have heard it said. For years this phrase echoed inside of my head. I pondered and thought and lived day by day with the turmoil and stress and drama of this place. Seems everyone a victim and a social slave. In my quiet hours, I heard a whisper repeat, stand in your power. It woke me from sleep. 3:33 a.m., I found myself on my feet. Stand in your power, I did repeat. Stand in your power? What even does it mean? The rest of the month, I repeated strange dreams. I saw a repeating number many times every day. My life seemed to simply fall apart, but the question seemed to echo in my heart. With nothing to lose on my darkest day, I found my light, and the answers finally came. My fears fell away. My strength grew from inside, being grateful to simply be alive. The whispers and the dreams felt a lot like taking classes. And the last few days, I was shown to share with the masses. Be not in fear. It gives away your power. Instead, be in love, for that is the truest power. And that was written by Whitefox. Okay. I hope you're get back on your phone, Podwhacker. You're kind of leaving me hanging here. Anyway, it's been those kind of times lately. It seems we have so much going on, and yet we don't know what's really going on, but we hear a lot of stuff, isn't it? Oh. Yep, it's one of those Timo says shit happens, and I'm sorry to say so, but it does, doesn't it? We've been getting an extra lot of it here lately, too. I don't know. I didn't watch that debate because I knew how that was going to turn out anyway, but I can't even believe they're even bothering debating, because what are they debating for? An election of a let's see what I call a bankrupted U.S. corporation that is no longer in existence, according to courts in, I believe it's Jacksonville, Florida. So that I don't believe we will have an election, but that's just my opinion, and I'm okay with that. But our republic is being restored, and I have to thank the work of the Trump team for leading the way in that regard. And I'll be so happy when everything switches over. I have some information I could share with you because this is, well, let me see. They keep replacing people, and it gets really confusing as to why do they keep replacing people. It's it's crazy is what it really is. But I have some information here, and this is from 107. Everybody in this theater who's going after the monster, the beast, is taking their chances. Justice Thomas, who's got a great security detail, takes his wife out to dinner, gets super sick, and they think they got poisoned. President Trump got extremely ill, and there's a discussion he got hit with a very complex 3-part poison. The person who has food taster had to retire, did not recover. Listen to these guys, they just kill anybody if they don't like what they're doing. Well, it looks like I can bring Pud Whacker back on. So it's time for everybody to wake up. Yeah, okay. Here we go. I'm not sure which one you want me to bring on. I can't bring them both on. I don't think. Let me see. That's weird. Let me try this one. Can you hear me? Are you talking? I can't hear you talk. Well, he's here, but I'm not hearing anything. This may be now I can hear you. A little bit.
Well, my phone crashed and my computer unfroze. So my apologies for the technicals.
Okay. I'm not sure which. Oh, there you go. Okay. Because you had 2 pictures up. Now I can't hear you. Can you say something? Testing?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Can't hear you. Oh, there you go. Now I can. Now I can. I didn't at first though. So, okay. I'm just kind of jumping all over the place here because I didn't know where to go when you weren't on.
When your song started playing, my phone started screwing up and my computer froze. That's what happened. I don't know if it's the energy or not, because the energy in here is everywhere and very thick.
Okay, well, let's talk about your ability to see energies, because that's where we were going to go with this. So, and Annie says you can be heard, so that's good. So let's talk about energies and how unique they are to you, because you're able to see them and you were born with this ability, correct?
That is correct. I've been seen this way as long as I have been alive, but it's actually become more intense since 2012.
Okay. So when you see someone's aura, what do you actually see?
Well, if I'm just walking by, not really paying attention,
Pardon?
It looks like a blob of energy. Varied colors, constantly in motion, like a cloud around the average person. If somebody's angry and I walk by, in a lot of cases, I'll see a lot of red flowing in the aura in a very chaotic manner, not very coherent, and usually about 6 feet around a person. When I meet people who are awake, I can actually see.
So you're.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. When I meet somebody who's awake or walking their path, whether they're aware of it or not, their aura is actually anywhere between 8 feet and 12 feet in diameter around them. I can physically see this. If I focus looking at an aura, then the cloud tends to clear up and show me an amazing, constant changing kaleidoscope of patterns and colors. And if I look a little harder, I can actually see the energy flowing throughout the chakras. Takes a lot of focus.
Oh, that's amazing.
since 2012, it's expanded, and I've been able to see energy flowing through electrical wires, flowing through the air. Some inanimate objects actually have an aura.
Wow, that's fascinating.
It can be an overload in a crowd because I don't have an off switch or a filter for it. It just has always been this way for me.
So do you find yourself tending to stay away from crowds and a lot of people?
I do. I do go into them because I'm used to working with the public. For a living, I'm a mechanic. Interesting choice. But for the most part, I do tend to find myself retreating into nature where the aura is much more calm and pleasant. The trees have a really awesome aura.
Annie's asking why do you think it's gotten more intense since 2012?
In 2012, I had an experience on December 27th at 11:37 p.m. I was sitting watching a video of Tesla, and it literally felt like the hand of God reached down and touched me. I found myself in a state of bliss, and it felt like I was electrified from head to toe. Since then, my sight has become much more intense. I do actually see entities. People can't hide their form from me. I can see what they really look like. And nobody knows how to connect with the aura, so everyone's aura is telling completely the truth, regardless of what they have to say.
Excuse me, can I ask you, there's someone that's saying your volume is very low. Can you speak up or speak into your speaker or whatever as much as possible?
Let me see if I can turn it up for you. With it working, I didn't really want to mess with it very much. Is that any better?
I think though, Mathis, you had mentioned it. Is that better for you? I don't know if it's better for them or better for me, but it needs to be better for the listeners.
I had to turn off the YouTube channel so I can't read comments or anything to keep my computer still working. It's a little bit about 15 years old.
Yeah. Okay, so you had some type of electric experience, so to speak, in 2012. That at that time it intensified your apparent gifts of seeing energy. Is that correct?
Yeah, not just my sight, but it also amplified my senses and gave me a stronger connection with my intuition. That's what's been guiding me since 2012 in everything I do. It's kind of hard to ignore when it goes from a whisper to somebody with a megaphone. And that's what it felt like since 2012. That's how it's been for me.
Well, one of the things that you mentioned when we spoke was that you felt that it's been your calling to help people and to get them to stand in their power. Would you like to elaborate on that a little more?
Well, my whole life I've really been inclined and actually drawn to simply helping people in any way possible. That's part of why I became a mechanic to begin with. Everybody needs one. But after 2012, it felt almost as if that inner voice that was so quiet, like I said, it's like it's got a bullhorn now because it's louder than everything else. And it has given me a series of dreams, as well as randomly I'll hear music and voices. No, I'm not on drugs, but I just hear random whispers in the distance and even in the wind. When I meditate connected to Gaia, I actually get similar visions, so I'm not afraid of them. But many of them have guided me to showing people what it is that they're really capable of. The energy that I can see has made it easier for me to understand and therefore start using it. And I want to encourage people to actually use the gifts that they were given. Not everybody has the same sight or the same gift. There are some that everyone can share, such as telepathy. But at the same token, we all have a unique gift we've all had the entire time, and it's up to us to figure it out to use it. On top of that, as creator beings, Manifestation is not the only way to use the energy that you have. It flows through you like a river into everything around you, and your intention is what controls it. Your imagination is what gives it form. There's also some other intricacies, but that would be a really deep talk, maybe at another time. But at the moment, it suffices to say, where your attention goes, your energy flows. And it doesn't matter which part of your body it flows from, or even directly from your aura. Where your intentions go, your energy flows. A good example would be changing a red light. If you sit at a red light and you're annoyed with that red light, you're out of balance. Therefore, you couldn't stand in your power and use your energy to adjust the red light. But with a little bit of confidence and practice, you can change red lights by snapping your fingers. I've done this for years, and I've had many people see me do it and wonder if I had a remote. I even got pulled over once, and the cops searched my car for a remote for the red lights. You can also use it in any other number of ways, depending on what you choose to focus on and your intent behind it. Now, go ahead.
Sometimes I think that people don't necessarily even realize that they're focusing on something negative, so to speak, because we've been so programmed in so many ways that sometimes these automatic negatives just are imprinted on us in a way, and starting to recognize them is what's really important, and then you can change it. But if you aren't aware of it, it's you can't fix something you don't know about. That's what I'm getting
Most people do not know that the negative thoughts that they're interacting with, first off, this world has never been just 3D. The 4D layer around us is not empty either. There's a great many lower entities that walk around following people, and I've seen this, and they'll whisper thoughts into their head. They'll whisper negative things to them. Now, for the average person that this isn't happening to, there's also the fact that so much negativity flows through the collective conscious. And even if you're not conscious of it, you do pick up on it.
Well, I was wondering, they've been saying all along here that these negative beings, a lot of negative beings have left the planet, so to speak. Now, have you noticed any difference in the level of negative energy versus the level of positive energy, or any kind of balancing effect or anything like that, since you're aware of energies more so than the average person?
Well, as far as the energies of the average person I meet, I'd say that the vast majority of the high level negative ones are gone. But some of the low-level astral ones around you are still there. I still do see some whispering into some people's ears. But people who are on a positive path don't get that nowhere near as much as those who are down and frustrated or in a lower vibrational state, because they can't do anything to you, even astrally, unless you are somewhere within a range of their energy signal. Then you're open to what they suggest. But if you keep yourself in a state to where you're more positive, and I don't mean toxic positivity, that's not beneficial, but positive in a way that you're grateful, that brings you up out of a range to where you're out of their spectrum. The average sleeping person still flows in that general spectrum due to both ignorance and their soul's choice. But those who've woken up, that's because it's your soul's choice to do so. Therefore, you're open to all of this, if you choose it, because free will is honored the entire way. But there's a great many entities. I used to see them a whole lot more before 2012. But there's still a bunch around. It's not completely done. And a lot of the energy that I've been seeing coming in from these blasts from space, whether it be our sun or somewhere else, I'm not sure entirely, but it looks like it's raining energy, and it changes color, intensity, and varied all the time. today alone, I counted 6 different changes in the energy in the sky. It's actually right now more about a chartreuse kind of purplish color.
Well, depending on the person's attitude or trauma that they experience or whatever, do you see like holes in the aura or brown colors or any of that type of thing?
I've never seen what look like holes in an aura in anyone.
Okay.
However, I have seen dark swirls, both indicating to the body of physical ailments. Unfortunately, the gift did not come with instructions to tell you what everything means, but I can see a lot of it. Over time, I begin to understand a little bit of it. But when you're talking about getting holes in the aura, what they probably mean is where there's an energetic line attached to you that either someone or something is using to siphon away your energy.
So you see entities that are attached to people?
Yes, I do. And
Wow.
It's not pretty.
Wow. So, okay, we're going to come back to that question, but Mathis is asking, how do we protect ourselves properly from astral attack as we are sleeping?
Well, the old practice of putting a white light bubble protection around yourself does a lot more than people think it does. It really does show up in the aura. You can always place a ring of salt around your bed. That actually works multidimensionally. Even if it's just simple house salt, salt is still a crystal. Crystals in general hold high vibe, and they will happily help you, especially if you connect with them on a personal level. Meditating with them is a good way to do that.
Why is salt such a deterrent?
I'm still not 100% on that, but I've seen that it's extremely effective both against witchcraft as well as against demons and even just the basic random spirit that might walk up and try to mess with you because it's bored.
Oh, that's interesting. Mathis says he just puts salt around his bed. Isn't that interesting that would just come up?
That one works very well. Another way is to envision a shield in your space. Create an energetic bubble and put it in place, and nothing can penetrate that bubble while you're sleeping. So possession while you're asleep can't happen without you inviting the experience anyway because of the laws of the universe. However, that doesn't mean they can't invade your dreams and mess with your head.
Somebody's asking, J Thought's asking, should your bed be against the wall?
Doesn't matter.
The only thing that I know of that Shung Fu thing is that basically, what I've read anyway, is your head should face north.
Either north or south, according to the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. If you, in the 13th tablet, if you lay for an hour a day with your head to the north, and then another hour with your head to the south, it's supposed to align the magnetics in your body and extend your life.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Oh,
That
my
was an
wife's...
interesting read.
Yeah, there's something about this salt that negative entities just don't like it. I have salt on the
It's
windowsills of my...
Celebrate the start of the weekend.
I have salt on the windowsills of my house. I've put salt on the doorways. Anyway.
I go around my entire property and I place a light layer of salt. Then I come back in my house and I communicate with all my crystals I have all over the place. And I use them as a grid of energy, holding the barrier around my property. I was shown to do this by spirit, and I've even seen my barrier deflect lightning. In the last 2 years, there's been a very serious outbreak of tornadoes come through this area, and I have yet to have one come through my space.
Interesting.
They've been literally a block away and did not come through my space. So I believe the barriers really can work. And the more time you put into it, the more thought in a positive way, the stronger they get. The salt layer actually helps to create a foundational base so that it would maintain even if you're not thinking about it.
Yeah, I like that idea, because sometimes if you forget to protect yourself before you fall asleep at night or something like that, you. But I don't have negative dreams, and I'm very grateful for that fact. But
Not all
I
negative dreams are from a demon. Sometimes it's your higher self trying to tell you something. Dreams are extremely metaphoric in the way they play out.
Yeah, I very rarely remember my dreams, which is a problem for me. But I'm wondering this. This is a thought that came to my mind. Sometimes why do some people wake up in the morning and they're just crabby as all get out, and then there's other people that wake up and they're always in a good mood.
Part of that has to do internally. Those inner blockages you meant about, as they build up within you, that can cause a differentiation on your mood. Perspective is also an issue that can bring in that. Each individual and how they see the world has a big part to play in how they feel about the world around them. Some people just don't like mornings, so they're that way. Usually the way to correct such a bad mood, if you find yourself in one, is to start listing off things you're grateful for. Even the simple little things, like a butterfly.
Okay, somebody is saying, are the spirits, and I'm sure he means bad spirits, parasites, and how do we combat those?
Well, energetically, the spirits, the negative ones, or spiritual parasites, as some people call them, which are usually low grade or low frequency fourth dimensional beings, even if they are looking like a worm. Size and shape doesn't matter. They can change that in the astrals. You can too if you project there, but how do you protect against that? Well, normally, if you wish, you can actually ask your guardian angels to do it, because they will. Or you can program yourself with affirmations that you are protected. And in that, you start getting divine protection against such things. The only way a parasite like that can attach to you is if you invite it in. And the ways that you can invite it in is, say, if someone cuts you off in traffic and you get mad about it. Well, you're mad. You're inviting in that entity that keeps feeding on angry energy.
Also, there are entities that feed on the anger emotion. Then,
yes.
Is what we're saying.
Now, anger is a neutral state, actually. It's both positive and negative, and what determines how it is how you react to it. A justified anger is not a bad thing.
Yeah, righteous anger.
If you take it too far, then you're inviting negative because you're putting off and creating negative, such as if you break something because you're mad. It took me a while to learn this one, by the way. But if you redirect that negative energy from being angry, you can put it into your work, you can put it into any number of things, including positive. If someone cuts you off in traffic and you're angry, you can easily send them that anger transmuted as love. And in doing so, you eliminate any possibility of a negative entity around you trying to attach. Instead of an eye for an eye, that's an old 3D way of looking at things.
When are we going to get out of the realm, or the when are they going to leave? Are these negative entities? Why are they still here? Are they bunch of minions of the larger entities, or what's the story on that? Why can't they just leave us alone?
From my understanding, most of the people who are still being attacked at by such entities, those entities are doing everything they can to stay here, because as the light quotient increases, most of them do flee. Now, some of the more stubborn ones will stick around all the way up to the event. After the event, there will still be some of those entities, but they will be on the lower 3D Earth. That's when the bifurcation of timelines truly happens. It's in progress right now. We're choosing our paths by how we live our lives right now.
So we should be cultivating love wherever we can.
Absolutely. We should be the light, and the light doesn't shine from a dark place. That's where you find your light. That's not where you shine your light. This world is the dark place right now, and it's all of our jobs to shine our light by simply being the positive beings that we can be. But that's entirely choice as well.
Random acts of kindness help a lot.
Absolutely. They can brighten your day. Just simple acts of holding a door or even standing quietly in the corner of a room. A year ago, I did this at a Subway. I walked in the room, there was about 50 people, and they were not happy. It was really loud and bustly, and I could feel a lot of anger in the air in the room. I was not trying to look around because, well, that would be offensive overload. So instead, I literally closed my eyes, standing in line to wait to get my food, and took 5 minutes to push my energy out into the entire room. And then I was grateful. And in 5 minutes, the whole room's energy shifted. People started having positive conversations. It became really chill in there. I even had somebody come up to me and say thank you and run off. Some little kid. I didn't know anybody knew I did that. But that's the conscious choice of using my energy in that way. The aura is not limited to a 6 foot span. The more you go down your path and you ascend in the sense of your own path and what you're doing individually, the brighter and the bigger your aura gets. That's why it's said that one awake person has the energetic influence just by their presence as 10 non-awake people. So
that's cool.
By carrying that,
okay,
in a positive way, you're affecting people even if you never say a word to them, and they're clueless about it.
I'd like to answer this question Mathis has, is if the salt line breaks, can they come in, or is that a myth?
That's a myth. It's the intent. You have to actively take apart the circle. That's known as a circle of protection. If it breaks accidentally, energetically and intently, it's still there, even if you can't see it or sense it. And many times after you put one up yourself, you won't be able to feel it unless you tell yourself to feel it, because it's your own energy. You won't really notice walking through it or carrying it with you if you choose. You can also ask the crystals to help you to maintain it so you don't have to think about it.
Okay, Jay Thought's asking, can you see the Lightworker signature, and have you ever approached someone based on what you energetically saw?
Actually, yes. There is a key signature, and it's not really a signature. It's more like a specific tweak to the energy frequency of the individual. Even some of the darker people you think are dark aren't necessarily. A Lightworker signature, from what I can see, usually they have a sparkle or more of an otherworldly type coloration to their aura, showing their spiritual progress, because it does show up in the aura. In fact, anything that goes on with you shows up in your energetic body, which the aura is an extension outside the physical body of the etheric body, or the energy body.
This is interesting. Wide Awake says that I've been under attack in my astral. She went from my rib cage trying to pierce them. I had to put her eyes out to get her off of me. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed child, I had pain in my rib cage for months. Wow.
Yes, what affects you when you're astrally traveling does affect your energy body, not your physical. However, the physical body is a derivative of the energy body, so you will still feel it. It sounds to me like you're still playing in the lower astrals if you're being attacked, because when you get to the mid-range and upper astrals, which is based on your vibration, your overall vibration, not your in-the-moment vibration, by the way. You can go up and down the scale while you're in the astrals and pop up and down within the astrals.
Wait a minute, I already said that one. Excuse me, sorry.
So just climb on up out of the gutter and keep walking, and they can't touch you. Or you can have fun with it and picture yourself wearing spiritual armor and go have a ball, blow off some steam. There's plenty of dark down there in the lower astrals to play with if that's what you want to do. I don't recommend it.
Well, I don't remember my dreams, but I was told by a psychic that I'm very active in the astral and I'm traveling all over the place. But anyway, I wanted to read this, what Mathis said, because it's kind of funny. He
All
says,
right.
in my dreams, a blonde woman was holding my arms down, pinning me. I swung my knee up to crack her in the jaw as I expected to connect. I woke up and I was swinging my leg up, almost threw myself off the bed. That's hilarious.
You were really in sync with the dream.
I have to tell you that it just reminded me of something that happened when I was just a child at this time, and it just shows I was actually jumping rope in my bed in a dream, but I was actually physically jumping rope. And my mother, she was in a room right next to me, and she could hear what was going on. She goes, "What are you doing?" And I said, I'm playing jump rope. I mean, I answered and everything. I was totally asleep, but it was hilarious. Anyway, she got a kick out of it. And sometimes I guess I could be like lucid dreaming, huh? Because my mom asked me that, and I went right back to jumping rope. So,
yeah,
anyway.
Well, that actually kind of sounds like the inner child playing with you. If you want to know how to really discover your gifts, get in touch with your inner child. They hold the key to your magic. Magic is science not yet understood. In modern day, in the military, magic is called energy manipulation, and it can be done by both machinery and the human consciousness. And this is proven. There were studies done by the CIA that were released in the last couple of years, and some of that document dump. And there was also other writings in the past. I wish I could remember the name of the books, but it's been a long time since I read them. I read a lot of books on the topic to try and understand what it is I was seeing. The only one who could really help me with that was the shaman I was under training with. I'm half Blackfoot, and my tribe is in upstate New York on the border to Canada.
Wasn't the book Black Elk Speaks, isn't he a Blackfoot Indian?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that was, interestingly enough, that was the first book, the first thing I was told to read on the first Indian reservation I was on. I was told to read Black Elk Speaks. Anyway, moving right along. Can you see if a person is more than 2 DNA strand activated?
I cannot see to the DNA level, but I can see in their auras based on their chakras what's going on with their energy body. I cannot see the DNA, although I've had many dreams showing me DNA being repaired, being uplifted, even more strands active. One evidence scientists found to this fact since 1987. In the 90s, it was rare for a child to be born with a 2-strand umbilical cord. In the 2000s, that number exploded, and now 90% of children born have 3 strands to the umbilical cord.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
So there's some physical evidence that this is actually happening. And yes, some people do begin to sparkle. I don't.
They do begin to do what?
Some people, as they absorb the incoming light codes and energies, their bodies will actually begin to sparkle like they're wearing glitter when they're not.
Oh, wow.
That's the
Okay.
3D visual part. In the
Wow.
aura, it's not just sparkles. It's like explosions of light energy popping off all through the aura as they're taking in the light codes.
Like having sparklies.
Absolutely.
Okay, Wide Awake says she says, I am a positive high vibrational with vibrant yellow white aura, great chakra glowing. I believe I was jumped while passing through the lower astral.
That can happen. It can happen if you're in the lower astral. It's because your vibe has set you up to go through the lower astral, because you don't have to. In the astral plane, travel is instantaneous or at your own pace. If you choose to walk the distance, you will. If you choose to fly, you will. If you choose to just be there, you will. That's part of how it works in the astral. I've been playing in the astral since I was a kid, and the shaman taught me how to get there.
Well, I used to obviously do that sort of thing, but since I've gotten older, it seems I've lost that ability. I don't know.
You didn't lose it. Your inner child has it.
Okay.
If you'd like, I could do a session with you and help you to connect with your inner child.
Well, I just might appreciate trying that, see if it helps. I don't remember my dreams either, and I should say I got to quit saying that because maybe that's helping to make that happen.
That is reaffirming it. That is
Yes.
true. Most people don't mindfully think of how they speak, but words are called spelling because you're casting spells. In school, they teach you just enough to be susceptible, but not enough to fully understand what's going on. Lawyers make so much money because they do know all the legal speak and how it all interplays and why you have to be proper and etc. But that also works at an energetic level. Things you say to yourself, your own ears hear you. So your body is going, okay, we won't remember them. Just as an example. That's why positive affirmations about yourself are very beneficial, because your own ears hear you say it.
What are you saying? Mathis is saying it's because I smoke weed. What?
No, there's
I don't
nothing
think
wrong
so.
with smoking weed. If you
Yeah.
choose to smoke weed for pleasure reasons, just to get high, you're wasting it. Because the real purpose of weed, if you look back in its history, marijuana was a gift to the planet by the goddess Shiva, according to the Indian culture. It's supposed to help to open the third eye. But if misused or relied upon like a crutch, then it's just wasting it. You're getting high, but you're not getting any of the spiritual benefits from it. It's one of those things you really want to do in moderation.
I look at, I tell people this, and this is a fact. I have smoked and unsmoked, and it didn't seem to make any difference in terms of my dreaming and remembering my dreams. But I've had somebody say that before. That's why I don't remember. It does help me sleep, though. I will say that much. But I don't think it has anything to do with dream recalls or whatever. I am starting now to remember bits and pieces more than I ever have before. So I'm thinking that it's coming back. I just have to be
Part of the
patient.
reason most people don't remember their dreams is because when they go to sleep, they leave their astral or their physical body, and they're in their astral body, and there's a veil in between. Because if you're 3D and asleep, you don't know nothing about spiritual world, so it doesn't apply to you. That's why you don't remember, because you're coming through that veil back into your body when you wake up. You may remember for a little while. That's why people tell you to write it down in dream journals in the morning. But until you expand your consciousness to the point where you know that the dream world is actually a specific frequency within the astral world. And yes, there's a barrier protecting it from the lower astral. If you have a bad dream, in 90% of cases, it's your higher self or some part of yourself, whether it be your inner child, your inner demon, all of which are a valid part of you, including the ego. The original purpose of the ego was to keep you physically alive, and the dark figured out how to program the ego, which is why it's always so negative. Most people tell you to kill the ego. I don't. I tell you to befriend the ego, recognizing it as the valid part of yourself. Because if you don't, it's going to fight you anytime you try to do anything spiritual. Because it thinks you're going to kill the body, and then it'll be out of a job.
Interesting. J Thought's asking, what's some astral plane history and news? Was it compromised a few years back? How is it governed?
The astral plane cannot be compromised. It's a valid plane that exists within all realms. It's like the space in between spaces for the spirit or the soul. As far as hijacked and what's controlling the earthly astral plane, that happened more than 10,000 years ago. We're coming to an end with that. There are battles going on all over the lower astrals to clear it out, because the earth and everyone on it has to pass through that to get where we're going. So beforehand, I mean, for 20 years now, they've been working on clearing the lower astrals for safe passage for us through during the event. Or the solar flash, however you wish to put it. As far as there you go.
Okay, here's a question for you. How do we find a reputable shaman to assist us with a chronic health condition that no one has been able to figure out?
To find a reputable shaman, just look for a genuine one. You'll know it by the feeling and the vibration from that person when you walk up to them. And hopefully the best thing to get to heal yourself is yourself. Internally, there are things that need to be straightened up if you have a physical ailment, because all ailments start at the energetic level. That's why they're visible in the aura. If you can clear the energetic blockages, those are what solidify and become cancers and other things. Clearing out such old energy can help prevent and remove those, as well as working on removing the mental programming that this causes cancer or that causes cancer. Because that mental programming, you're always seeing it. Well, that's part of them attacking your subconscious to program you so that you do get cancer.
I'm going to be, just for people's interest, listeners, I am going to have, when I can make an arrangement, there's a YouTube channel and 2 women that run a show called The Shaman's Cave. And it's my understanding these women are both recognized around the world as very sought after shamans. So if I can get them on the show at some point, there will be someone that you can talk to. But you can also talk to Whitefox here too. I don't know if he does that sort of thing on a...
Actually, I've been volunteering with the spiritual community for more than 10 years, mostly with the higher self community, but now I'm expanding out. I have a Telegram channel. You're welcome to share that, Gail.
Now, what do you do? I have a friend, for example, who always wants me to bring this up on shows about spiritual bypass and why does it have to cost so much money for someone to be able to get some help? And so,
to be honest, I've asked that question many times. Never once in my entire voluntary I have ever charged anyone anything. I don't understand why people do. I mean, I get making a little bit for your own pocket for your service because it does take time and energy. But at the same time, they are charging ungodly amounts as if everybody's rich. That's not really helping anyone. So what's
exactly. That's why I don't charge for my shows, and I don't put a paywall on my shows. I do ask for help because I do need it. And the affiliate links are helpful as well. But I don't charge for it. And there are people that have, you know, a ton more people than I do following them. And they put their stuff behind a paywall. And I'm going, why do you do that? You know, I just don't agree with it. But I'd rather have somebody contributing because it comes from their heart. That's what they want to do, not because that's what they do. Have to do.
A couple years back, I actually started, I was attempting to build a community on my acre of land here in Kentucky. And I've had several people come and go. I've had my girlfriend, she came here from Oregon and has been here for 2 or 3 years. From the community, just to help. She wasn't my girlfriend when she came here, and no, that wasn't why she came here. But things just kind of developed. But in any event, I've never charged 1 penny to help anyone, whether on the phone or in person, with the exception of my mechanical skills, because that's how I make my 3D living. I've never charged for my spiritual services of any kind.
Well, I have a friend that I was telling you about that I'm going to send to you. Okay.
All right, cool.
Maybe you can help him.
People.
He frequently tells me he's suicidal, so I'm, you know, and I just don't know what to do. I get.
I've actually helped quite a bit with some people with that too a couple of years back.
Oh, I have selenite right next to my bed. I've had it under my pillows too.
Good joy.
I do remember little bits and pieces here and there, but if I don't write it down right away, I totally forget it in a very short period of time. But
let's see. Okay. Somebody asked what I know about the 3 days of darkness. I know that it's but not necessarily. The only thing I have up is our chat note. Off to the right side.
Oh yeah, Tim makes this difference, and I'd like to make that. There's a big difference between a stoner and a smoker. It's like
Absolutely.
a drunk versus a someone that has an occasional drink, or even one or two, but doesn't get crazy. Moderation in everything is really truthful. But
That's been the best course of action for me in my life. It's kept me out of trouble too. Well, as far as the 3 days of darkness, from what I have been shown, it is possible that this matrix, including the physical one, will be shutting down for a brief period of time. 3 days is, I don't know if that's going to be an exact. Some have stated 10. And it really depends on which ancient text you read. There's been a lot of people modernly saying it, but I don't think any of them really have a clue. But from what I've been shown from Spirit, there's a good possibility that even our sun may go quiet for a while, but it's not going to be permanent. And during that time is when we will be transitioning through the lower 4D into the upper 4D, because even most of the awake people are not ready to go straight into 5. We're being created a place in the upper 4D for us to continue our evolution for those of us who are making that soul choice. And it's not a discrimination or a hatred against people what's causing the divide. It's each individual soul choice. If you're conscious and awake, then you have say in that choice. If you're not going to pick up the ascension energies. You're not going to get any of this. It'll be like just basic walking around 3D.
I see there's a lot of different suggestions there for going to sleep at night.
I've never had any trouble sleeping, though, since for the last 4 years, I can't tell the difference between being awake and asleep.
Oh my goodness. I haven't been having that much trouble falling asleep later. In fact, I'm sleeping longer than I usually do. But sometimes if I got something bothering me, that can keep me awake. And I have used melatonin in the past or tried, but melatonin's kind of tricky too. You got to be careful you don't take too much of it, and you take it early enough in the evening, or you can wake up in the morning very groggy.
I've never had much trouble sleeping, but I have ADHD, so when I'm done for the day, I have already burnt more energy than 4 people around me. So when I crash hard. I don't hear nothing except what I'm doing in the astrals.
Wow. Well, that's I've been sleeping more than usual lately. So, but the energies, let's talk about the energies on the planet right now, though, energies that people are dealing with that are in the collective. What's your comment on that?
Well, the collective energies, I've been watching it for several years now, and they've been getting steadily more intense. And each person is affected uniquely by the energy based on where they're at internally. If they're having a lot of blockages, this energy is to flush it out and help you if you've chosen the ascension path. If you haven't, then you're missing all of them, and your body will start to go into a shutdown mode. I can tell you that the colors have been, I can't find most of them anymore on the color wheel because they're beyond that. Most of the light workers I've met in person have been that way as well. Just the energy and the space around them is just amazing. But it will trigger things in you being in that kind of energy if you haven't done that inner work, figured out those blockages and stuff like that. And that's a whole big thing. But the energies have been really affecting people. I've seen 3D people that have always just been friendly, normal people just start losing it recently, especially on days that I'm feeling really great. And then other days, the ascension energy is making us sleep more, or the body is reacting to energy and making us feel sick, feel old injuries, be off balance. You might even have visual effects. The energy is affecting people in a great different many ways, and not just immediately when it hits the planet, but also over time, I see sometimes the same energy bounce around, leave off to the left in the sky, and then like 2 hours later, it's coming around from the right. So it's really hard to say for sure, except that it's absolutely happening and real. It's just not happening in our time frame, and it's not happening instantaneous. Because if it did, half of our bodies would explode from the shift from frequency. The human on the earth is not accurate by the way it's measured and shown to the public. But at the same time, today, as an example, we're under a G4 geomagnetic storm, and that affects cognitive, that affects the physical body, and in any number of ways, depending on you personally and the way your energy flows. Energy can flow clockwise or counterclockwise for people, and the physical way to tell, the part in the center of your hair, the way that it swirls, that's the flow of your body. In the energetics, I can simply look, and it flows in almost like a toroidal field coming out the top of your head and going back in at your feet.
I'm just scrolling through the questions now to see what other, if I missed some of these.
I've literally seen people use their energy and push it out of their hand to affect other things. The flow of your energy will determine whether your right hand or your left hand is your projector. Your offhand will be your receptive, and that allows you to move and control energy, which the left and right palms are two halves of the same chakra. Just like yin and yang has two halves.
I never heard that. I'm going to have to throw this up there. Some people think the more money you spend, the more you get what you want. Now, I never heard that one before, but if you don't have it, how can you spend it?
I've heard that as one of those money mastery things, ads on YouTube and such. Money originally is supposed to represent energy exchange, and that reference, if you put in energy, you get energy out. That would be true if you just replaced money with energy. And you can damn sure manifest money in that way, but manifestation is still slow until you shift completely out of 3D. It also has to do with your beliefs and your stance internally about money as to whether you'll attract it or not. Personally, I've never cared for money, so I don't have much, but I have more than abundance of everything else I need.
I feel that way too. I don't, yeah. My landlord won't give up on money no matter how much I try to convince him.
Most people who are landlords or business people are all about the money. That's their path.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a drug. You gotta have the money. Gotta have the money.
Yeah.
You can have $1 billion, but you can't take it with you, and it means nothing on the other side. It means zero in the astral plane.
When we leave this plane, we don't take a U-Haul truck behind us.
In fact, when we make the shift, you can't take your old way of thinking with you, your old blockages and biases, and we all have them in one sense or another. But you can't take that with you. That's why I say everyone needs a paradigm shift. One of the big ones is going to be about money.
Yeah, that's going to be real big. It's funny. What it reminds me of is if you've been pretty much, living hand to mouth most of your life, right? And then all of a sudden you have all this money. You're still going to be, it's going to be a lot like the cattle or the animals that are kept behind a fence, and then all of a sudden you remove the fence and they still stay within the confines of the fence.
Exactly.
And so
I like what you got up on the screen. Try to teach yourself to use your non-dominant hand. It does open up the way the brain works. However, energetically, if you try to do that without low energy practice, if you've never used your energy before, the chakra network within your arms and hands can only handle so much flow. It's like a trickle of a stream. The more you practice with it and the more confidence and belief you have in it, the more those chakra channels open, and you could use 10 times the energy. But if you try to use it in a reverse flow, you're literally fighting yourself energetically, and it can cause damage or blockages to the chakras. So I don't recommend that for chakras, but in everyday practice, use, writing, whatever, that's a good idea.
Wide Awake says we have to drop the materialistic mind. and
I
Tim
agree
says
with that 100%.
Tim says good luck with that. It is a lot of us already have, but a lot of us haven't. There's a certain comfort level that it would be nice if everybody could have. It's kind of interesting here in one of the surrounding towns. They're bringing in a whole bunch of what they call tiny homes, and believe me, they are tiny. And personally, I believe everybody has a right to a decent amount of space, and I those little tiny things remind me of those apartment buildings that are empty in China, that they're setting it up for 15, these what they call these 15-minute cities and so on.
Yeah, that's a trap, and that takes you down the inorganic ascension path if that's your beliefs.
Right.
That has a lot to do with a lot of things. Big Brother mostly. No, the tiny homes remind me of those. You can rent a hotel room or a small apartment in China, but it's no bigger than basically the size of a coffin in some cases. And it's not cheap. And some of the tiny homes actually kind of remind me of that China's been doing for more than 10 years. There's a lot of disturbing things been going on in the world, but I've been trying to focus more on my path and how I can help people. And
I think we all need to do that, really. And
walking my path.
And people can walk their path simply by being kind and helpful to other people too, even just by smiling at somebody. It could be all the difference in the world for them, for their day. It could make their day. Things like that, just the little things. People think they have to do these great big things, and you really don't.
Small things add up, and they can make a world of difference. Now, I will say that not everybody's path is going to be the same, but we're all going to the same place as far as the end result. But it's the journey down the path that Spirit is interested in. And the only compass you really have is your intuition.
What do you think about this? Jay thought I know what they're saying. A lot of us thought the 4D superpowers were going to be a thing, and we were going to be living like the comic books. Is it completely off table, or do the energies hint otherwise?
Well, the energies hint that it's more than a fable. Most of the fables and things from the past that we heard people could do, that was us. But that was us at a higher vibrational reality. We were actually gone down. We're nowhere near the highest vibration this planet has ever been. In fact, it started out as a 5D planet. And now we're past the lowest point and on our way back up now. So as we choose and walk our path and build ourselves spiritually, physically, and mentally, then we will begin to unlock these gifts, which is what I'm encouraging people. And the biggest lock on these gifts isn't even the vibration. It's the mental blocks. Since we were a kid, schools were designed to destroy the imagination, which is one of the most important spiritual tools for creation. At the same time, they also programmed us with a 3D way of life. And that means magic's not real. Oh, Santa Claus isn't real. Well, yes, they are. If you believe in them. Because this is a free will universe, and you can manifest anything you truly believe in.
Trouble is, we've been conditioned to believe otherwise, to think of ourselves as small and insignificant, and we bought into it and we believe that, and it's a real challenge to change that.
And that's where it brings me to the point about standing in your power. If you're afraid of something, you're not standing in your power. If you have a doubt about something you're doing, and it continues and continues to be a doubt problem that grows in your head, you're not standing in your power. Fear will take you out of your power, regardless of how powerful you really are. And believe me, every one of us is extremely powerful. That's why they want to keep us asleep. It's the only way they can handle us. Unlock that in yourself,
Well, as
connecting to yourself, and removing such programs that magic's not real. Yes, it is. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not real. You breathe air, but you can't see that.
That's true. Mather says he smiles at people just to piss them off. It's funny sometimes when you smile at people, they look at you like, "What do you want?" or "What's wrong with you?" I mean, that's kind of sad, but
that's one way of fighting the dark. Because when you smile at someone and they get annoyed by it, that means there's something in them that's not very pleasant, and your positive thing was like an attack on them. That's what the light does. Instead of attacking physically, going and blowing up the dark's house or whatever, they kill them with kindness. They really show them love, and it sends them running and screaming. And I've seen this literally. That's part of why it's easier for me to believe in what I do. I can see it. That was my gift.
this is very true too. Mathis says this. As long as there are dumbs and child trafficking and sacrifices, the planetary vibration will stay low. And they also put out negative and low vibrations, but they have really been doing quite a job, I think, eliminating a lot of this.
A lot more than you know has already been taken care of, according to some friends of mine in the military. At this point, we're learning about it, but much of it's already been taken care of. And yet there is still some to go. Both astrals and otherwise.
Let's just here's an interesting question too by J Thought. He said, is it possible that if Gaia were under serious attack, she could release all blocks and activate our powers to fight on her behalf?
Yes and no. It is true Gaia can remove those limitations, but there's also the issue of free will. Individually, we would have to choose to stand in our power to do this. Gaia never locked us from it. The dark situation started back in Atlantis, when they caused the first downfall and the second, from 5 to 4, then 4 to 3.
Wow.
A long time ago, using exactly child sacrifice and demonic practices. And that's really the only magic that people really think of nowadays. But the flip side of that, anything the dark can do, the light can do too. Except we wouldn't be killing kids, we'd be saving them. We wouldn't be sacrificing more than our own energy, because we'd be coming from a place of love, not this hatred. And they want you to be hatred towards them. They want you to be angry, because then they've got your energy. Unless you come out of that paradigm where they can steal your energy. Because if you're standing in your power, they can't touch your energy unless you give it to them. They also cannot affect your immediate space without you giving consent. You literally have to take responsibility for your own energy, though, in order to stand in your power.
Whispers on Winds, belief is a tough one. You have to reprogram your subconscious mind, and that is very true.
Do you know how you bring something out of the subconscious?
No.
You become aware of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's it. It's that simple. If you're aware that you're breathing funny, then it's no longer a subconscious thing. It's conscious. You're aware of it. Therefore, you can do something about it. But as long as it stays in the subconscious, such as watching commercials on TV, they're designed to affect your subconscious, to program you, make you want that product, make you whatever they're programming. But if you're consciously aware that they're trying to do that, you can still watch the commercial and you won't be affected because you're consciously aware they're doing that. Therefore, you can reject it.
Oh, that makes sense. Here, Wide Awake says, due to holidays being manipulated, I do not celebrate holidays. I do not celebrate holidays either.
I do for my 3D kids, but beyond that, personally, no, I really don't. I celebrate life every day.
Elated Veracity, that Whitefox's Telegram channel is in the description of this video. So what about the photon belt? Let's talk about the photon belt a little bit.
Okay.
Where are we in terms of the photon belt? And is that the energetics that are going to bring us into our superpowers, our reconnect our DNA? Is it that, or is it the solar flash, or both of them?
The solar flash is like the match point, or the point, or like knocking over the domino. The photon belt, or the energetic fog that our solar system has been moving into, is back as far as the 80s. At the beginning of in 86, 87, began the precession of the equinoxes. It's a 36-year window. By the end of that window, the sun does its flash. Well, the precession of the equinoxes actually correlates to the photon belt. And as we move into it, it's the completion of, I think it's a 340 million year cycle. We're in that moment now. If you look scientifically, as far back as 2011, scientists at NASA have been taking pictures of all the planets. And they've noticed significant changes in all the planets. In fact, ours is the only one that has not completed a pole flip. The sun even flipped its poles last year. When our planet finishes the flip, it'll be caused by the solar flash. And the photon belt is what's actually triggering the changes in all the planetary bodies, which the sun is the logos for our solar system. And the oversouls are each of the planets in our solar system for this particular game. And I say it as a game because to spirit, this is a game. Down here, it feels super real, but on the other side, it's a whole lot more real than this. But anyway, as the photon belt finally reaches our sun, and when it intermingles the energy, Spirit has shown me multiple times since 2012 that this triggers the sun to cause the solar flash.
Okay.
And that was the divine timing that triggered it.
Okay, that's what I was wondering about. And yeah, you just hit on what I was getting at, if that was going to do that.
Sorry, it was a long-winded answer, but it was necessary to get the right answer.
No, that's fine.
Not everybody keeps up with the science.
Here's another question for you. Let's see. So does the dark hold back simply because if they do it, we will see it and suddenly remember we can do the same trick, then the fighting really begins?
I'm going to say yes, if we choose to fight. But if you do the inner work while you're gaining through this, you'll realize that when it's time that we can do the same thing as them, by doing the same thing as them, we would realize that's only perpetuating it, and we're trying to stop it. Therefore, you wouldn't really want to start really fighting, even though you are now capable at that point. The real fighting is going on inside of yourself. Each one of us that awakens takes away from the dark. The more of us that awaken, the more light on the planet, on top of the photonic energy coming from both the universe and our logos, the sun.
You know, I heard something, it just reminded me of something. The saying, I'm my own worst enemy. And the fact of the matter is, it's probably not even you. It's probably thoughts and triggers from negative entities that...
A lot of it, yes, but the ego actually listens to it. And the ego is a program to keep you physically alive and was designed originally for the body, just to keep you from physically hurting yourself before you got to enjoy the experience of life. It got hijacked by the dark, therefore it's actually being controlled by the dark through the subconscious. The subconscious controls the ego based on what's available to it, but the subconscious doesn't miss anything, including that entity that might be behind you whispering in your ear.
This is something that's true, so I'm going to put it up there. Mathis is saying that I bring up the dumbs, Vatican, pedos everywhere, etc., and people don't want to hear about it, and
Of
it
course
pisses me
not.
off.
They're not ready to deal with the darkness that they're a part of, whether they're aware of it or not, because we are a collective body. By ignoring it, we're allowing the dark to continue. It gives them what they call silent consent by not doing anything about it. By not standing up for it, you're giving them silent consent, which is kind of a violation of free will. But at the same time, if we do nothing, they take it as we're giving them the permission to do it, which is why they put a lot of programming in movies and TV about AI taking over and all of this.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything much good about AI, that's for sure.
AI is just a tool and can never be as good as we are, even if it can think faster than we can. We have something it doesn't. AI does not have a soul.
Right.
And
Big
that's
difference
why
there.
we can ascend, but AI can only go up to the fifth level, or the fifth dimension. Fourth density, fifth dimension. Depends on who you ask.
Can you see the Earth Schumann resonance, and what does it tell us about the Earth and the ascension process? Do you have a perspective on that?
I can feel the Earth Schumann resonance, and when I meditate and connect with Gaia directly, it can show me what its frequency and vibration is. But as far as a readout like science gives you when you look at their Schumann charts, it's not the same. It's really hard to put the words because I see it more as a color and an intensity resonating from the earth and anything in tune with it, including people, plants, locations. The intensity is what tells me how much closer we are to the event, which we're getting pretty close now. The end of the precession of the equinoxes is in 2032. The event is to occur before that, from what I've been shown as of this year, in different dreams and visions. I don't think we're going to make it to next summer before it happens. But that's just based on my own opinion as well as my own visions and dreams.
Before the flash happens? Is that what you...
Yeah.
I missed that. Oh, okay.
It can happen between right now and 2032. However, I believe it's going to happen like within the next 6 months, but I don't know that for sure. So
I hope you're right on that.
I hope so too. It's really been wearing on me dealing with all of this. It's really hard to relate to other people when I look at a person, only one of my eyes shows me their physicality and the other one shows me their aura. Or when the energy is really intense, my aura vision takes over all my sight and it makes it where I can't drive.
Wow.
Yeah, my right eye has always shown me the aura since I was a child, even before I knew what it was. It wasn't until I was in my 20s that I actually learned what it is I'm looking at. I was even considered insane because I could see shit no one else could, and they just thought I was psychotic or something. No, I live a normal life. They let me back out of the institution because I'm not a danger.
You know, it's something interesting because there's talk of these lower entities that throw thoughts in our way and in our minds and sometimes attach to people and so on. I have heard from several people now, and it's very interesting that people with mental health issues, it's frequently as a result of some type of attachment. And it's especially true with schizophrenia and things. What do you think about that?
I would say that that's only a half correct answer. Yes, that can be some result, but there are some people that society simply labels as crazy so no one will take them serious. There are also people out there who are crazy because they don't have an instruction booklet, but they might have this gift where they can hear into the 4D or even higher sometimes. They might have a gift where they can sense or feel something, and their reaction to not knowing what it is causes some event that they get labeled as crazy and put in a rubber room. I've met several people that way. They weren't crazy, but no one, the 3D institutions don't have a way to comprehend what we're talking about. So they label you as crazy. Now, there are a number of factors that can cause schizophrenia and other disorders, but in most cases, it's not really a disorder. It's them not knowing how to cope with their gift. We all have gifts, and they express differently for each of us.
Well, do you believe we were all sent here with a purpose? That we are really a select group?
Yes.
We are
There was a select group of souls brought in this time. They started actually more than 100 years ago with the first Indigo kids. I literally can know what they're talking about on that because I can see it. The reference to an indigo refers to a soul that their aura actually is the indigo in color for the overall. The rainbow kids, or the ones that started coming in with a more deep rainbow colors displayed in their aura, these are different spiritual levels. These kids actually are. These are some of the souls. And there's a lot more of them than people know. The government's had technology to see the aura since the 1920s, but they won't share it with the public. And I mean far better than the aura camera that we hear about from the 60s.
Someone's asking, how do we see the aliens that are walking among us, or can we?
You can train yourself to remove the veil off your own eyes. You can learn to see the aura. Some gifts we all have ability to get to, but we have to develop them with practice. Usually removing that veil off your own eyes, that one is usually triggered by a real epiphany and belief that there's so much more there.
Timo's being funny. How do we see the aliens walking among us? Look in the mirror.
A lot of times you can actually tell just by the way they carry themselves, because they're totally different in the way they act, look, walk. Even if they're really good at mimicking the human, there will be little telltales in their sign. I've never had to rely on that because I can actually see it in the aura. I have seen reptilians walking around and their aura is that of a dinosaur. I mean, in shape. But they'll look human. And I've seen other things that show up in the aura too that indicate that they're not human. And I don't know what they are specifically. I have met a number of entities in the astrals and physically. And I have actually had, a couple of years ago, I had an experience where I got up at 3:33 in the morning, walked in my living room, and there was an entity. It looked like an orb with every color in the rainbow plus 10,000 constantly rotating like a super fast kaleidoscope, about a 4-inch to 8-inch size ball, sitting on my couch. And then it morphed into a humanoid figure. Looked like a dude.
Interesting.
And I remember about 2 hours of standing there just staring and getting these mental images. And then the next morning, I woke up still standing in the same spot in my living room, and it was gone.
Wow.
Just one of many experiences through the my sight.
Jay Thought's asking if you have ever called out a reptilian.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I sure have, and was met with even physical violence in one case. The guy attacked me because I pointed it out because he was trying to sweet talk some girl.
Is it an instant battle?
He physically attacked me in the human form and got thrown out of the bar I was at shooting pool.
Wow.
That was not a pleasant experience, but I called it out. And he quickly changed direction and came at me like he was going to kill me for pointing it out.
All right. Well,
when you can see them, they can see you. I can tell you that much.
The battle of your life. Okay. Let's see. I never heard of this one. I heard there are little type astral Godzillas running around called Kaiju. Are you serious,
Kaiju
Smith?
are real.
Really?
The Kaiju are real, yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
There's a concentration of them somewhere around California. There's supposed to be a city directly below, I think it's LA or something, that they actually are still at.
Oh, I'll be darned. But, oh, wait a minute. What? Timo says he'd rather play with a bug than a lizard. I don't know about that. We have a lot of little lizards here that are pretty harmless. And
not all lizards are bad or evil. There is a percentage of them that is pretty dark in service to self. But there is also some benevolent ones running around.
Okay, J Thought's asking if do the reps have their own activation they are waiting for, or waiting on?
I know they do have.
Personally, myself, I don't think so.
I do know that they have their own spiritual way to ascend and to grow, but I don't. I can't really say for sure what it is. I didn't have that conversation with them, but their chakra network was a bit different than ours. But still, everything was there.
Do they have a soul? I didn't think they did.
The reptilians themselves, they do, unless they've chosen the darker path, which is the ones that were controlling the elites here in 3D. I say were because most don't know that most of them are gone already. There's only a few stragglers, and that's because they don't want to be taken to the central sun and put back to source. Many of them are no longer connected to source who have chosen the dark path, and that's why they feed on our energy, because that's what's keeping them from going poof.
All right, well, I think we're going to have to bring it to a close here because we're running up on an hour and a half. Let me see what. Okay, I want to show you something that's in the description real quick.
Alrighty.
And I just want you to be aware of it. And this particular little video is fascinating. It's in the description, and I would encourage you to watch it. This should be really interesting for most people. So I just want to bring that to your attention because I think this is a new and fascinating product that there isn't anything else like it, and I'm hoping that it is everything that they say it is, and I think it is, but I can't say for sure. That's under review, and I'd encourage you, if you decide to try or anything, please keep me aware, and I do have a link for that if you're interested. So I'm supposed to ask you one more question, Whitefox, and then we're going to have to go. Okay, let's see. Ask him, please. I assume this is the question. I was told one of my soul fractals is a bad ass Keiju. I need to retake or return to rightful owner and get rid of it. Place in a pocket dimension as it's causing a lot of harm. Is that the question? Is that? Wait a minute. That's not the question.
If you have a dark part of you, a fragment such as a Keiju, not all Keijus are dark, first off. Second, that doesn't need to be locked away. It needs to be brought back to the whole of your being in order to ascend. Because in the process is to become more whole and to rise up. Taking all those fragments of yourself and reconnecting with them will actually help you to grow spiritually and into the larger part of yourself.
Okay, let's just one more question here. I want to ask this one too. Material is designed and funded to steal XX materials designed to and funded to steal your energy. Is this one worse because it's everywhere?
Polyester.
I don't know. Polyester? Is that
polyester? Polyester sucks your energy and also attracts negative orgone or chi energy, and in concentration can actually cause you to die.
Wow, that's interesting. Actually, one of the things that wow, and it wears that usually the lower income people because it's a cheap thing. So
The suits are made of it too.
do you know that wool and linen has a Hertz value of 5,000?
Yes, they are some of the best things you can wear. Natural silk is another good one.
And I have to tell you, the hat that I wear is made out of wool. It's a Greek fishing hat, but it's made out of wool. So I'm hoping that protects my chakra, my crown chakra.
The best clothing to wear would be either those hot materials in the winter or cotton in the summer because it doesn't harm or hinder your energy. Polyester, however, is quite the opposite and very detrimental.
Okay, elated, but Timo, maybe you should contact me. And anyway, I think we got. Let me see if there's anything else here. All right. Someone says they can't find you on. You don't have a YouTube channel, right?
No, I do not. I don't do social media beyond Telegram. It's just too energy sucking. Facebook is the worst about sucking your energy through the screen.
Really?
Yes. I would like to point out another thing about black mirrors. All your devices are black mirrors. They can be used to suck your energy out. When they're in the off position, they're a black mirror. There are things you can do to bless or protect the screen to prevent that portal from being used by the dark. But your black mirror screens are all portals that can allow the dark 40 entities to come through and suck your energy.
Interesting. Alrighty then. Well, I think we're going to have to bring this to a close because if it gets too long, it gets hard to reproduce. And I want to thank you for coming on the show. And I appreciate the conversation we had. And I think our guests enjoyed it. Our listeners enjoyed it very much as well. So
I'm grateful for getting the opportunity to share. And my message would be to have everyone stand in their power.
Yes, that's the theme here. Maybe we should have named this show that, Stand in Your Power. But anyway.
We can do another one sometime if you like.
Yes, I think that would be a good idea. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your participation. And we'll see you again soon. Thank you. I don't know why that sound keeps going off, but anyway.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers. Stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, fighting our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We control our fate. destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way.
What we will also do, and here's the big one, and it is the biggest one, is we reset your mitochondria. We recycle the ones that are damaged, and we turn up the energy in the ones that are functional. And once we turn up that energy, then your body at the very basic level has enough energy in order to carry out the self-repair farther, in order to get rid of those free radicals, in order to carry out all the procedures inside the cell that protect it from all of those outside toxins, heavy metals and organic compounds and even radiation of various types, things that are not natural for you. So if we focus first on mitochondria, repair and turning up energy, then what starts happening is the DNA that your mitochondria produces to carry out mitochondrial energy production is now not damaged. Now those processes to create energy inside your cell get turned up, and then you can function better.
Okay.
brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas. Whoa, I don't know what happened here. I don't know why that's happening. Hang on. Well, that was a, oh my gosh. Hang on. There. Okay, I think I fixed it. Sorry about that, people. What happened was it was playing on another channel at the same time. So hopefully we can correct that situation. But my guest today, of course, is Michelle Marie Angel. And we're going to be talking about soul power activation. Let me bring her on, and then I'll tell you a little more about what we're going to talk about. Welcome, Michelle.
Hi, Gail.
Well, that was a little sketchy start there.
Yeah, awkward.
What happened was I had the it also goes out on Instagram, and that was open, and so it was playing in both places, and that really messed it up. And I'm already off camera today. Just thank goodness. I guess that's even a good thing. But anyway, speaking of soul power activation, I think I'd like to read what was put together about that, so we can talk about it in greater depth. Okay.
Yeah.
It's and Michelle wrote this. It's the time of awakening to our true self identity, which is our soul essence, the divine soul spark of spirit. Realizing who we truly are, our soul powers become activated. With part to whole calibration, we attune to divine will. Excuse me. Access our soul's blueprint. See our conscience intentions. Let me get a drink. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My goodness. Okay. Let me try that again. With part to whole calibration, we attune to divine will, access our soul's blueprint, see our conscious intentions, communicate them to the universe, becoming aware of the specific formulas for manifestation. Willpower is from our soul essence. Divine authority is from our soul essence. With the power of thought, of projecting images through our imagination, and fertilizing the seeds of intention with the substance of love, which is directed emotional energy, and surrender, we develop and refine out soul power of creation. We are going to discuss the victim consciousness. We are moving out of victim consciousness into becoming conscious creators. We are not in Kansas any longer. Welcome to the 5D world of awakened soul. Boy, I was having a hard time reading that. Maybe you should have read it.
Okay. In a nutshell, we're awake. We're becoming powerful. We're practicing our powers. We're getting stronger at manifesting. And we're not going to take it anymore. How's that?
Right on, right on, right on. Let's see. I guess we got somebody in the chat already. Let me see. I hope so anyway. Alchemist, frequency healer. Hi. Glad you're here. And we're always open to questions from the audience because it keeps things much more interesting.
Yes.
Now, did you get a chance to see the little short, I think it's less than 2 minutes, video, or I think it's a Facebook reel, they call them, about a being that's talking about the future of humanity?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
We didn't get to see it. Well, I think it connects because it talks about divine authority, about our what's the future for humanity. We could give that a quick show. It's only 2 minutes long, and then go from there. Unless you want to put something else out there, and we can do that later.
Okay. I mean, it's a surprise to me, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, surprises are good sometimes. See what you think of it.
Okay.
And we can critique it as well. So let me find it. And I believe it's on this page here. Yes, it is. Okay, I'll have to start it. Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay.
Message to humanity from the Council of Nine. You have been specially chosen to be a part of a divine experiment in creation. What is about to happen on your planet has never happened before and will never happen again. Your planet is moving from third-dimensional awareness, physical material reality, what you can see, feel, hear, taste, and touch, to a fourth and a fifth-dimensional consciousness. In these dimensions, you will be fully conscious. You will exist in a state of love, not fear. You will be telepathic and have much more light in your body. You will be able to create anything you want with your mind and the new technology that will be provided for you. This technology will be beyond your wildest imagination. You will be able to live for hundreds or thousands of years. You will be completely healed of anything that is now wrong with you. You could be 85 years old now and manifest a 20-year-old body. Very soon, you will have millions of spaceships and visitors from outer space on your planet. Your governments know this is happening, but they want you to be afraid so they can keep life as it has been. Your visitors will be joined with angels that you will see coming down with the ships. They are benevolent and loving. They will bring counselors, supplies, teachers, and new technology. This divine intervention is being brought about by the grace of God. Now, as of the harmonic convergence, over 51% of the people on your planet have enough light in them to make this shift possible. By the grace of God, all of creation is looking upon planet Earth. You are being assisted by all of creation, the spiritual hierarchy, the Council of Nine. You are very blessed and very special to be on planet Earth at this time. Within a short period of time, your planet will be receiving the photon belt. This belt of light comes around every 25,000 years. This time it will be ushering in the golden age. The photon energy is an extremely loving energy that is comprised of photons, gamma rays, and antimatter particles. When the photon belt hits you, will have 3 days of darkness and 1 day of coldness. Then you will have 16 years of light, 24 hours a day. You will become fully conscious within the first hour. When the light beam hits your pineal gland, it will activate all 12 strands of your DNA, and you will be able to use all of the rest 90% of your brain that you currently have not been able to use. You will be able to create with your thought whatever you need. There is nothing to fear. A paradise is being created on your planet that is beyond your furthest imagination. We send much blessings of love and light to you. We witness you. We love you and can't wait to bring you home.
Yeah. Interestingly, I actually, you know how sometimes I upload a story for Awakened Awareness?
Mhm.
Yeah, well, I actually did that. And so what she was saying about leaving this, going from 3D to 5D and the material world to the spiritual world, that has a lot to do with self-identity, which is the basis of what we were talking about in the introduction. So it all starts with identity. You know, if you don't know who you are and your identity is 3D, so your identity has to shift, and then you come into who you are as like a photonic being, because we're light and intelligence is pure light. So I actually have a couple short little things I can share too. One is that transformation, and it's a 41-second clip. I'm not sure if I have that one up, but I do have the story for Awakened Awareness up. And the foundation actually of this activation comes when we shift our identity from a 3D physical to knowing our spiritual self. And that's, you know, our soul powers come from our soul self. So would you like me to share the screen and show that?
Yeah, sure. Our spirit is what drives this meat suit, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, see it?
Yep. Let me bring it up. There you go.
A Case of Mistaken Identity by Michelle Marie Angel. A story of true self-discovery. I took a closer look at who I think I am. I found sitting in front of me an image, a sham. I identified myself with things on my outside, like roles I played and stuff I had. Why did my true self hide? I changed the direction of my attention from outside to in. I let go of false thinking to sense my soul within. With a deeper perception, inner wisdom spoke a lot. I looked at who I thought I was and found what I am not. I am not my work title. It's a thing I do for a living. It doesn't contain who I am or all the love I'm giving. I am not my car, and of those I've had a few. None reflect my whole essence, nor my true value. My self-worth is not dependent on material possessions. It grows when I apply the wisdom from my life's lessons. I'm not merely a mother, a father, a sister, or brother. I play on life's stage as a universal kind of lover. I am not my body, the temporary casing for my soul. Being the light that is eternal is my highest goal. Because I am not identified with my body of physical matter, I see the world is made of light. All illusions now are shattered. My inner senses are illumined with wisdom that is bright. I realize I am a child of God, and I shine my inner light. I've realized that the old role identities don't endure. I always look to my soul for love and truth that's pure. As I look deep into my heart, I truly sense my soul. I find my true essence, unique, diamond-like, whole. It really isn't hard at all. It doesn't cost a thing. I just get still and quiet, then hear my spirit sing. I feel my inner passion about the things of which I care. I have a blend of divine qualities and special gifts to share. I sense my authentic truth and stand for what is right. I feel my inner strength grow. I really feel my might. At once I am strong, but innocent and vulnerable too. I deeply experience my feelings. They are my greatest clue. Embracing my feelings leads me home to my source. By riding them to the end, they are my victory horse. Universal intelligence beats my heart without my trying. It speaks to me when I listen. Joy follows all of my crying. With gratitude and trust, I attune to God, my source. I am free to just be myself, no matter what life's course. They say that you can tell a tree by its fruit. I look to see what benefit to life that I produce. With attention placed on my inner self, I know why I am here. I trust in who I truly am. My purpose is more clear. I live to express my virtues and talents I've developed. I feel total fulfillment with love and wisdom I've enveloped. Following my passion inspires joy in me to rise. I am that awareness. With conscious direction, I am wise. I realize my true self, and I sense my worth is great. I treasure my unique essence in every virtuous trait. Who I am is beautiful, and nobody can take it away. Generously sharing gifts from God, I joyfully shine my ray. I see that my relationships and experiences where I express are all opportunities to give of myself exactly what is best. I know myself as love and peace. I shine my inner glow. By discovering my real self, it's true happiness I know. Death cannot touch me. Fear has lost its grip. The outer me has dissolved into my inner blissful trip. I know I am eternal love, and I find happiness in me. Inside my heart, I am home. I am now forever free. The end is only the beginning when you open your heart. For more inspirational messages, go to SMILE, Spiritual Miracles Intentional Living Education at www.smileforlove.com. God bless you.
So there's a lot of things to say about that. But one, when discovering our self, that's part of the awakening, and discovering our powers, that's part of the awakening, because consciousness creates reality. Consciousness is light. We're getting all these cosmic energies in. Our DNA is getting activated. We're remembering that we're powerful creators, and we're using the power of our will by setting intentions and visioning those intentions. And I mean, boots on the ground, real reality, what I'm actually going through, and I know this is universal and people are too, during this ascension, we're thinking about what we're thinking about, and we're directing our thoughts. We're trying to raise our vibration and keep it high and change our habits of thought, eliminate program, and get calibrated to the whole self center within, which is, grounded in peace. And then realizing, what is the formula for creation? What is the formula, the scientific collapse the wave function formula for creating our reality? And it's just, some simple things. One is discovering your true self and calibrating part to whole. The way I do that is like attunement to God, to me, is going in the morning, aligning with my soul, spiritual self, and aligning with divine will. Because in the oneness, there is only one will. Okay. And we sort of, our blueprint goes along like an instrument in an orchestra. Everything is harmonious. And so then you basically have heart's desires. Well, desire is from the Father. So all desires are good, and we can manifest those desires into our reality. So we attune, we realize our desires, and then we write down what we're going to manifest as our intention. And so our intention, like you can feel the spirit within saying, I will, meet this goal. I will, create this experience. I will. And we realize that there's really power in just saying, I will, in thinking thoughts and dwelling on them. and in the power of the spoken word.
I did. I was just going to add that when you said that, because I never realized before how important the spoken word really is when you're trying to manifest something. You need to say it out loud.
Yeah, and rhythm is really good. Like I go sit in my meditation chair every morning and I just get into the center of peace and I contemplate, anything that's up for me in my life. And I contemplate, which means I'm looking at all sides of it, higher view, in the middle of it, where it fits in, just different perspectives. And ask questions, ask for guidance, ask for help. And sometimes I do the, once I'm done processing and contemplating, I do the letting it go thing. Like I use the, I look at every aspect that I can. And then I know, with the higher intelligence, you want to let it go. And so I use the law of diminishing concerns. And then I put them in a vision, I put them in the basket of a hot air balloon and then let it go. So I process and let go. And I write down intentions, and I have different methods of speaking out my intentions. I have a little blurb from one of the masters of the Far East, which is sort of scripted, and it's like aligning your heart, mind, body, and soul. And being grounded in faith, and then sometimes I create a scene, but I really focus on my intentions, and my intentions really are a lot around my life purpose, but they're holistic intentions too. They have to do with health, relationships, mental clarity, heart purity, and all these things that are happening. Some things are happening anyway with the ascension, like we are becoming purified and we're getting these new cosmic energies. And sometimes we go through periods where we cry for no reason because this energy is coming up for purification and transmutation. And even we get physical things that come and go, and energy is being transmuted and alchemized a lot. It's really intense, especially this week, I heard, because we have the solstice and full moon and all these energies this week. So, having to do rest when needed, integration, grounding. I go on a regular basis, either for a walk, I'll take my shoes off and walk on the grass. And it really doesn't even take that long to really, relieve.
Yeah, I really feel a strong urge and almost need to be in nature in whatever capacity that I can at this time. And I think it behooves everyone to consider ways of being able to do that in whatever capacity, because our connection to Mother Earth, I think, is very important now.
Yeah, and it helps us to stay centered when there's a lot of intense energies, and
it really grounds you.
It really does. Really does. Being in nature and meditation grounds me the most, and I spend more time in quiet solitude and resting, and realize that we all need self-love and self-care. I mean, we all need to, we're in this process, and every single one of us has our own process. Nobody can do my processing for me but me. My stuff is my stuff, and I have to make my own decisions. Ultimately, we're all responsible for our own choices too. So you don't want to give the power of your choice away to anybody. We can listen to other opinions or advice, but ultimately we are responsible. And so we have to know that we have our own divine authority, and we have our own divine responsibility and accountability for our choices. So, but anyway, we're reminding each other to use, positive statements. And I had this one girl tell me she had this physical malady, And so she told me, but then she was going on and on and on and into detail. And I said, listen, I'm not going to dwell on that. Move to another topic. I heard what you said. I'm not going to dwell on that. I'm not putting my mind on it to that extent. I can be aware and I can stay neutral, but the repetition thing, that's programming. It doesn't matter who it's.
Yes, it sure is. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the other thing too. You know, you can draw your boundaries and you pay attention to what you pay attention to. And you can take in all this new information as far as what were their cabal's plans and agenda. But you can say, I don't buy it. That's not my timeline. That's not my world. That's not going to happen. I say no. My free will choice is no. My free will choice is, and my vision is, you know, heaven on earth, peace on earth, freedom of speech, freedom of creativity, unity, you know, not separation, and holding the space of unconditional love, because we're going through these timeline wobbles, and we're going through, you know, so much processing at once. We really need to hold space for one another. And, you know,
with all those energies, I think that's why we, getting out in nature is so beneficial, because of the negative ions that you pick up from the earth helps to balance some of the craziness and the positive ones, because they're, you know, we're being microwaved, which causes radiation poisoning. We have hair, you know, things in the air and so on. But a lot of that, I believe, is starting to be mitigated, and we're moving. I don't want to focus on that anymore. Okay. It's out there. We know it's there, but I feel like it's starting to be less and less.
If we realize our own power, that stuff, we can protect ourselves from that. We can close our aura. We can amplify our own light. We can say with willpower, you know, I am protected by the light of my own divine being. You can say, you know, I'm invisible to inimical forces. You can say, I am the stronger. So if there's radiation or this or that, I mean, I do whatever, detox and, you know, but I'm not fanatical, and most of it is spirit anyway. So I am the stronger. These things are not going to affect me. You know, I am ascending. I'm allowing the energies to come through, integrate, and activate. And we are becoming super powerful. And we really have to that's what this is really about, just realizing, utilizing, and developing and practicing our innate powers that are coming online now. So I'm sure people have all kinds of experiences that are, you know, out of the ordinary. I know I feel different now in terms of, you know, I've had so many success stories with manifesting that, you know, I just know it's just going to be one thing after another. And so we all have our own experiences, and we're supporting each other. You know, we're absolutely supporting each other in our intentions.
I don't know anyone myself, but someone was asking about the, you know, the RV, because everybody needs some financial relief, because that reduces stress, which and that makes all this manifestation, all this spiritual seeking so much easier. Because you need to be in peace to be able to hear the communication from your guides, for that matter. You know, it's that. And anyway, and it's very hard to do that when you're worried about how am I going to do this and how am I going to do that and so on and so forth. But I've also, on that note, I have heard of people on different podcasts stating they were aware of people who have had their mortgages made to go away, their credit cards made, you know, debt made to go away. So there are people out there that are seeing some of these things that's happening. It's kind of spotty. It's not like it's a blanket and happens to everybody all at once. I don't know how people happen to be picked to be, you know, as far as any kind of order is concerned. But I have to say, I believe I know, I should say, it is happening.
Yeah, and money can come from many sources, unlimited number of sources. And, I think one really good intention that we could share is, because we're always setting our intentions and using it with gratitude. I would, Joseph Campbell in The Power of the Subconscious Mind says, just say thank you as if you already know it's coming. Like, let's say somebody's going to graduate and get a car for graduation. They don't have it yet. They can already be grateful that, yay, for the car I'm getting at graduation. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Father. And just start saying that. You can repeat things. Thank you for my wealth. Thank you for my wealth. Thank you for surprise money. I got some surprise money last week, actually. And, just stay in gratitude and expect surprises. So I just suddenly got an email and somebody wanted a reading, and I was like, sure. And, I just fit them into my schedule and met and said, how'd you find out about me? And they Googled or something, wanted to get a reading, and just came up on the internet randomly. It wasn't my ad, or it wasn't anything I did. But it was really nice. And me, I want to be of service. I know that the gifts that I have are to be of service and to help this process of ascension. And that's why I wrote my books. And by the way, and these are very empowering books. One of them is what we're talking about right now. Live, Love, Master Vision and Vibration to Create a Better World. My philosophy is we are the technology. People talk about different types of technology, but your mind and your heart and your soul and even the body and actions, working together in unity is so powerful. I heard somebody talking about plasma technology. Our heart produces plasma. I mean, we are the technology. When we get activated, we're going to understand how powerful we really are. But number one, realize that we are spirit, and, spirit, consciousness, light, pure intelligence, it's all light. And so when you realize that, because like when people pass on, they don't take what you call, did you call it a flesh meat suit? Something like that.
Well, yeah, I just called it a meat suit.
Yeah. So, we are, we're still alive when the meat suit, goes back to ashes or whatever, we're still alive. We're still aware. We'll get another one someday. And, it's changing clothes really for the soul. So
yeah, really. Our essence is what I think they have actually photographed pictures of the soul leaving the body.
Yeah.
A little light essence that hardly weighs anything, but yet it's your essence.
So I've
awesome. Anyway.
Yeah, I've actually documented lots of different ways of manifestation, and I'm going to be doing a class. There's one slated for this coming Saturday, and it has to do with 4 different tools. Then I have another one that I forgot about because I've been like banking all this stuff, getting ready for these times for people to be receptive. And where the rubber meets the road is when you try them and get results. It's not something you just talk about it and it's in your head. It's application and getting results. And it really helps to listen to success stories. And maybe I'll put a link to that in the chat. I don't want to play it now because it's too long, but it's just something that people could put in their little memory bank and, look at later. I'll do that sometime during the show, but success stories. And it's about actually using these formulas for manifestation because they really work. I've used some of the same formulas over and over successfully.
Mm-hmm. Pudwacker was saying that, I guess I can put it up there. I think I know what he meant. He said he had issues with the money is supposed to represent energy exchange, but sadly in the debt system, lack is more understanding, is more the understanding. Abundance is far more than money.
Yes, because truly, here's the thing. We have unlimited amounts of energy. And the more you focus on your spark and your heart, you activate and you amplify and you use it, and then you get more. I mean, giving it away, then you get more. To give it away, then you get more. Give it away. It's all in the flow. So I pretend whenever I spend money or energy, I'm tithing, and I know it comes back. And so there's a lot of service I do. Prayer, I pray for people and they don't know about it. I don't tell everybody I'm praying for. Sometimes it's strangers I pass if I think they need, some kind of upliftment or whatever. But yeah, I think we're all doing things like that.
Yeah. Teresa was saying that she lived simple and hadn't worked a normal job for many years. I don't even think I could go back to a real normal job, unless it was some kind of, self-employment or maybe coaching or something like that. I don't know. But to the 9-to-5 thing, I just don't think I could do it anymore. Anyway, we want abundance. We don't have to work for a living. We were never supposed to have to work for a living.
When we're doing our mission, though, and doing our service, it doesn't seem like work anyway. It's like what you would do for free. And really, most of my work, I have done it for free, to tell you the truth about it. What I love stuff is what I do for free. I mean, I've done so much for free. Oops, sorry. I actually was getting the link to this success thing, so that you can put it in the chat, because I don't have access to the chat, but I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to put it in.
Oh, okay. I'll copy and paste it into the chat then, so people can copy and paste it into their own browser.
Yeah.
Because I noticed that the platforms don't seem to keep the questions and what's going on here in the live chat. So.
Yeah, you have to copy it right away, or just click on the link and save the link in a new tab.
Here it comes, people, for you to have. There you go. Now we're at 37. We're going to keep going, but I have a little mini. I guess you could info spot that I'd like to put up. It's only 30 seconds long, or there's one that's 2 minutes. Whichever one I opened up. I usually don't do this, but there's something new coming out, and I want people to be aware of it. Okay. And the links, there's several links. This is something new in the description, so please check it out. And let me just do a quick share screen. This is pretty quick and easy. This one's. I'm going to do the 2-minute one, so bear with me, because I don't do advertising otherwise. And I do have to make some money. So, okay, let me start it.
What can I get you?
Whiskey neat, please.
Yes, sir. Would you like that diet?
Yeah, perfect.
Well, as a trainer, I'll be honest, like I've always told my clients right away when we start the fitness journey to cut off alcohol. And what I just saw.
Does that work in white?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Hit me up. I'm a national board certified health and wellness coach. But honestly, my passion has always been fat loss for people, and I've been doing that since 2015.
Having got a chance to glimpse at what's getting ready to be launched here, what's got you excited about that?
Truthfully, as you can see, I'm a big guy myself, so losing weight's something I'm interested in.
Getting rid of their glass of wine at night, or a beer or two on the weekend, it is hard to do. And when they do that, they feel like they're set back, and they don't feel good about themselves. And so this is amazing.
I've specialized in bringing disruptive innovation to market. And the thing that I'm looking at here with this industry, and actually with this product, is the ability to impact people's quality of life like we've never seen before, in an accelerated way.
Can I get diet beer?
Sir.
I caught lightning in a bottle before, and this is the same feeling. a disruptive product in the industry, when people see really what it is and the science and the research that's backing it, it's a no-brainer for someone like me.
Does it work in soda?
Yes, it absolutely does.
We have all the pieces for the explosion, but we need this match to just get launched in, and when it hits, you just go, whoa. That's what we're sitting on. Because we have something that no one's ever seen before. We're bringing something in the marketplace that no one's ever seen before. And somebody earlier mentioned lightning in a bottle. Yeah, we got lightning in a bottle, but we got more than just the flash.
And I think we have something that people, again, and I keep coming back to this because I think this is the biggest piece. It's the community. Like, yeah, the product is awesome, but the people are even better. And I think that's what holds it together.
Oh, how come you're over there? Let me see here.
I don't know.
There we go. Well, now that was just a little teaser. There's more information in the description. And that was the 2-minute one. I was only going to do the 30-second one, but that one's better actually in some ways. But anyway.
Yeah. And there's other links too that support your work and my work in the description. And when we do most of our work for free, but we need to be supported to pay bills and to move forward. So I actually added in the description, if you use the new description box stuff I gave you.
Yeah, I put it in there.
Okay. So
some of them limit characters and sometimes we run out of room, but so this time we should be fine though, because I don't put the little, the description about what we're going to talk about in there because it saves space then.
Okay. So I have a couple of Give, Send, Go accounts, and one of them has to do with the new curriculum because we're building our new world. And my main soul mission or purpose is to reform education so that it's holistic education. So it includes the spiritual, not just, the mental and stuff. It's really holistic, including everything. So I've been working on these books and classes for like over 25 years. And I have the 3 books. So far is the only thing out to the public. So I support myself by doing teaching jobs or tutoring jobs and that kind of thing. And so I have a couple of Give, Send, Go. One is to support the classes, Follow Your Heart Education. And the other one is to support the publicity and marketing of the 3 books so that people can know about them. So it would be, sometimes, these Give, Send, Go things, they just need attention. If you just went to the link and hit the prayer button, it would keep the fundraiser alive. Or if you give only $1 or $5, it keeps it alive. So you don't have to give a lot, but it gets the energy flowing. And we're talking about flow. So what I did, I have to update those every now and then. And I send messages out to people. And I ask, please at least press the prayer button. And it will keep it, it'll keep it alive. And so what I did was pay it forward. There was actually a Give, Send, Go for a J6 person. It was, let me think of his name, Matt Perna, his family, he committed suicide. And his family, he just got ripped off. He didn't do anything wrong, but a J6er, I gave him some money because, we all give, we all receive. We all give, we all receive. You put it out there and then set your intention. I'm going to get it back 100-fold. If I give 20, add a couple zeros to that, I'll get back $2,000. It's all energy and blessings. Thank you, Pudwhacker. So that really helps. If you even, buy me a coffee is only $5 and it could be just a one-time thing. And Gail and I both have buy me a coffee. I was going to say kofefe because I was thinking of that word that came up. Remember that? Yeah, COVFEFE, and it had to do with the elements and getting rid of the radiation. Basically, it's changing the radiation to good radiation from bad radiation. So a lot of the things that we hear, that were bad, have discontinued, have been cauterized, are changing, and we're all part of that. Like I set intentions clearly, not just for myself, but for the world, specific problems. I think of solutions, justice. I vision justice happening, anything, in the moment, like I'm doing this stuff in the moment. And I'm not as much thinking about what's going to happen. And, I've definitely changed. I've definitely ascended. I've definitely changed my inner habits. And I put a lot of my attention, within to my soul so that I can get direction and so that I can get power and protection and guidance. And that's how, when we stay focused on the energies coming in, we receive the energy too, and we get activated.
Yeah, you have to be open to receive. I think that's important. And sometimes we're closed down. And so that's important too. And the gratitude is important. All those things, just like you said, really.
Yeah.
Let me see.
So, I have a Consciously Creating Reality poem that, if you would like to read it.
I'd love to.
Yeah, it's a new world after all, poetry and prose to inspire new world vision. And if we can use our imagination,
I have it. Yeah.
Our conscious intentions, page 156. And what we're doing in this poem, if we share the intention, we are affirming that we are conscious creators now. And so in our minds, we have to, lose all doubt and any lack of confidence and realize our power. And so when you say this poem out loud, you're using the power of the spoken word. You're affirming that we're conscious creators. And it talks about the transformation. So I'll let you go with that.
Yes. Okay. And one of the benefits of having, a book like this, because you can read it yourself too, and we can read it as a group, it's even more powerful.
It really is.
Anyway. Okay. Modeling life. That's the correct one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Consciousness is the clay or source of what we make. Our intentions give directions for the forms to take. The love in our hearts is the energy, the essence in motion that stops to be. Our consciousness is the light we turn into form. The idea of our mind will all be born. If we are not aware of how we create, we still experience the forms of our mistake. Our supraconsciousness is ultimately in control. If we're not alert, our foibles take their toll. All levels of consciousness come into play. In the end, all is perfect, come what may. All practice is valuable to what we are learning, but conscious creators are no longer yearning. They observe and take control of their mind. Ideas blend with love. These people are kind. By being aware of how we create, we love ourselves and others with dreams that we make. Conscious of life and how we're evolving, no longer perplexed by the problems we're solving. But now we are all conscious and using all data from life that's no longer confusing. The recipe for reality and absolving all pain has its basis in love, from which we all gain. Suddenly, as we unite, we heal all of humanity. We suffer no more from separateness or vanity. With cooperation, we live in joy and peace. The healing comes from the love we increase. The end.
Yay. So I have some shorts, actually. I have one short thing that's it's like 41 seconds. And do you want to see it? Oops,
journey.
It's so fast, it's almost done.
Don't you hate that?
Anyway, I'll share this.
I'll get the sound turned on right when it stops.
Yeah, right. Okay, let's see.
You gonna do share screen or okay? You ready?
I did. Yeah, ready? Okay. Is it on?
Yes.
Journey. First, we think of ourselves as physical. Then we think of ourselves as our mind or ego mind and who we think we are. Then we go into the magnetic version of ourselves in our heart, and we perceive from that space a heart intelligence, which is magnetic and connected to these other dimensions. And the higher we raise our frequency, we come from electric to magnetic to photonic is what I perceive. And the photonic intelligence, there's no time or space. You transcend time and space.
That's that. I told you it was short.
Welcome to the tribe.
Oops, sorry about that. There you go.
All right.
Yeah, so basically, we are light. And if you think about all the experience they've done with photons, you know, angels, that's the intelligence that they've transcended to. We're transcending to angelic consciousness. We're transcending to where, like telepathy, the thoughts go to the other person as a photonic being instantly. There's no time or space. Okay.
I think the biggest thing too is that people always say nothing can stop what's coming, and that has a lot to do with the photon belt, and that has a lot to do with why we're seeing more and more truth all the time, because it's going to get to the point where that's the only thing that will be able to survive the energies that are coming in, because it's going to be blissful. And there was a little video out that David Wilcox had put out a while ago. I don't know if I think I showed it on one of my shows, where they had done some experiment with people being in a room and projecting the type of energy that's we're going to come into, and they all they were blissed out. I mean, they were they became telepathic. They were, you know.
Yes, it becomes the field. So first it's coming out of the ones that are ascending, and then it spreads and it becomes the field, and everyone has access to it. That's why we're getting to the 100th monkey. That's the precipice that we're moving to. All the people that are doing the work and ascending are creating this huge field that everybody can take part in. So, you know, we're all, anytime we do any inner work, since we're all connected, we're doing it for everybody else too, because we're all part of the whole. So we really are on this great, great ascension process. And, you know, the unity, if we go for unity, unity consciousness, unity of intention, put our willpower together, you know, like we will have peace on earth, you know, we will have freedom of speech.
Speaking of peace on earth, if I might bring this up, this is where people have got to speak out. They just instituted a draft of, I'm going to call them girls and boys from ages 18 to 26. Supposedly that went through the House. I don't know if it's gone through the Senate too, but either way, it's not going to happen. People won't go. I mean, it's just not going to happen. But they're trying desperately to do anything and everything.
Make yourself an imaginary rubber stamp that says canceled. Okay, everybody can do this, and just go.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah, rubber stamp that says veto. Veto. All right, it's not going to happen. We all agreed, and if we agree and share the same intention, we are powerful.
And they kept that information from us. That's why we doubt ourselves, and we don't feel powerful, and we feel little.
I mean, that's not my truth. I feel powerful, and I feel like that's why I have exited the matrix, because I don't buy into.
But we're here to help other people feel that way.
Exactly. But, you know, the past is the disempowerment, and the future is now your power. So I have claimed my power. And so all those things that used to be true in the past, they are no longer true for me from where I sit, from my perspective. I've definitely exited the matrix because, first of all, I took my mind back. That's like the very first thing. You take your mind and your attention back, and you don't buy into things, and you're out of the matrix. As long as you want to be free and you choose, to be free, then you're free. And you just don't go along with the thoughts, the visions. You don't watch television. You don't buy into commercials. You don't, because somebody says they have this agenda and they're going to do this. No, not necessarily. Try they will, fail they will, said Yoda.
Yeah, I think they planned on doing a lot of things that just aren't happening.
No.
And Teresa says she uses cancel and cancel a lot. And I have to do that because every once in a while, I swear, I get sent some kind of negative thought about something that's dear to me or something like that. And I have to do that. Cancel, delete.
You can be your own thought police. You're out. I didn't invite you. You're not mine.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I've had people say something to me before, like it's like this, and I'll say that's not my world, because we are that powerful. We choose. That's what I was talking about in the introduction. We have free will choice. Our will does have power, and we can say it with force. Actually, if you plant your feet on the ground and you say things like with a powerful voice, you're engaging your willpower. And it works. It works. It works. It works.
And the more you repeat it, the more you are reprogramming yourself to become powerful.
Oh yeah. I mean, I have been, reprogramming and changing and reading wisdom and truth and contemplating and meditating and really incorporating wisdom, like the wisdom of Yeshua. There's many books that, he has brought out his wisdom about, love and forgiveness and empowerment, really, because there are some things in the Bible that I use in the very beginning, some basic things that are, absolutely true, even though a lot of that's convoluted and abridged and it doesn't have everything. But the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ, that is like a gemstone, I swear. And then the Life and Teachings of the Masters of the Far East. And then lately, Dolores Cannon's book, Jesus and the Essenes, where somebody goes into the QHHT session, and they were a teacher of John the Baptist and Jesus and was an Essene during the Essene times. And
they knock those people off too.
And this person dispelled a lot of the things in the Bible that were wrong, actually. And they were like, that doesn't even make sense. That's, he didn't say stupid, but he kind of alluded, to that stupid for certain, And so, you can go back and there are Akashic records. There are ways to get to the real truth. And it really opens up your mind with open heart and open mind. We can learn the truth of things that were ingrained in us over centuries.
And one of those things is the sense of lack, the sense of being a victim, the sense of more like, how can I do anything to change that kind of attitude, which it's a program. They're all programs.
They are. And, it's not necessarily easy because, we have habits and habits are sort of ingrained, but we can make new habits and we can get out of poverty consciousness and move into prosperity consciousness. And the other day I was like, oh, something about I shouldn't buy that or whatever. I'm like, I can buy that. I'll just get more money. I have prosperity consciousness now. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm rich. Practice, practice, practice. So, don't worry about it. Just feel like prosperous and go for it and trust the next day will take care of itself. I mean, within limits, I don't do anything really far out there, but definitely it's the level of consciousness. It's prosperity consciousness and practicing that.
Yeah, Pud Walker says, affirm the truth to yourself to deprogram.
Yeah.
And you have to start to recognize the programs in the first place. And that's part of the work. Like sometimes I have people ask, well, what did everybody say? Do the work, do the work. It's not really, maybe we're giving it the wrong connotation. It's really not work, so to speak. It's becoming aware of your well, shall we call it, your glitches, your programs, your like, why do I,
Yeah, it's not work. It's just
question.
becoming consciously aware, like you said. Those two together, consciously aware. If you're conscious of, you're creating all the time, and then you catch yourself creating something that you don't want to create, because we got to eradicate fear altogether. We got to eradicate victim consciousness altogether, and stand in our power and stand in our truth and say, no, I won't comply. No, I won't do this. No, I won't do that.
And my connection is direct.
Exactly.
To the infinite source.
Exactly. Yeah. So the direct connection makes you actually really feel the power, know the power, and be the power. I think that's what made me really feel more powerful and understand how to use my power, is connecting every day to the direct connection. Yeah. And so, I like the missing years of Yeshua. That's good. I love Merlin. I love Saint Germain, who Merlin is. And it also.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah. In the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ, it goes into detail about his whole life. There are no missing years in that book. But, I tell people that the books that I wrote are for deprogramming and reprogramming, and there are actually light codes and transmissions coming through of light. So all the work that I've done is like an energy transfer, and you get to download this into your consciousness, because that's how we help each other. We do, transmissions, so it's another way we work for one another. All the work I've done, words carry vibration. You can get the mental tools and understanding of tools and processes, but you can also get directly the light to your soul by, reading these words that were inspired and came from, the higher, greater self that we are all a part of, that 0 point consciousness where there's no time or space. It's just, pure light, pure intelligence that we're all connected to.
And Teresa says she utilizes intuitive kinesiology to identify factors hidden from awareness in a priority sequence to be healed. I might need a little more explanation on that, but then accessing source blueprint is something we all want to do.
Yeah, calibration. It'll be automatic when you calibrate. Absolutely. When you calibrate, then you're automatically attuned to the divine plan and your soul's blueprint, which is a part of the plan, completely harmonious and, part of the, network.
Yeah. Yeah, we do need a paradigm shift, and words are spells. We're finding out things that we just weren't made aware of it. And how we, everything we put out there, we're putting out to the universe as well. So it's like, be kind, be gentle, be loving. That's what we need, because that's what'll come back. Because
exactly. It all comes back. Hey, will you put up Teresa's comment there about the infinity sign?
Okay, it says infinity sign brings to 0 point.
So you can use the infinity sign doing exercises, doing consciousness recalibration. You can put your thumbs together like this and do this in front of your eyes while doing affirmations. You can also look at the sun at sunrise or sunset and do infinity while you're looking at the sun. And that brings you to, 0 point consciousness. It basically integrates all the parts of your mind, body, spirit, soul.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Bud Walker is saying that Lady of the creator is through yourself. It's within you. That's the biggest thing that people, it's been kept from people, that we are divine.
We're divine. We are creators. We are
creators. And that was something that I feel was, there was a program coming from churches that kept you away from that thought.
Well, churches are institutions that have been infiltrated, and they use institutions for inculcation, including schools. You know, schools, everything. Schools.
You saw it firsthand in the schools, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Especially the takeover energy. Yeah. Yeah. That'd be a whole nother story right there.
This is true too. I like this. Another one by Pudwacker. When you speak truth, you add to the collective consciousness. For any who resonate, they can pick it up.
That's exactly right. And resonation is a big thing. We're all raising our vibration and resonating with each other. And that's why there's so much more love and truth in the world. I mean, it's cumulative, and it's also exponential. You know, we have exponential power when we share intentions and focus on them at the same time.
Right. All within, we have the keys to unlock the locks and unblock the blocks when we access.
I like that.
That's good, Teresa. I like that. And that's what Yeshua was really here to teach us so much.
Yeah, he said, go direct. You don't need anyone to save you. He was like setting an example and showing us the way that everybody has it, you know, God within. And, you know, he led the way. He, you know, but everybody, you know, you can't just say, oh, well, you know, Jesus saved me and we're done. All I have to do is, you know, but no, we have to do our own soul development, soul refinement, soul education, soul activation, and empowerment. You know, we need to be the light, like it said, going to being photonic. We need to be the light. The light is truth. I'm the truth and the way, and you know, this is it. We all have the inner Christ. We are the Christ, and we are, you know, the God I am presence.
Yep. Be the people we want in this world and be the change. That's a good one. Too.
Yeah. Well, we're on the same page, and I think all of us really are helping to put this energy out in the world. So right now, just having this discussion and saying these positive things and articulating this process, you know, we're, you know, even people that aren't watching this are benefiting because we're sharing that intention. We're strengthening that bond. You know, we're resonating with each other, and, you know, we're all brothers and sisters, and we're interdimensional, and we're ascending together. And, you know, what we need to do is we need to celebrate. You can bring that new product you have and drop it in my wine anytime.
Celebrate, dance to the music. Yeah, that is pretty amazing. That would help a lot.
We're all celebrating. You know,
your brown fat burns your visceral fat, and that's those love handles and that, you know, that little puffy stuff that.
Yeah, that's going to happen as we detox too. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
Attention, visioning. There's so many ways to do that. You know, we can just, you know, detox. We're going through some changes. There might be skin issues. There might be back issues. Somebody mentioned the back issues. You know, things come. We might have pain, get uncomfortable, you know, have sinus issues or skin issues or whatever. And they'll heal. It comes, it goes, it'll pass. And just
I had a little bit of some of that. And I'm also I think I'm recalibrating my senses because my hearing is terrible. My vision seems to be going through some kind of changes. I shouldn't say it's terrible, but it's impaired at the moment. But maybe it's going through some. Our whole bodies are going through change.
It could just be the effect of energy clearing. It's definitely temporary, and energy is clearing.
Yeah. And yes, Teresa, Masterpiece is a product that I use and I'm taking, and I believe it's given me more clarity. So I feel like I'm taking the trash out. I had one psychic tell me that my pineal gland was 80% calcified, which was very concerning. I found that hard to believe. I didn't know if I resonated exactly with that, but nonetheless, it's down to 20% now by a very reliable source. So I want it completely clean, though. And
intention.
And that is the product that I use for that. And yeah, you having blurriness too? Yeah, stuff that I used to be. I mean, I do wear reader glasses, but I used to be able to read with them on without problems. I was struggling a little bit when I was reading the poem. You know. So, anyway. Yeah, I think we are a lot tired and frustrated, and we want to see something.
Well, but that comes and goes. I mean, like Saturday, I had written this book a long time ago called Ladybug Magic, and it was a big homemade book, and I had to and it was just done with paints and markers. And so I took pictures of that. I retyped it. I turned it into a PowerPoint presentation. Saturday, I turned it into a Word document. And I had to, do all these things with the pictures because they were original pictures. And anyway, and then I had computer problems because, invariably when you go from computer to computer, you have formatting issues. And I got the job done. And I was so excited. But I was like, when I'm creating, I'm in total bliss. Nothing else matters. And I was just like fired up and inspired and, making some progress. And I think we all get that way too. So, things come and go. But, I think ultimately, when we come out the other side, we're going to feel rejuvenated, revitalized, renewed, restored, and we're going to be creative, telepathic. We're going to be going into, someone mentioned the new paradigm, which is another thing I write about in my book, explain that. But we're doing that. And so, it's sort of like when you go through a storm and the rain might come and go, and eventually it really clears up for good. And it's, wow, how exciting. The sun is out. It feels good out. And like springtime too, all the bright colors come. And, our lives are going to be like that in all of humanity. I mean, think about it. We're definitely going to have a transfer of wealth. There's no doubt about it. We're definitely going through the changing of the guard. The old power structure is dissolving. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt that we're getting closer and closer. There's no doubt that we are unified, even though, their intention was to separate us. They can't. We're unified, and we are uniting around love and these beautiful visions, and nothing can stop what is coming because the photon belt, because the activation, because this is our time.
Yes. And it's so hot. It seems like we've been waiting forever too. And I understand why people are impatient, myself included, but I also have come to realize how monstrously huge the negative forces are. They're being removed though. I feel like I've even sensed that. So Teresa's saying that her Reiki's interfered with. Do you mean negative energetics when you do the Reiki, or what? Maybe you could tell us more. Too bad you're not on here. And then, but you can write an answer to that and we can go from there. Now, Mathis is saying that when we go back to common law, he can get his felony reversed and med bed. That's something when you talk about med beds for people who have been incarcerated for any significant length of time, they need a lot of healing because that's a very negative experience that is programming you to be.
Well, corrupt courts have traumatized us. I had my experience of being traumatized by a corrupt court, absolutely corrupt, and you've had your experience, and
I sure have.
Mathis has had his experience, so we've all been there. I'm still dealing with that because It was a lie. 2 police officers lied, and they convicted me of a really dumb misdemeanor. It was under $200, and it was over. But
it's like they gotta get you for something,
and
that's what it boils down to, because there's money involved. That's the missing link that people do not know about yet in the court systems. Just like the doctors are rewarded for giving shots.
All that's coming to light. The doctors, the court,
it's all going to be exposed. The incarceration. Why do you think the United States incarcerates so many people? But do you really think there's that many really horrific Americans here? I don't. I know better. I've seen what they do. Go ahead.
Let's provide a solution. We are coming into power. We are creating reality. I see all those prison doors open. Anybody that has dark, lower vibrational energy and bad intentions are too weighty and they can't get out. But all the people, which are, I would say the majority, have not harmed anybody, and sometimes they're in because of lies. Let them all out, keep those doors open, and all those people that put innocent people in there and harass people and traumatize people, put them in. Do it with our minds and it will work. And we can share that vision, okay? And just,
yeah, that's a good one. I like that.
You know, they were going to put us in concentration camps and re-educate us. They're the ones that are going to go to those FEMA camps and get re-educated. And I'll write the curriculum.
That is what they call poetic justice, I think.
Right. That's what's going to happen. Yeah, everybody can be redeemed, but they need to, you know, have remorse. They have to repent, and then they have to redeem themselves. That's all there is to it. Anybody can be a turnaround case, and you know, souls are being harvested. Everybody can turn around. Everybody can turn to the light. And so, you know, some of the whistleblowers have turned and brought out truth, and some of them didn't know what they were doing because there was so much compartmentalization. But anyway, so, you know, everything that we've done has made us who we are, and that's partly why we're so strong. So we wouldn't want to reverse what happened to us. They did their destiny. In fact, one of my poems I wrote is called Nothing But Angels. They were on their destined blueprint, and their thing that seemed negative to us at the time was part of our soul's lesson. We assigned them that role in our life to mess with us so we could get stronger, believe it or not.
Yeah. Sometimes I think about those things. I've heard that before, and I'm going, oh, yeah, that sounds like a really good excuse. No, I don't mean it that way, literally. It just makes sense. It really does.
Well, really, the universe is mathematical, and it's all energy. And what you said, what you give out comes back. So I know that I would never cast any stones. I'm not a perfect person, and I will freely give, you know, forgiveness if somebody's ready to turn around. I will forgive. I will forget. I will hold the space of unconditional love. And, you know, but I have boundaries. You're not going to keep doing it. You're not going to keep doing it. Okay. I've got the boundaries, but I can forgive, and you can say, I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm sorry I did it. And I'll say, forgiven, forgotten, love you. You know,
if you hurt a child, I have no mercy.
Well, and the ultimate judge is God. And Yeshua already said what would happen. It would be better if you were never born.
I remember him saying something about putting a millstone around somebody's neck. I don't think you would survive that, would you?
No, I mean,
throwing you in the ocean. Yeah.
There are some crimes, and it was in the Dead Sea Scroll. No, it was in this other video I made, but there are some crimes that are so heinous that would be almost like impossible. And it's an act of compassion to dissolve that soul in their individuality. It's called the second death. The people that are the most evil and doing it knowingly and wantingly, not like making a mistake, but purposely do evil and, you know, torture children or any age really. There's a certain line that you cross. from my understanding and from what I've read, which does make sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here.
So, but our light, remember those Dead Sea Scrolls and how it said those that operate, the evil ones that operate their trade in darkness, so secrets, lies, and all that, will flee because of your light. So this activation, us knowing ourselves as souls, us wielding the Christ light within, they are fleeing. They will not be able to walk the streets. They are already running scared. And so, you know, if you, you know, just play your part and shine the light, you know, it's not scary. It's just that it's bringing it into the light. So the people that have been brought into the light in terms of their true colors or what they've really done, you know, that changes things. That eradicates those kind of things. And so we're basically, it's cleanup on planet Earth. You know, and we really are all evolving together and creating heaven on earth from my perspective. I know there's like the bifurcation that they talk about, and there can be more than one earth, and the people that need to, you know, continue lessons in 3D will, but everything's in divine and perfect order. There's a place for everyone. There's really, it's not a judgment. It's just evolution happens and you go at your own pace. We live in eternity. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Pudwacker. I like the way you say that.
Which one? So true.
Sometimes the dark works for the light, but evil is not a natural thing. No.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, everybody, I believe everybody comes here. We're resonating. We're all doing our work. You know, people have made, other people here make videos and shows and stuff like that. So good job. I respect everybody, and I'm very thankful to everybody. And I'm glad that we're all here in this together. And even people that watch later that aren't participating at the time of the recording, just keep coming back and joining us. We're all brothers and sisters, and we're here to help each other.
Yeah, and if you leave comments in the video when you watch it even later, a lot of times I do go back and see what the comments are and you know, answer what I can at the time. And if it's directed toward Michelle, I, you know, copy and paste and ask her to respond. So we care about this group. We care about you. I feel like you guys are my tribe, my family, whatever you want to call it. But because we talk about things, you know, and I enjoy it a great deal. It expands our awareness, it expands our consciousness, and it's helpful to everybody.
Yeah, and we're here to be helpful and to be of service. And you know, we could do some show about that someday, but you know, in the new paradigm that we're in, we feel so successful when we've been of service. You know, something happens throughout the day and it was like, oh, that felt so good. I was able to help somebody here and then there and then there. And, you know, it's like, I'm on task. I am successful. I am in the world, but not of the world, because my success doesn't feel like, you know, it's about financial gain, but it feels more like, you know, I did to help somebody and I got positive feedback.
Yeah, that's important. That's just why I do the shows, and I don't charge for them. But it's not that I don't need help paying for all the different platforms and contacts and so on and so forth. But I just want it to be available to everybody. There was never a thought when I first started of anything, any kind of money or selling any kind of thing, because my whole career in the field of nutrition, I could never be a salesperson. I just said I couldn't just be one company, because there's always someone else that has one other product at least that's better than the other company. So anyway, it's just like, how do you, you know, recommend one thing when you know someone else is better? So, but that's neither here nor there. I do what I have to do to be able to keep doing this. Otherwise, I'll have to stop and do something else.
And you're independent. This is your channel with your brand, and you know, it's really great. I mean, it's already served so many people. I mean, you've had thousands and thousands of viewers with all your, you know, different guests you've had and everything. So you're definitely right on target. And, you know, the universe is like an equation, and the energy does come back, and you'll always be supported.
And I am on mission. I know it, and I'm doing what I need to do. And that is increase awareness for everybody by bringing people like you on and many others that just expand people's consciousness. Because like you said, the more, even if somebody else says the same thing that you say or vice versa or whatever, it's all good because that's how we get programmed. And we want to get programmed with the positive stuff, the good stuff.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, soul family, pug walking. Yeah. I was thinking of all the right words. Thank you for that.
We all play our part in the divine plan. That is exactly right. Every one of it are equally important, doing our own unique thing, whatever that is.
Exactly. And sometimes it's just being kind and friendly to people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that it doesn't have to be this, you know, world-changing thing, because it actually is world changing at the small level because it spreads out. You know, one of the reasons that they've, you know, we've been introduced to all this technology, one of the drawbacks of it, it keeps us from being within each other's aura. That human connection, that biofield connection kind of thing.
But
anyway,
0 point place is where we're all connected. I mean, we're all connected, and we can go to that center point of connection and, you know, leave the boundaries of time and space and just have that instant connection and thought transference and, you know, transference of light and love, like when we pray for each other and stuff like that.
Thank you so much, Teresa. I appreciate it. She says she loves the show and great to connect and get confirmation as we are all going through these interesting times. And it's a blessing to be alive right now.
It really is. It really is. And we love having you here, Teresa. You have very good input, and, you know, obviously you're resonating and you're doing your work for the world. And so, yeah, we love you too. We love everybody.
Yes, we do. So that being said, I think we've covered everything, unless you have something else you'd like to bring up.
No, just the love, just the love.
You'll have to imagine my heart going out.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Just feel the energy from Gail.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here, and we'll see you again soon. I will be. I'm slowed down a little bit because it was. But you'll see stuff. Okay. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are, and like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely